Okay, let's see if I can actually play this goddamn game, can we? This run is so cursed. And I'm going to interrupt it again next Wednesday. Ugh. Oh, by the way, we're also putting up... We're only doing half of a stream today. So, the reason that I'm staying on this screen is because I want you to appreciate that the title screen for Dragon Age 2 is, well, we know who those two people are. It's Orsino and Meredith. Mage and a Templar. And even if you don't know who Orsino or Meredith are, you could very clearly say, that's the Mage, and that's a Templar. So that's cool. So you might think, oh, that's the central theme of the game, right? So, as we've talked about, they had several different themes and central threads in mind for this game. One of which, of course, was the rise back to prominence. One of which was the deal with the Qunari. And one of which was the Mage-Templar conflict. Now, the Mage-Templar conflict takes center stage because they decided, relatively late into production, which I know is almost a misnomer in this case, that they really wanted to have the Exalted March, which was going to be a DLC/expansion for Dragon Age 2, where they went off, and it was going to be like a full Awakening size thing, so a full expansion, where they marched off. It's exactly what it sounds like. It's the Exalted March. The Chantry was going to call for a new march, and they were going to march off to war. The Mage-Templar War was going to begin, and all that was thrown out the window, because Dragon Age 2 underperformed in its first quarter, which is funny, because Dragon Age 2 has sold quite well, in the overall sense of the words. The reason I'm bringing all this up is this won't really matter for Dragon Age 2, not really, but we'll be giving a negative to this almost guaranteed when it comes to Inquisition, because the early story ideas of Exalted March got baked into Inquisition, and then abandoned. So, you see the problem here. Because Inquisition wanted to do its own thing. But they had the baggage of all of the build-up to the Exalted March to deal with. So, like, imagine for a moment if we start up Mass Effect 3, and it's like, the Reapers! And then the Reapers are beaten in at Tachanka, in the first third of the game. And it's like, oh, okay. And then we just move on. Thank you, Alki, very, very much. I do always appreciate that support. Thank you. If you want to put that sub towards up to 3 things for future streams, please let me know. Whoops. Yeah, exactly, Lord Harriman. It's like, yeah, he's dead. But what? But why is he dead? No, he's dead. He's dead. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. Yeah, this is not a problem exclusive to games or exclusive to these games. It's just, what? Oh, it's so terrible, Croatia.
The Keeper didn't mention you were a mage.
All keepers know a bit of old magic. The stories tell us that all Elven once had the gift. But like so many things, it was lost. It's a keeper's job to remember, to restore what we can.
You know, as much as I constantly make fun of the Dalish for being extremely wrong, I actually like it narratively. Like, it's your classic thing, right? Everyone, is like, veneration, wonder for this. But then you find out the truth, and it's like, oh, no, it was actually horrible. Yeah, spoilers, the Ancient Elves were horrible. Might actually be the most horrible things in this setting, and this setting includes the Cune.
Can't demons possess Dalish mages?
It can happen. And when it does, the clan must hunt and kill their own keeper.
Does the Chantry know about the Dalish mages?
Oh, they know. Keeper Marathari told me that was one of the reasons we never camped too long in one place. They usually won't pursue us if we stay away from the cities and towns and keep moving. But my clan is now in more danger, having lost our Hala.
Right. No, the blur's right there. You can see it. It's right there. Hi, Giga.
If you go to Kirkwall, you'll be an apostate in a city full of Templars.
I know. But if I don't go to Kirkwall, I'll be alone. A solitary elf is easy prey for anyone. In the city, I can get lost in the crowd.
Hello, Triaxia.
I'm glad you decided to pitch in back there.
Oh. Oh, you're welcome. I wasn't sure I'd be much good. I've done a little fighting before, but it was always alone. I'll try not to hit anyone. On our side, I mean. I'm babbling again. Let's go.
Obviously, we're romancing her, because she's the only romance option in Dragon Age 2. I mean, honestly, Act, at this point, I would not be surprised. I mean, kinda, yeah, Jesse Ward. Let's see, we've got Fenris, who... And then we've got, Anders, if you could call him that. Yeah, there's options. And then there's Sebastian, which might actually be the worst option, really.
So the Keeper finally found someone to take you from here.
Yes.
Then finish your task quickly, human. We cannot be rid of this one too soon.
I'm sensing a story here.
I have made my choice. And I will save our clan whatever you think.
Sundermount seems very mountainous today, doesn't it? Lots of rock and hillside.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Let's go. We should hurry. I'm sorry. You're not really seeing the Dalish at their best.
No, I think I am.
Good people that look out for each other. Just not today, apparently.
Seriously, like, I've seen the Dalish lady. This is on the high end of the scale.
Is there anything I can do to help?
It's kind of you to ask. I'm fine. Even if my people don't appreciate my efforts, I must see this through. Let's go. Isabella isn't known for her patience.
Yeah, werewolves. So the way... Hey, it's the cave! Get used to this. We'll be saying a lot of this. I have heard that statement before, Act. So, Jesse Ward says, you know, a lot of people seem to attribute the Chantry with more power than it actually has. I think it's more accurate to say that while the Chantry has inconsistent power, that's the wrong word. This is a concept in real life where someone doesn't really have, like, authority. They don't have an army or money or, you know, leadership of nations or whatever. But they have influence. That vague, ephemeral thing where they say something and people pay attention because they said it. That's how I've always viewed the Chantry in this setting. They certainly do have some actual more direct political and economic power. But generally speaking, if the Chantry points in a direction, people are going to jump that way, simply because of the fact that the Chantry pointed that way, right? That's my take on that. I don't know how accurate that is, especially since they've changed their mind on the what the Chantry is twice. Each game. Hi, RRC. Thank you.
I can do this in my sleep.
Oh, God. Wolves. I mean, dogs. Exactly, Lord Harrimont. Good morning, Blue Wolf Alex. Yeah, I actually pointed out some of the specific inconsistencies, which I don't remember right now, don't ask me, between the Chantry just in 2 and in Origins in my proper remake rumination on Origins. And I did it with kind of that, oh wow, I never noticed this before kind of a vibe, because I didn't. It's like, oh wow. They really did change up a few things, didn't they? And we know behind the scenes they changed their minds, because, duh. They've admitted as such. Oh, excuse me. Ah, thank you as always, Bull Felix. I do appreciate it, especially now. Give me a moment here. Hey, check it out. I can alt-tab without pausing the game or muting the game. Isn't that great? Oh, I know that vibe, Darkrai. We'll see, yes, he did, Jesse Ward. We'll see what we think of this, Financial News begin next week. So that's Trails, in the Sky, Crossbell, Gold Steel. There we go. Oh no! Oh god! Dogs! I'll let it go. Jesus. You know, I remember the root canal I got for this tooth right here. Now, granted, it was a very nice dentist who was aware of just how bad my life was going at that point in time. And so she gave me a big discount, but still, it cost me $200. And just, when I hear about other root canal prices, I'm just like, Jesus Christ. Armor. Which requires higher magic. God damn it. Alright, whatever. So, we've already talked... Well, actually, no, we haven't talked about the repeat dungeon thing. But let's talk about the repeat dungeon thing for a second. So, this is the cave. There's only one. And, actually, this is the mountain cave, excuse me. There's, like, another cave, and then there's, like, the ruin, and then there's the beach. And I think that's kind of everything. But my favorite part is they so wonderfully crudely block off the rest of the cave like this. There's just a slab of rock there, and you could tell easily... Yeah, that's right, there's also the one house and the warehouse. You could tell easily that it's just slapped in. It's not even touching the walls. You could see through it. Like, I could see the rest of the dungeon over there, past it. It's so wonderfully cheap. Yes, TNG had Planet Soundstage, to use another example. Either way, that's probably getting a negative. I'll jot it down for right now. We'll debate that as we go. Oh god, it's a Shadow Warrior. It is a lack of polish, but it's also an 11-month development cycle, which we've talked about extensively at this point, and I'm just going to start calling it the 11-month development cycle, because there's no reason to reiterate it.
You know, I might be able to give you a hand with that.
Well, can you? You can. Oh god, Jesse Ward. It all makes sense. Let's crank magic for a bit so we can start equipping some gear. And let's grab Firestorm. I mean, every now and again I have to remind myself how crazy it is that games, really good, extensive, polished games used to be made in like 9 months. I actually forget the exact development time, but FF6 was made in such a short period of time, it's bonkers. But hang on, it's even better than that, because FF6 had so much extra time left over after they finished the game that they made the entire world a ruin. And that's just weird to think about from the modern perspective, where most games we cover were rushed, you know, like the one we're playing right now. Hey, Shaludo, thank you as always. Yeah, no kidding, Jesse Ward. Hey, figure out how to do this. And Jaludo's Going towards the Resident Evil block. Zelda block. Dragon Quest 8. Thank you, Jalita.
I can open the way forward. One moment.
Oh yeah, she's a blood mage too. Because of course she is.
Right. That was not normal.
That was blood magic.
Yes, it was blood magic, but I know what I'm doing. The spirit helped us, didn't it?
Sure, demons are very helpful. Right up until they take your mind and turn you into a monster.
Well, yes. But that won't happen. I know how to defend myself. Be careful up ahead. Restless things prowl the heights. In the days of Arlathon, the elders came here to sleep. Uthanara. The endless dream, they called it. But they don't sleep peacefully anymore.
She's fine. She's fine. She knows what she's doing. Thank you, Lucas Slaughter. Very, very much. I do very, very much appreciate your support. Thank you. I will put that for the 3 trails ofs. Excuse me. Thank you. Merrill's interesting to me. Because, well, she obviously is in way in over her head, right? Except, and the thing I find interesting about her is she isn't. Oh, don't mistake me. She is in over her head, and she is not fully aware of what she's doing or the consequences thereof. And yet, when compared against the curve, if we look at all the other moron mages we see, even in Origins, but especially in 2, she's much further up on the intelligence curve than, like, everybody else. And that's just kind of weird to think about. Yeah, everything's relative. It's like,
Go down!
I'm dead. This is a little bit what two-handers like. This is what we don't get to enjoy. So, anyways, you asked me about that quote, Act. I'm sorry, could I ask you a huge question? Could you repeat it word for word, because I don't want to misquote it? Let me start by saying I agree completely, though.
Amulet on the altar, and I'll begin the rite.
And I mean that. Demonic robes, sweet. Gonna get me some demons. Put that in there. Shorter games with worse graphics made by people who are paid more for working less. There we go. That's the quote. Yeah, no. 100%. 100% in favor of that. And to continue the quote, no, that's not a joke. Because the thing is, first of all, as a video game player, shorter games with worse graphics tend to be better, to be very blunt about that. There are, of course, exceptions, but by and large, the overwhelming majority, like percentage-wise, the majority of games that have really stuck with me and have really gelled with me over the last 10 years, I'd say, are the ones that were shorter games with worse graphics. Yeah, Undertale comes to mind immediately, but I can think of a lot that would qualify as that. So, that's just purely from the perspective of the player. Then there's the perspective of someone who gives a damn about worker rights, which is something I've been slowly getting more and more invested in over the years. Not that I can do anything about it, but it is something that I care about. So that would be the get people who are paid more and who are working less thing. Which, yes, absolutely. We were just talking about crunch in chat, or insane development cycles. Crunch is bad, okay? I'm just going to say that as absolutely bluntly as I possibly can. I don't even feel the need to make my argument there because everybody knows that crunch is bad. And crunch can also take multiple different facets. It's a whole category of things that people do. It's a whole category of bad. And so, no, right? I would rather those human beings who are people actually have better lives and more financial stability than I get a prettier game that's longer. Daikatana is different. Daikatana was managed by a moron who had no idea what he was doing. No, I'm sorry. We can lay a huge amount of the blame on Daikatana on one person. I've looked into that game. That one guy screwed up a lot. But you're right. There is, of course, a balance. After all, to use a slightly better example, we don't want a Star Citizen. Because Star Citizen still isn't out. That's a fresh reminder. And honestly, I'm pretty sure that my niece's children, assuming they ever have children, will be alive and playing video games before Star Citizen comes out. And that's not really a joke. Rails, Enemy Skyblock, Rayman Legends, and FF16. You got it, Melkor. Thank you. As always, very much appreciate you. Yeah, it reminds me of one of my favorite video game jokes. You ready for this? Star Citizen. Now you're probably thinking, hold on, Star Citizen is one of your favorite video game jokes? No. The joke is actually just saying the name of something, and that's the joke, right? It's a really common format. It's been around for a while. In fact, I got another one for you. Daikatana. Yeah, the joke that hurt to play. Beyond Good and Evil 2. Yeah, there's another one. Now, those jokes vary over time. You remember when the joke was Steam, and that was the joke, just end sentence, Steam? They turned that one around. I don't think Star Citizen is going to manage the same. Oh, what do I do with you? Is it Specialist? Mass Effect 5. Dragon Age 4. Hang on. Oh, not coming out today. Yeah, you know what? Fallout 76. And I got another one. No Man's Sky. I don't know if you guys have remember this, but I've been playing No Man's Sky with my niece. Like, just last night. Or, sorry, no, 2 nights ago. Sorry. She said, hey, can we go play No Man's Sky? And I was like, yeah, absolutely. Let's do it. I keep it installed just so we can play it whenever she feels like it. And yeah, No Man's Sky is actually pretty legit nowadays. Go figure. So these things are morphic. They can go up and they can go down. That's the other thing, too. Because I know this is going to make Bragwin jump down my throat. And not in the sexy way. But WoW is a game that has both been a joke and been WoW at several points in its history, because it kind of goes up, and then it also goes down. Why didn't the GIF play? Why didn't the GIF play? The GIF should have played. Did it not play? I heard it, and I saw it in chat, so those aspects of the notification are working. Let's look at that. That's a good question, Act. I have no idea. Yes, if you're going to jump down someone's throat, do it safe, sane, and consensual. It's strange. I'll have to look into that later. Let's see. Yakuza 0, Guild Wars 2, and Starfield. And thank you, Fife, very, very, very much. Always, always, always appreciate. Thank you. Do me a favor, Lucas Slaughter. Give me like a year, okay? Let me get a little bit caught up. I'm still behind. Baldur's Gate 3 just hit me right across the knees in terms of my schedule, and I'm still not caught up. And thank you for the reminder to stay hydrated. Okay. What am I doing? That's a good question, Loner. Yeah, the dragon's age is 15. They're like Hosen. Alright, so let's go this way with it then. And thank you, Retu, for being part of the show. I will put that towards SSR. Well, hopefully they liked him, Melkor, but I'll take the compliment, thank you. I'll accept the blame. It's probably my fault anyways. Hold on a sec. And you don't matter, Carver. But you do have Scythe, which is like the best ability in the game. So, yep, time to re-review Baldur's Gate 3 top to bottom. Okay. I hate MOBA games. Alright, so I hope you're ready for Flemeth's last cameo here. Actually, no, Darkray. If it's non-financial, you can only put it towards one thing. So Retu was correct.
Aharin amalana salim. Emma ira au bella zeviranan. Isalahamin vinanhim dofilas. In usanera narivas.
Here we are.
Under Anatishan Ashabalana.
One of the people. I see. So young and bright. Do you know who I am? Beyond that title.
I know only a little.
Then stand. The people bend their knee too quickly. So refreshing to see someone who keeps their end of a bargain. I half expected my amulet to end up in a merchant's pocket.
I agreed to deliver the amulet, though you could have told me you were inside it.
Just a piece. A small piece, but it was all I needed. A bit of security, should the inevitable occur. And if I know my Morrigan, it already has.
Is that someone I should know?
She's a girl who thinks she knows what is what better than I or anyone. And why not? I raised her to be as she is. I cannot expect her to be less.
I'm not sure whether she's your daughter or your enemy.
Neither is she.
Why did you need me to bring you here?
Because I had an appointment to keep. And because I did not want to be followed, you smuggled me here quite nicely.
I don't understand. Are you some kind of vision?
Must I be in only one place? Bodies are such limiting things. I am but a fragment cast adrift from the whole, a bit of flotsam to cling to in the storm.
Okay.
You have plans, I take it.
Destiny awaits us both, dear girl. We have much to do. Before I go, a word of advice. We stand upon the precipice of change. The world fears the inevitable plummet into the abyss. Watch for that moment, and when it comes, do not hesitate to leap. It is only when you fall that you learn whether you can fly.
What should I do?
Do as I do. Become a dragon. You could never be a dragon. As for you, child, step carefully. No path is darker than when your eyes are shut.
Maceranus Isabella.
Now the time has come for me to leave. You have my thanks and my sympathy.
Well, cool. That's, we've definitely made the world a better place today. I also need to turn on the music because it keeps talking over people. So that's cool. That's cool. You could just disable voice acting? That's interesting. Alright, let's get out of here. Yeah, and she just gives us 8 sovereigns, and it's like, thanks? I appreciate it, really.
Macerana's child, your debt is paid in full. It isn't too late to change your mind, Alain.
Dareth Shiral, Keeper.
We must work with blood magic and demons. And then the camp won't move for 6 years. All right, let's go.
Elganon. Is this really where the elves live?
Not the prettiest part of Kirkwall, but it doesn't have a view of the giant chains. Take what you can get.
I didn't think it would be so... I've never seen so many people in one place before. It seems so lonely.
Yeah, Kirkwall's not a place I would want to live in.
You already know me. You'll make other friends soon enough.
Guy. Thank you. Thank you for everything. For all your help. Will you come visit me? Not now, of course. But maybe later. I could use a friend.
Yeah, sure.
I'd like that, Merrill.
Thank you. Oh, I'm thanking you too much, aren't I? I mean it, though.
It's better than apologizing too much. You don't want to get stuck in a Canadian spiral. Anyway, so Carver, do me a favor and get out of my party. No, I'll keep Carver in. If for no other reason, the fact that I've never had Carver, so I kind of want to, hear his dialogue. Unfortunately, that means I'm stuck with this party and can't bring Merrill, so that sucks.
Busy today, I see.
We'll make it work. We'll make it work.
Not today. My sisters have me decorated.
I am sorry for your loss.
Hey, it's Thrask.
But I can offer your son mercy only if he turns himself in.
I'm trying to find him, but...
The Templars cannot tolerate apostates.
This will be Mother if we're not careful.
It sounds like your son is in trouble. Is there anything I can do?
You heard all of that and still you would help?
Yeah.
An apostate. Oh, thank you. I am Ariane. My boy, Fenris. He's all I have. All my family. When I learned he had magic, I could not bear to send him to the Circle. But his connection to the Fade, it gives him nightmares. Dreams of demons speaking in his mind. I would rather lose him to the Circle than to himself.
Did your son run away?
He learned I had contacted Sir Thrask. He felt I betrayed his trust. He thinks he can live free of the Circle. But I am afraid without proper training, he'll kill himself.
And those look like Dalish tattoos. Why do you live in the city?
I was born to the Dalish, but came to Kirkwall for a time and dallied with a human merchant, Vincento. When I found I was with child, neither Vincento nor my tribe wished the burden of an elf-blooded human infant. I raised Fenris myself, here in the alienage.
Well, that guy's a piece of crap.
Tell me the whole story.
I learned years ago that my son likely had magical talent, but we could not bear the thought of him locked in the gallows. So we hid. When the nightmares began, Fenris still refused to contact the Circle. But I truly think they are the only people who might save his life.
What kind of dreams is he having?
He dreams of demons, calling to him, pulling him into their world. Every day, it grows harder to wake him. That is why I turned to the Circle. They are the only ones that can protect a mage from his own powers.
What exactly do you need me to do?
Just find him, please. Bring him somewhere safe. I don't know where Fenris is gone, but there are 2 places you might start your search. Sir Thrask has been looking for him. If you speak to him in the gallows, he'll be able to tell you what ground he's already covered. And Fenris's father, Vincento, recently returned from Antiva. He's a merchant in the Lowtown Bazaar. Fenris might have sought him out.
I will not leave you fearful for a moment longer than necessary.
The boy sounds one breath away from becoming an abomination. Let's get to him, fast.
Thank you. It has been a lonely time hiding. It's almost a relief to finally confront this openly.
Cool.
Well, good luck.
By which I mean terrible.
I do without places like this. I really do.
Ah, it's fine. It's just a, slum, dunghole, pile of crap. It's cool. It's cool. Everything's cool. This is a continuation of the Dragon Age Origins run, although by default and necessity we will have to use the keep in order to import into Inquisition.
Don't mind if I do.
So we'll do that when we get there. Merrill, you have a really nice place, actually. And it looks startlingly similar to my place, and also every other place.
I didn't think you'd come. I'll find something relatively clean for you to sit on.
Yeah, this place is better than my place.
To eat or drink, I have water.
We have muffins.
I came here to see you, Merrill. You don't have to fuss over me.
You're so kind. My first guest, and I'm already a terrible host.
How did you get an apartment of your own anyways?
I wanted to thank you for bringing me here, but I'm making a mess of it.
Well, we're totally gonna flirt with her.
You're so sweet, Merrill.
Not as sweet as you, that is. Good wishes are a poor gift after all you've done for me. I haven't exactly had many friends. Not even among my own clan. This is... tricky.
What made you unpopular with the Dalish?
Being first to the Keeper, I was always a bit secluded. I studied magic and history while the others were learning the Via Tanadal. It's good that I left. I'd have made a terrible Keeper. I was never that good with people.
We're not friends.
You seem to be getting the hang of it already.
I'm glad you think so. Thank you for coming to visit me, Hawk. It means a lot to me.
You're welcome. But about your giant place. Like, seriously, this place is huge. This is your bedroom. I think it's the size of my entire living area. And you have a side room? Oh my god. You also have a giant corridor for no reason. No wonder Kirkwall's having issues. Alright, let's see. Hang on. That's what I thought. No, it's something I've pointed out before, Primarch. I think going into a game blind makes for a more enjoyable experience. That's an interesting question. No.
Junior, you're looking at this all wrong.
Whatever it is you're about to say, I'm not interested.
I'm a professional younger brother. Trust me, the center of attention's the worst place to be. When things go wrong, and they always do, that's where all the fingers point. Look at any kingdom in Thedas. You've got people who warm thrones, and people nobody sees who do the real work.
And my sister is a queen in this scenario. Perfect.
Point, missing it. Oh well.
I mean, Varric is a better... Yeah.
I think I found something of yours. I had never thought to see this again. Thank you.
You're welcome. And thank you, silly idea.
Welcome, merchant.
I do always appreciate. Oh.
Well, good luck to you then.
There we go. Off Mortis Ghost, Prototype, and Kingdom Hearts block. You got it. No, Pika. So, about your blind question. I think, for me...
You won't find better prices.
I'm trying to think how to explain this. I feel like it's a more accurate review if I'm walking in blind. Well, no, that's still wrong. I suppose I'm using the wrong terminology entirely, and that's my mistake. So let me try this again, starting from scratch. I think it's a completely different perspective to walk into something blind versus knowing what I'm doing, which I know sort of sounds like I'm saying duh, but what I mean by that is I don't think it's better and I don't think it's worse. So I think I'm going to take back my answer and say that I don't have a preference up or down. Because a blind review will automatically be less in-depth than a review that I know. Like this review right now, the one we're doing is at this very second. If I was doing this blind, it would be a less in-depth review than the fact that I know this game quite well. That was also true with Dragon Age Origins. You notice we barely used Morrigan, and yet she got 5 separate positives to story, despite the fact that she had absolutely no physical presence in the game whatsoever, because I know Morrigan, and I know she's an extremely well-done character. So, there you go, right? And as Dakoita points out, if you know a game, you know how to bypass some of the bullcrap. But if we flip that a little bit, you can also presume pretty easily that a blind playthrough will give you a better insight into how the game is, for lack of a better way to put it, intended to be played. You know, just playing through blind, not really trying to go for a specific outcome, not really knowing what the tips are, not knowing where the quests are. Let me use a direct example. Breath of Fire 2 is a game where if you play that game blind, you're probably going to hate it, because the game doesn't tell you anything. I mean, there's a reason we call them Sten sections, right? So, you know, Breath of Fire 2 has that issue all over the place. It's a perfectly acceptable, and I know that's not a high bar, game, if you know exactly what you're doing at all points in time. So, once again, night and day versus blind and knowing what the hell you're doing. You get the idea. You get the idea. But you're saying from personal enjoyment outside of reviewing it. What's the difference?
Good luck getting in. I've been waiting all day.
Not much room in the barracks, but there's nowhere I'd rather be. There's Jevon's office. Wait while I explain our initiative.
Hey, Warcraft code.
I don't know how they do it where you're from, guardswoman, but I decide the patrols, not you and your whims. You may have been put up for lieutenant in your first year, but I'll have no show-offs in my command. Have I made myself clear? Report to your post before I have you and your Ferelden accomplice jailed.
A lot of yelling for doing him a favor.
We killed a band of highwaymen. What does it matter whose patrol it was? It's not the first time he's made me wonder like this. Something is very wrong.
So let's find out whose toes you actually stepped on.
Then we should check the duty roster and see who was supposed to take that route. What have I stepped in this time? Threaten my friends. Not letting that one go, Captain.
Yeah, that captain just signed his death warrant. I don't think he even realized it. By the way, if it's not obvious, Aveline is my favorite character in this particular game. Well, excuse me, second favorite character in this game. Aveline's awesome. And I think at least part of why I like Aveline so much is the fact that she just has so little tolerance for all the bullcrap, right? You could tell just based on that one cutscene that there's some kind of politicking going on. Maybe it's someone who paid someone else off. Maybe it's someone who feels like their ego's being bruised. Maybe it's someone who's trying to support some particular noble or whatever. There's something going on. It doesn't even matter what. Aveline doesn't give a crap. Yeah, imagine a paladin with a brain, so actually lawful good instead of lawful stupid.
Aveline!
God, I hate that animation.
Ambush the other night. Saved me a mess of trouble.
Brennan, that route was yours?
It was. Single patrol. I'd have been dead for sure. A lone guard isn't much of a patrol. Shouldn't need to be. That route was clear for weeks. First noise out of it was your big fight. The captain reassigned me after he heard what you did, and I passed the satchel to Donick for his patrol tonight. The satchel? Pay and order assignments. Captain has us run deliveries to the outposts during light duty. It's usually just an updated copy of the roster. The satchel for that night was heavy, though. Anyway, thanks again, Aveline. You're a good one.
So the satchel gets heavy the same day we discover an ambush?
Aveline?
You're sure you want to pursue this? This is your superior we're talking about.
If a guard has been put at risk, a good captain would want to know why. And if he's not a good captain, I want to know why.
A messy way to pass information. Brennan already sent it along.
Another guard is walking into the same trap. I can't let that happen. Brennan said Donick. A good man. Donick.
Sorry.
I've got his route. A night walk in Lowtown. Let's go make sure his quiet patrol stays that way.
Oh, I think it's our first night quest. We'll talk about that in a minute.
Good luck getting in. I've been waiting all day.
The Viscount must be terribly busy.
Insist if you must, but Viscount Dumas will see no one. If you've news of Seamus, I will relay it to him.
Fine. Tell Dumas my scouts have tracked the boy and his Qunari captor to the Wounded Coast. I'm taking a full company after them, and when I return, I expect him to make a show of the reward.
So many to deal with one Qunari seems excessive.
He may be Talvashoth. The Winters leave nothing to chance.
Now leave it, Warcraft code. I'll get there when I get there. I'm in no rush.
Yes. What is it?
If this is about a rescue, that woman did not seem the type.
She is the type I feared we would attract. As I told the others, Viscount Dumas' son, Seamus, is missing. We suspect he was taken by a Qunari. If you would like to try your hand at securing his safe return, feel free. I have certainly granted no exclusivity to the Winters and their violent approach.
There must be suspicions about why the boy went missing.
Why? What have you heard?
Nothing.
Until now.
There is truly nothing known. He is gone, and there have been sightings of a Qunari. The only complication is that Seamus is known to be of a sympathetic mind. He may have placed himself in danger, but it is danger nonetheless.
The Qunari are not wild in the city. Petition their leader for the boy's return.
The Arishok has declared that it is not his role to do so. Apparently their rebels, the Talvashoth, are hunted anyway, killed for what they are, not for what they may have done. That does not bode well for Seamus.
This isn't a task for a guardsman? Yes, isn't it?
There is a concern of appearance. If we used guards, it would allow Viscount Dumas' opponents to say this admits the Qunari threat, because the city responded. In these times, public embarrassment is preferable to official embarrassment.
Interesting perspective, but understandable.
I should know about the competition.
The Winters out of Navarra. They don't care one whit if Seamus is returned unharmed. Their lead, Sirrah Guinness, is hungry for a foothold in fair Kirkwall. And frankly, we have enough of their kind.
The boy will be home soon enough.
Declare it if you like, but the reward goes to whomever brings him back safe. A discussion you are welcome to have with the Winters, should you encounter them, on the Wounded Coast.
Thanks for that. I mean, I've said this before about the Borg. If the Borg offered willing sign-ups, people would take that, right? Of course people are willing to join the Qune. Yes, I just compared the Borg to the Qune. No, I don't see anything wrong with that. Why do you ask? God, I do not have a lot of gear right now, do I? Oh. That. Fair enough, Jesse Ward. Favorite pizza? Rib. It's rare, and I've only had it a couple of times in my life, but rib meat pizza is legit. Other than that, I would also go with actual deep dish. You know, pizza pie. This thick, very little of it bread. Oh, it's so good. To answer Latario, yeah, I would say Aveline is what we call truly lawful good. Using the actual by-the-book definitions, she prefers order, and she prefers good. Lawful good. Boom. Speaking of which, as someone asked earlier about Flemeth, I would say she would be true neutral by the book's definition. She doesn't care about good or evil, and she doesn't care about order or chaos. She just cares about whatever she cares about. And to answer Zach Teft, yes, RE4R's review would undoubtedly be different than RE2R's review by sheer virtue of the fact that I've played RE2R. No, you slab down the rib bones on the pizza. It's just the meat, guys. Come on. No, of course not, Kay. When would I have time to do that?
Be careful!
Oh god, dogs! Dogs! Okay, so that did hit the friendlies. That's cool. Yeah, this mountain looks strangely familiar. Deja vu.
The danger is past. Are you alright?
No thanks to this lot. Can't get a decent blade at a bargain anymore. You, though, you're what a man needs. A skilled enthusiast.
Uh-huh.
You can start making sense any time now.
My manners. Javaris Tintop, merchant and investor. I need forward thinkers to help court the Qunari.
Court the Qunari? Make her think of the children.
Those hornheads in Kirkwall have a powder that explodes, and it's just dust. No lyrium, no demons. Anyone can use it.
I often look at every second idiot and think, he needs more power.
Yeah, me too. Thank you, the nobody. Always. And of course, if you want to put that towards up to 3 things, please let me know. Thank you.
I doubt they were eager to sell.
That Arishok said I wasn't worthy. That only their outcast, the Talvashath, or that mercenary. I said, great, I'll go talk to them. Didn't go over well. But, made me think. Maybe he'll bargain if I get rid of something that bothers him more than, well, me.
The Talvashath.
The Talvashath. Are you up for some paid hunting?
Your people must have something like that already.
Small things, shaped to crack faults, not shatter the earth. Plus, they're mostly lyrium. Expensive, poisonous. The Chantry controls it topside. The glow makes you a target. Problem after problem.
What's the point when we already have magic that can do the same thing?
Maybe you have magic, all tough and human and whatnot. But what of the common man? How does he remove stumps from his land, or produce them on his enemies? What does he do when he needs a hole far too fast? Magic is hard to market. But this stuff you can put in a bag.
I applaud that sentence for making a surprisingly large amount of sense. This is something that not a lot of settings do properly, because there has to be an explanation. If magic exists, why do people not use magic? For everything. And the answer he just gave is a wonderfully mundane way to put it. Magic is neat, but this stuff you can put in a bag. I like that.
Alright, I'll step in for you. For a price.
I'm done bargain hunting. I want it done right. Now, best I could figure, they're up the Wounded Coast, a whole camp. Take their heads off and meet me at the compound in Kirkwall. Get this right, and we'll be richly rewarded. Richly.
Yeah, there's also, in this particular setting, there are rather noticeable downsides to magic, too. $400 gold. Yeah, wait, that's a crap ton of money. Just making sure we got everything.
Varric, do you do anything?
Am I the next stop in your career evaluations? Joy of joys.
You watch and you talk. Is that it?
You are dismissing hallmarks of both the utterly ineffectual and the incredibly dangerous.
I don't know what you mean.
It means coins flow when I talk and when I shut up. Like if you got paid to guard or unguard.
That makes no sense.
Good.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that one, Varric. Good.
You can almost see home from here. What's left of it, I guess.
I mean, that's what you get when you get an economics geek to design an economic system, okay? But thank you. Yeah, a lot of people pay Varric to shut up. He's got some money.
Let's finish this! Get back!
That would actually be really useful, Kay. Yeah, no, you'll notice Carver kind of has a permanent spot in my party. The reason why is because I've never had him for a playthrough of this game, so we're just gonna see what we think of him. Listen, Aveline must be in my party, Lord Hammond. She's Aveline, obviously.
Do you even know her name, Shem? No? It's Delilah. She's dead. And you killed her.
I was a beast then. A werewolf. I did many terrible things. I'm sorry.
Sorry does not bring my mother back.
I was a victim too, Elf. Of Zathrian's vengeance. Stranger, please calm her down.
A werewolf?
Did I hear you right? You're a werewolf?
I was one, but no longer. Her Dalish keeper cursed some humans with lycanthropy long ago. The disease spread over the years, but the hero of Ferelden freed us.
Is this what your mother would want?
But he murdered her.
This man may have a wife, children, certainly a family. What will they think of you? Kill him and you become him.
You shame me. My mother would not want this. Leave Shem, before I change my mind.
And they just vanish into the air. Get used to that, by the way. So I hope you enjoyed that reference to Dragon Age Origins. That's about all we get for references to Dragon Age Origins, is little tidbits like that. Now you're probably thinking, isn't that what you want, lore? No. What I want is that, but better done. I hate to constantly go back to the Mass Effect 2 example, but Mass Effect 2 did a good job, in my opinion, of making me feel like my decisions in Mass Effect 1 actually were properly followed through on, for lack of a better way to put it. It wasn't some big game-changing thing. It didn't really alter the effect of the story or anything wanted, but it felt, right? Like, it felt like there was something there. It felt some degree of meaningful other than, hey, you remember the werewolf quest? Okay, bye.
And the world's rid of one more Qunari. Easier than I expected. Call the men back. We've got an appointment with the Viscount. Isn't that right, Seamus?
Ashad! You killed him! You Vashedan bitch!
That one of their words? See, that's why you need to be dragged home. You're playing too nice with those things. I'll wager you've gone even further than that. Haven't you, brat?
I'm sorry, what?
Sounds like he doesn't want to go with you. Competition? Well, you're too late. The Winters, I, have already claimed him.
Sirrah, if I must go back,
so be it. But I will not see these murderers rewarded.
Spoiled shit! I'll cut out your tongue and charge extra for bringing you back quiet. And as for you, I could do with some entertainment while we wait for the others.
Here we go! Make it good!
You know, the funny thing, Lord Harrimont, is I agree with you. Don't mistake me, given what I just said, that doesn't sound like what I said. But no, what I mean is...
And good riddance, but she said she was waiting for more. A lot more.
Well, let them come.
Carver.
Strip the camp, and we'll ready a fitting welcome.
That was a lot of warning. I don't actually remember off the top of my head Warcraft code, excuse me. What I mean by that is I think this game would be better if it had absolutely no references to Dragon Age Origins. That's all I mean by that. I think they dragged the game down. I think they are negative to story. That's it. No, it has not, Blade Cheval. You may or may not notice, and I don't blame you because you're probably paying attention to the game and not me, but I keep looking away during cutscenes. Like, I'll poke around on my phone, or I'll just kind of look over a chat, which is over there, you know, stuff like that. Yeah, at some point we'll see Alistair being drunk in a bar. Spoilers.
Oh, Andraste. I've never seen so many corpses. So much blood.
Soil yourself later. There may be more.
I did, Giga? I know, civilians. Not liking the sight of blood and death. Ugh.
We've got more on the way.
Let's pull up Discord on the side here to see what Giga's talking about. Now I'm not sure. Like, I've read all my messages. I'm caught up on Discord. Let's see, Giga says, you're dumb and I hate you. Oh, yeah, no, none of that. No, that was one of the first things I found, Giga, but thank you. Excuse me, Mrs. Pudding. Yeah, no, we never fixed the depth of field. Speaking of which, have I given a negative for that? I have. Cool. If...
Shard never lied. Never coddled. You are worth his time, or you are not. They are not the brutes others claim they are. Take me to my father, and I will try again to make him see.
I'm sorry. Have you drunk the Kool-Aid? Literally or metaphorically?
It's clear this was not your first encounter with this. A shard.
I met him soon after their ship foundered. I had run again, to escape the keep and my father. A shard was to map the coast, to find an answer for the Arishok. I had so many doubts. Qunari have none.
And you don't think that's a problem? Because he's right. The Cune is a degree of certainty. This is how things are, and this is how things should be. And that's it. And that causes problems, as we'll see with the Arishok later.
I wasn't aware that Qunari take many friends.
Perhaps it isn't the right word. I am the Viscount's son, bound by everything that means. A shard did not care. We were both seeking something. That was enough.
I confess I'm not sure what one does with a dead Qunari.
The body is no longer him, and is worthy of no special treatment. That is, apparently, their way.
Should his people be told?
They will know. Whether they will deign to acknowledge it, I have no idea. There was much of a shard that I didn't understand, but it was so very worth trying.
The Viscount is clearly concerned about your safety.
The Viscount sends thugs to do a father's job. I was in no danger until his help arrived.
You could have told him this was your wish.
Keep your assumptions. He doesn't hear me. He's as tired of being disappointed as I am of bearing it. And now, Ashad is dead. It's not right.
So you didn't tell your dad you were leaving with them willingly, and now he's dead because of that action. Yeah, and I was about to say, have you ever been hungry? Random question. Have you ever suffered hunger in your life? No? How about being too cold because you don't have proper shelter? Would I let my niece join the Qune? No.
We'll leave soon enough, Seamus. Be ready.
I am at your whim, Sirrah.
I am pretty pro-choice in a lot of aspects of life. But if you say, I want to shoot myself in the face, I'm probably going to be like, hold up. And yes, I'm relating joining the Qune to shooting yourself in the face. And no, I don't care. Bragwin, are you there? I mean, case by case is case by case, but you didn't give me any information to judge with, so the automatic default answer is going to be no. Now, we can work from that because that's the beginning of the sentence, not the end of the sentence. But the beginning of the sentence is still going to be no. Oh, sweet! It's one of my favorite things to do is to spend money on medical crap. Welcome to the club, Giga, which, honestly, I think just includes all of us at this point. Like, just everyone, everywhere.
I am ready to leave. And you have coin to collect, I'm sure.
But I have another quest to do.
We'll leave soon.
Oh my god. Okay, fine. Fine.
I am ready to leave. And you have coin... Father.
My son. I thought I'd lost you.
Ugh.
Enough, Father.
Allow me to present one Sirrah Hawk, Your Excellency. She fulfilled the bounty.
You have my gratitude. I hope you encountered no great difficulties on my son's behalf.
You know.
No problems to speak of, aside from the crowd that tried to kill us.
I was told the Winters had involved themselves. Was there no way to avoid an incident?
They murdered my friend. Where is the concern for that?
It was my understanding you were captured alone. Foolishly traipsing about the coast as you do.
I was not captured. I was with Ashad. The Qunari. They are not monsters to be feared. If you would just try to understand, others would see as well.
Better that you were thought abducted than to have their influence suspected in my own family. Benign or not, it's too much.
Forgive me, this is a private concern of yours.
Your actions are appreciated. The Seneschal will see you out.
As an aside, I have nothing but disdain for the Viscount. A weak and flimsy man crushed by the weight of his own office. I like the Seneschal.
Your help was appreciated, but that relationship is concluded. Thank you for not entirely offending this office.
Oh, you'll see Warcraft code. Or I suppose you won't see. Yes, we are playing Ciri. But you know what I mean.
Not likely.
Aw, okay. Where am I?
How much longer do I have to wait?
Yeah, also female Imperial agent. Okay, so back to where we just were. So, that's right. I was just sitting here thinking there was something I wanted to chat about. Now, I know Lord Haramont's...
What will they think of next?
You have a problem with that?
Me? My family's not native either. I'm just surprised. A lot of old prejudice in the Guard.
I'll give them plenty of reason to change their minds.
You know, it's possible they're just scared shitless of you. That's my theory, anyway.
So anyways, something that occurred to me that Lord Harrowmont will disagree with me on is one of the biggest gameplay positives that Dragon Age Origins had going for it was encounter design. Lots and lots of manually crafted encounters, which were generally good. Oh, these are actually dogs. Holy crap. I didn't know those were in this game. Yeah, no, there's no encounter design. I shouldn't say there's no. By memory, there's no encounter design in Dragon Age 2. There's just waves of enemies. Which just doesn't match up to Origins' carefully crafted, you know, encounter design. I don't know how else to put that. It varies, Yura. Movies usually pull off a lot of tricks to disguise their bad visuals. And I'm going to say it that way. They're what I would call objectively bad visuals in several respects. They tend to get away with it because they use all those tricks they've learned over the years to try and disguise it, but they're still bad.
They probably pay to have them returned.
Whoop. Where am I? Yeah, no, it's exactly one of the biggest reasons why Dragon Age 2 Syndrome is called Dragon Age 2 Syndrome. Well, Dragon Age 2 was trying very hard to be more flashy and actiony, and I mean, duh, but also even by admitted statement on behalf of the developers, they were like, yeah, one of the biggest complaints we got about Dragon Age Origins was the combat, so we made Dragon Age 2. Whether that was the right call or not is certainly debatable, but that is what they did. I want you to be there. There we go.
You want me to do what?
Nothing. Barik, don't worry about it. Oh god, I love the scythe ability so much. I mean, EA is notorious for right squatting Warcraft code. I wouldn't get my hopes up. I was actually about to ask Lord Harrowmont, because I don't remember... Because I know you don't have the skill to give you new tiers of unlocking, so I don't know what's actually required to... Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, EA has a nice large pile of rights they're currently squatting on, and have done so for years. Now, this is the point where I'd say, you remember the last Command & Conquer game? But the answer is no, you don't. Because you forgot that they made a Command & Conquer mobile game. Just... Why would I pay attention to politics, Warcraft code?
To arms!
That's a valid point, I suppose. I mean, there's nothing I want more in life to pay attention to something I have no power or impact to be able to affect in any way, shape, or form. Because one of the things I enjoy most in my life is a feeling of powerlessness. That's what makes life worth waking up in the morning. It's just waking up and thinking, I can't do anything about this at all. And then putting a gun in my mouth and pulling the trigger. Then remembering I don't have a gun. And wondering, what did I put in my mouth? Oh my god! Of course it's the other way.
Now we fight. Ah!
It was chocolate. No!
Messing with us is suicidal.
You know, this isn't really a complaint, but have you noticed how little enemy variety there is so far in this one compared to Origins? No, I have biological family that does that, blow up Alex. And I just kind of zoop. Yeah, no, exactly, Jesse Ward. Here we've gotten bandits, spiders, wolves, or dogs,
Wait Bianca for every threat anymore.
and 11 months Warcraft code. Yeah, so we've got archers, melee, mages, dogs, and spiders, which, as I've already described, are actually the same enemy. I think that's actually it at the moment. I think that covers... Oh, you're right, the arcane horrors, the mini-bosses. So we're up to 5. Oh, Jesus. Oh my god, Mr. Ed, he took a drink? It's crazy. Yeah, Kirkwall, City of Bandits.
Calvishoth control these passages.
I am more than capable of meeting any threat.
So I see. I expected to warn a caravan, not a well-equipped tracker. The path ahead is littered with my kind. If you are as skilled as you look, it would please me if you killed them.
And I should trust you.
I have no history of betraying your people, only my own. I did not like my role, so I left the Qune. I do not wish to be a murdering thief, so I left these Talvishoth to warn their victims. You are no victim, so now I will leave.
What's the trick, Talvishoth?
The path ahead is thick with my kind. They revel in chaos, and will give you the battle you appear to want. If telling you that is a trick, it is a poor one. I am new to decisions outside my role, human. I have decided to warn you. Do what you will.
Ah! There's danger ahead and fire is hot.
Wait, really? I actually just took a drink, which is the only reason I'm not taking another drink. 2 minutes ago. I can prove it because I got a timestamp for when I did it.
Looks like a fight. Be ready. Finish this.
Well, probably Caden, the nobody, to be completely honest. I'm not 100% sure about that. Because, again, that's just going to kill me, Darkrai. I don't really know Carver that well. I hated his guts and got him killed every time I played this game. So, we'll see how he does.
Now you fall.
Well, Carver is what we call a conditional character, which means he may or may not be alive after the events of this game. By which I mean the prologue.
Another one for me. How many of you got?
It's okay, he's got the whole game to try and win me over as a character. He's also got a permanent slot in my party to, you know, give him a chance to try and win me over. Oh my god, words.
I don't think I can.
That's not really my thing.
You know, that's a good question, Blake Javal. I think Aveline is not conditional.
Get ready.
Where did you come from? That's where I just came from. I was just there. I'll say Isabella is conditional. Fenris is conditional. Obviously, Carver and Bethany are conditionals. I'm not sure about Merrill. I think you're right, though. I think there's no way to permanently lose Merrill. Hey, look. It's that one cave. There's a companion armor system? Let's see. Oh, right. That thing. Well, it's definitely a thing. I have a difficulty in denying that this thing exists.
On your guard.
And in case it's not obvious, this is quite literally the same cave we were just in, like, about 30 minutes ago. Like, I get it. I really, really do. But that doesn't make it any better. Like, someone mentioned earlier that we can acknowledge the short development time, but it doesn't make the game better. I think it was Wandering Doll mentioned that. And, yeah. As the saying goes, no matter why it sucks, it still sucks.
I can do this. You'll see.
Oh, you can't get rid of Sebastian. Interesting. Yeah, I suppose we should talk about how everyone in the party is player sexual. So, we actually talked about this during Baldur's Gate 3. Because, you know, everyone in that game is player sexual. The harsh reality of it is I don't really care. What I care is that it was done badly. Oh, excuse me, Sebastian Strait, my bad. I forgot he's a character. And yes, I mean that as an insult. But what I care about it is that Dragon Age 2 did it so just badly. I don't have a better way to put it. It's just kind of there because time and arguably laziness. It wouldn't bother me as much if it was better implemented. And I know that because I played Baldur's Gate 3. Having said that, I prefer the Inquisition approach, if given a choice in the matter.
Our demons.
I mean, I get it. Romance options in a CRPG is the ante. I get that. Really. Ow. a boss there.
May I trust a guide? I bet that dwarf is waiting at the compound.
Yeah. Cullen's like, no, I'm good, thanks. Oh, and for those of you who weren't there for the last time we discussed this point, anti-design is a concept where the moment someone has done something with regards to like a genre or a type of game or even a specific company of a game, it becomes considered normal and therefore expected. The ante has been upped. That's where the term comes from. So, back in the day, Baldur's Gate, I believe, added the romance options and the ante was upped, and now it's considered standard. Whether that's true or valid or otherwise doesn't matter, because it is the standard. That is a true statement. Yes, we must romance Aveline. Donic isn't good enough for her. Let's go meet the Arishok, shall we?
So, what do you do, Aveline?
You know I'm a guard. Why are you asking?
I mean in your off-duty hours, for fun. You've heard of it, I hope.
These are my off-duty hours.
And the trend of you scaring the piss out of me continues.
Yeah. I mean, I guess we could have Fenris with us. Where are we at? Romance Sebastian. No, I don't hate myself that much.
I don't like some of the people you've been associating with, Carver.
Talk to my sister. She's the one in charge.
Maybe, but I know you get around. This city's full of people who are dead set on ending badly. I don't want to see you end up the same way.
Would asking you to stop spying on me help in the least?
No.
She's quite honest about it. That's right, I could be a queen! Dark and beautiful as the sea, treacherous as the dawn. Yes, I know I'm quoting it incorrectly. All shall love me and despair.
You could do worse, Hawk. It's a roof.
Thanks.
Hard to believe they left me nothing.
Well, Mother was pretty steamed when you ran off with your Ferelden Apostate.
I'm still their daughter, their eldest.
Oh yeah, so I don't remember when they say this, but this family line, also the same family line that canonically birthed the Ferelden warrior hero, if you're a mage, had spent generations trying to breed magic out of their family because bloodlines. And then she went off and married a mage.
Get out of my face! Your mother's bad enough. I don't need you nagging me.
Nice guy.
My children have been in servitude for a year. They should be nobility.
If wishes were poppy, we'd all be dreaming.
You mean this is real? No wonder I can't wake up.
And here I thought that Ferelden you ran off with was a mage, not a jester. Your mother was supposed to marry the Comte de Launcey, and instead she ran off with some Ferelden apostate. You don't get to stay the favorite when you do that.
Where is Father's will? If I could just see for myself.
It's not here, all right? It was read, it went in the vault. No one needed to look at it again.
I know the Amels were nobility, Mother, but not much else. Why don't you ever talk about them?
The Amels have been a noble family in Kirkwall since Garahel drove out the Fourth Blight. But we've always carried magic in our blood. The hero of Ferelden was one of ours, you know. One of my cousin Revka's children. The Circle took them all. It's been a stain on our lineage. No family of good standing would ever marry into a line with magic. When I chose your father, I was bringing more magic into our line, not less. I think that's what hurt my parents the most.
Did Grandfather mention Mother in his will at all?
Our father died when you were still in Pinafores, girl. You can hardly expect me to remember.
Oh, of course not. Why should you do something reasonable?
Please, Uncle. We have a right to see it for ourselves.
Maybe so. But you won't be seeing the bloody thing. It's still locked up on the estate, and that's long out of my hands.
What daft bastard leaves that behind?
It was old news. You think I've been sitting here for 25 years waiting for Leandra to slink back?
Who bought the estate, Gamlen? Perhaps I could speak to them. Was it the Reinhardts?
No one you know. Get used to Lowtown, sister. That's where we're going to stay.
Gamlen's an interesting case for me as a character, because he's a slimeball and a scumbag and a sleazebag and a slimeball and a slumbug and a slambogue. Skeezbag. A sklumbarg. But the point is, he still actually does put his neck out for us several times. It's strange. I suppose this just could be you're supposed to stick with your family no matter what trope, because Lord knows real life can't get enough of that trope. But it is interesting to me. We do legitimately owe him. We would not have gotten into the city without him. We would not have a place to stay without him. We would not have food without him, etc., right? It's kind of the Rick Berman thing. Rick Berman's a terrible human being, but we wouldn't have Star Trek without him. Quite literally, as I've demonstrated several times. It's just weird things to think about.
Maker, what a mess. I want to make things better for Mother, but some of what Gamlen says, I'm having a hard time hating him. Playing caretaker for someone else's life. Stuck in their shadow. That's no way to live.
Something you need to say?
Look, if you want to join the fight over who lost the most, fine. But I never lived here. Mother even gave me her old key to try and stir something. But I didn't know Grandfather. Finding his will doesn't matter to me.
She tried her best to give us what we need. I think she's due the same.
Oh, I see her side. Gamlen's definitely an arse. But it's not like we can just ask slavers to give back that life.
What have you heard?
Uncle's a chatty drunk. He was up to his neck and signed everything over. That's who has the estate. Apparently, the most extensive wine cellar in Kirkwall is now a slave highway from the Undercity.
Sweet.
That's the family legacy.
That sounds like an arrangement that needs to change.
And what if it does? We still aren't important enough to actually live in the place.
Baby steps, Carver.
All right, sister. If the key works, we'll clear the estate from the Undercity up. I don't know if this will help, but I do feel like hitting someone.
25. I actually just looked up the timeline just now. We are 25 years old canonically, as of this moment. As of this moment in time. I had to think about that for a second. In other words, after the 1-year time skip, to be very clear about that. I mean,
I think this is the same cheese that was here a year ago.
Yeah, probably.
I can't have Mother living in this hole. We've got to get out of here.
Hey, Don. Thank you as always. I have the DLCs. I have no idea why they're not here. Unless they're in here? No? Hang on. Yeah, everything's installed. Ma. Okay, so Carver, obviously. Let's bring Carver's one true love. And, of course, Varric, who also has a permanent slot in my inventory. I mean, in my party. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. We'll have to pay attention to that. Oh, yeah. Listen, Varric, I just need you to come here. Just hold your breath, buddy. Hold your breath. All right.
I've never met a dwarf before.
That's because you've spent too much time frolicking in the woods, Daisy. Dwarves don't frolic.
Dalish don't really frolic either. Not in the woods, anyway.
You have sanctioned frolicking areas?
No, just not in the woods. The trees get jealous.
But you do frolic.
Of course we do. We wouldn't be elves otherwise.
Yeah, thankfully this one actually has a respec. I actually don't even remember how to do it off the top of my head. But I know that 2 has a respec. Probably because Awakening had a respec.
Coming from inside and always so cheerful. But I never know what to do in there.
Have you anything to spare?
See, the game just needs to let us romance everybody. That's what it is. Just everybody. Ah, the Emporium. That's what it is. The Maker's Sigh. They picked the wrong option again. Oh yeah, speaking of the spawning mobs, obviously it's the funniest in the city, which, I mean, duh, right? But my personal favorite take on that is, you remember Mass Effect 3? Where the Cerberus troops is what I'm thinking of specifically. I've always thought the Cerberus troops were like the inspiration, or excuse me, were inspired by this, because they'll just like come straight down from the sky. If you look up, you can see them spawn in the air, and they just come straight down, and then they hover there for a second like this, with their jetpacks. They're like, okay. And then they're ready to fight, and then you kill them instantly. I've always felt that was them being like, oh man, making enemies spawn out of thin air is great, but we need to cover it a little bit more.
There's the dead drop. Hopefully the Wardens will appreciate this.
The Oh god, Star Trek Online's is actually ridiculous. So in STO, enemies spawn by beaming in, even if it makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. Which in many circumstances it does not.
My. If it isn't Hawk.
Good to see you again, Elegant.
Lady Elegant, if you don't mind. I'm a married woman now. Last time we met, you were still in Athenral's employ. Things have been going well since then?
Could be better. Could be worse.
I often feel the same way. You may recall I sometimes provided potions for Athenral.
I'd be willing to extend you the same courtesy if you like. All I ask is you inform me of any interesting reagents you find. In exchange, I'll approach my contacts on your behalf. And of course you'll need the appropriate recipes, such as this one. Free, for old time's sake.
Thanks. I suppose we should talk about this. Damn it, Lord Fairmont. Yeah. Oh yeah, by the way, to talk about the population thing, you're asking how big Kirkwall is. I looked it up. The official population of Ferelden, as in the whole country, is 1 million people. Chew on that as much as you'd like. Anyways, the crafting system. So rather than going out and gathering resources, what you do is you go out and you unlock resources, which is an interesting system. It's a little bit less involved, but at the same time, in my experience, it usually involves less padding. You know, less meandering, less backtracking, you know, blah, 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 blah. So I'm kind of more in favor of the idea of we have unlocked 4 elf roots, we have unlocked 1 embrium. Later on, we will unlock 1 ambrosia. And then, now that we have those unlocked, we can do whatever requirements are fulfilled by that. So if there was a potion, we don't have one. But if we had a potion that required 4 elf root and 1 embrium right now, we could make it, right? Just little stuff like that. Yeah, exactly, Lord Harriman. That's why I kind of like this system, and I think I might put this under the quality of life changes. And I'll debate that a little bit more. I'll put some question marks there so I can track it later. I don't know the population of Kirkwall. I didn't look that up.
Greetings, my lady. You look like a woman who'd appreciate the finest rubies from Antiva raising her lovely neck. I bring only the best northern merchandise to the free marches.
Yeah, no.
Actually, I'm more interested in your son.
My lady, I'm a bachelor. I've never met a woman of sufficient beauty and charm to tie Vincento down. Let us not ruin the day with such weighty thoughts. Perhaps I could show you my silks.
We're not Templars, Sirrah. Fenris has nothing to fear from us.
Maldición, you are a mage.
Yeah.
I suppose you'd be kind then to a boy who resists being taken in by Templars?
To an elf-blooded child abandoned by his human father? Of course we would.
The boy's in over his head. So I sent him to the only man I know who doesn't despise mages. A former Templar named Samson.
Why would a Templar help him?
His conscience plagues him, having served the Templars too long. He now helps mages on the run. He stays out of sight during the day. At night, he stays near Darktown. That's the best place to find him.
No, you're right, Crazy Norse, because most people, and I used to do this, tend to relate modern population numbers to old population numbers. I usually do that nowadays just to try and get across the variance. To try and explain how much more people there are now than there used to be.
That's
Sorry.
enough. Clear out, you charlatans. Every coin those swindlers nab goes straight to the carter's coffers. They must be stopped.
Okay.
I believe you lost this somewhere.
I thought this was lost. Perhaps it should be. That does not diminish your kindness.
You're welcome. You know, wouldn't you want to live in a place that looks like this on a regular basis? It is kind of funny, isn't it, Lord Aramont?
Not a...
In a way that's probably a story negative.
No refunds on the ashes, friend. If the Maker doesn't favor you, that's between you and him, isn't it?
Follow my
Don't
lead!
say I didn't.
Bobtown. Borderlands 3. Sorry, I've been trying to remember what game it is that has the non-stop spawning enemies of ridiculousness that was bothering me. Other than this one, it's Borderlands 3.
Hey there, lovely.
I have never seen a game be more literal about monster closets than that one. And the best part is they can't be targeted until they have completely finished the animation of leaving. And then usually like another second afterwards because that game was coded by monkeys.
Those charlatans won't be bothering anyone again.
Did you say something? I didn't hear you. And clumsy me. I seem to have dropped a coin purse in your hand.
Aww. I'm so sorry. Don't worry, I'll make sure it goes to good purposes. I sometimes wonder if they were deliberately aping is the wrong word. Following on the design of Baldur's Gate 2 with this whole segment. For those of you who don't remember, in Baldur's Gate 2, the early part of the game is marked by make 10,000 gold. I think it's 10,000. Pretty sure it's 10,000. Anyways, point being.
Walk in peace.
Yeah, And there's a lot of ways to do that, and there's obviously more gold. Is it 20,000? You have to get a chunk of gold together. And there's a lot of ways to do that, and there's more gold available than that. And honestly, I think it's one of the better decisions they made with that particular game, because it just kind of bakes into itself a very natural, logical reason why you're running around just doing random quests and adventuring. And I'm with it. Oh, God. I know what you mean, Below Alex. No, come back. Come back. Stop running. Ah!
For the help earlier, Varric.
You made it back to the alienage in one piece, then?
I don't know how I wound up in Darktown. There are just too many corners in Kirkwall.
Still got that ball of twine?
I left it at my house. Don't worry, I won't get lost while we're following Hawk.
Bring it next time, Daisy. Just in case.
Hey, Franz. Yorick?
No, it's good in Imperial Star Destroyer. We're just kind of roaming and, playing normally.
I think you let this get away from you.
You just...
I mean, we only need 80 sovereigns. We're already over a quarter of the way there.
Just the way I like it.
That's probably because a lot of his dialogue was written out of order, as it usually is in these kind of games. If you pay attention to his dialogue and his presentation in... Excuse me, not his presentation. In the early part of the game, in the plot stuff, you could see the used car salesman things. If you listen to his banter stuff, which is obviously written later after they've already codified the characters, you could see how he's a lot more, Varric. I don't remember von Falkenstein. Someone said we need to get rid of Aveline. Plus, we needed to make sure that Carver and his one true love are here. Oh yeah, by the way, if you thought that other place was the slums, no. These are the slums.
I'm gonna have to do some shopping upstairs pretty soon.
Take what I like.
Yeah, bad goes down, as I am fond of saying.
This doesn't seem very nice at all, does it?
What in the world? Can I help you? What's wrong with? Probably ISD. Although, I've said this before, I kind of like the visuals of this game. Better than the first game. I imagine it will score better on that side of things. Like, I'd be legitimately surprised if it doesn't. The only downside is the fact that there's just not a lot of variety. We've already talked about that several times.
This is yours, if I'm not mistaken.
Shh. I can't.
Tom Wise?
Huh? Oh, Hawk. Haven't seen you since we did that job together for Fenris. Been a while. Heard you're going on some expedition into the deep roads. And right into Darkspawn territory. Sure that's wise?
We can't all make a living in the Undercity.
Just watch your back. That's all I'm saying. Say, you still in the market for some poisons? Fenris's scarce these days. And the Qunari have their own mixers. You find any rare reagents and want me to whip you up something, just let me know. In fact, since you're an old friend, here's a recipe. My speciality.
Thanks.
Everyone needs an edge sometimes, right?
So now we can make some stuff. Cool. And same general concept as the other crafting.
Is the real dark.
So here's a random question. Let's say you live in this setting. No, don't kill yourself. No. Okay. Now that we've survived that, would you rather try to make a living down here in the slums, or try to make an expedition into the Dark Roads? Let's assume it's possible. Like, you have the ability to do that. Which would you go for?
This looks like the place. If the cellars go this far, maybe we were important.
Damn it, Dakota! No! Stop! I mentioned this because I would take the Darkspawn. Now, I have personal history coloring that, but I stand by that. It's essentially, do you want the slow, gradual rot of living in the slums? Or do you want the extremely risky chance of being able to get something better? That's kind of what it boils down to. And to be clear, if you go into the Darkspawn, you're probably going to die slowly and horribly. You know, if you get tainted, or if they, rip you apart, physically tear you limb from limb. That's a thing that can happen, Like, it's not a pleasant thing. I'm not trying to upsell it. It's awful. But the alternative is just kind of living in the slums for the rest of your life. Excuse me, the second slums, because that's where we're at. We're tiering these at this point. I need to sell soon. Don't let me forget.
Get ready!
Well, I was assuming, you, Lord Harriman. So, for example, I am not female, so I am more likely to take that bargain because of the fact that I'm not female. I don't particularly want to be a brood mother. I know that's shocking. Oh, I already told you, Jordan. I would take the Dark Roads. I would take the extremely risky, dangerous chance rather than just kind of slowly die. No, it's nice, Easel Games. I do actually prefer 4x3 just generally. I don't mind 16x9. It's not the end of the world, but I'll take 4x3 when I can. And it's nice to be able to play a game which actually,
Everyone stay still and try not to make any loud noises.
Yeah.
Looks like a fight.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, what are you doing?
You do get results, don't you?
Okay, so we're getting to the point where we're getting a little full here. See if we can make some room. Oh, hey, we can put on our gloves now. Yay! So someone asked earlier, how am I feeling Mage? I already prefer two-handed Mage. And wow, Lord. Dreaded Warrior to this. But that's okay. You know, that's a good point, Wandering Doll. You've got this. You... Damn, those are actually better right now. It depends on what lightsabers are, which I know isn't really an answer, Warcraft code. But, as is so common, that has changed several times over the years. The companion armor situation. It's probably going to be a wash. I know that sounds straight. Like, let me go ahead and say that I tend to be in favor of streamlining in general in games. But the problem with that is there is a difference between streamlining and removing, right? So I'm not sure what I think of it in this exact case. So let me explain this. Yeah, no kidding, Wandering Doll. There's the companion armor. It's the one companion armor. It just sits there. You see those little 4 pips underneath it? That's how you upgrade it. You can still give them accessories, as you can see on the right over here. But that's it. Like that's the companion armor. By contrast, we have, you know, helmet, gloves, armor, boots. That also means all helmets, gloves, armor, and boots are for us only. We can only equip them ourselves. Everybody else just gets, you know, the companion armor. Let me start by saying I'm not in favor of it, but I don't think I'm particularly against it. I'll have to debate as we go through this. I don't mind streamlining when it's actual streamlining, put simply. And yeah, how it scales, how we get access to the upgrades, there's specifics here that matters.
That has to be the vault. If there's anything to learn about the family, that's where it is.
I really need to hit some vendors.
So this is it. Grandfather's will. Let's just take it back to Mother and be done with it.
I don't think there's any point in delaying the news.
So I'm just saying, blood's blood and all, but you are taking advantage of my hospitality. It's only fair if you make something of a monthly contribution.
You sold my children into servitude. Now you're asking me to pay rent?
Maybe just put something towards food.
We found the will.
Grandfather left everything to Mother and us. I guess he had some sense after all. See for yourself.
I should... maybe...
To my daughter Leandra, and all children born of her. The estate in Hightown and all associated revenues.
I don't want to keep coming down like I don't think Gamlen isn't a piece of crap. But him asking for us to contribute money towards, you know, monthly expenses isn't really out of bounds, to be very blunt. Especially since we are a very skilled and strong combatant in lore who just got out of a lucrative gig and has plenty of odd jobs going around on the side. We should be able to pony over a few silvers to be able to keep ends meet, right? Like, that doesn't bother me. And yet the game tries to slant it as if he's being a slimeball for asking for that, as opposed to all the other things that he's actually a slimeball for, right? I don't know, random thoughts.
Check out the part where Gamlen is left only a stipend, to be controlled by you.
Gamlen, how could you?
You're the one who ran away, Leandra. What happened to love is so much more important than money.
It is!
You didn't even come home for the funeral.
The twins were a week old.
We all have our burdens. Mine was looking after a life you abandoned. How long was I supposed to wait?
Yeah. This is one of the things I like about Gamlen as a character. He's not one-dimensional. He's only two-dimensional, but still, I think that's worthy of jotting down here. To be completely honest, our mother is a little bit less... I guess the word I'm looking for is reasonable than he is. Like, she has less real-life experience. I'm trying to think how to explain this. I could use a real-life parallel, but maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should leave that one alone. Yeah, he's not Udina, right? He's not a prick about it. Ugh! But, like... Hang on. God damn it. Alright, let's move this. Sorry, I gotta move a couple things. Give me just a second. Yeah, sheltered. That's a good word, right? I know someone in real life who's not a bad sort, right? Nothing wrong with them. They're fine. But they just do not understand what hardship feels like. And that kind of colors a lot of their perceptions and opinions on things. And you probably know the type of person I'm referring to, because there's a decent chance you've encountered one yourself. Like, when you decided to just vacation in Europe for a month, because you can, maybe think about that for a minute. Now, what Meadfist brings up is the weird part. She so clearly acts like someone who is sheltered. After all, she was able to just walk away from all her obligations and requirements in order to go marry the person she loved instead of the person she was betrothed to. Yeah, that is someone who is speaking from a perspective of privilege. But then she continues to be sheltered 27-odd years later. Like, you lived in Ferelden, lady.
If it wasn't for the Blight, would we ever have come back here?
I always thought I would. But I suppose you three are Ferelden to your toes.
Look, sister, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done it, but I did. And there's nothing I can do to get it back.
I don't expect that, Gamlen. It's enough to know Mother and Father didn't die angry. I'll petition the Viscount for rights to reclaim the estate. Make her willing, you'll have your house back within weeks.
You don't have the coin or standing to even get an audience with the Viscount. You've got to be someone in this city to live in that house again.
Then I had better get started.
Honestly, agreed, Meadfist. This goes back to that Darkspawn question. Would you rather live in Ferelden or the slums? Yeah. Anyways. Let's go find a frickin' vendor, shall we? Does anybody know this game well enough to tell me where a vendor is who sells bags? Because I could use one, like, right now. Oh, taking a drink. Thank you, Bregman. Or Legion Choke. What's the difference? No, I think I agree with you on that, Trihexia. Dark Epiphany. What? What? Oh, there we go. Ooh. I just want you to know, Bregwin, I am turbo jealous of your diet. Having the time to actually cook every day, that's just, well. Okay, so let's just hit Lowtown. Ah, thank you, Imperial Star Destroyer. Naturally, I just went to the wrong place. Let's see. There are a couple of vendors here. Let's check them, see quick.
For my sake, please quit cutting through the alleys in Lowtown alone at night.
Nothing ever happens. I'm perfectly safe, Varric.
Yes, I know. And that nothing is costing me a fortune.
That's actually one of my favorite Varric quotes in the entire game, right there.
Walk in peace. Good day.
Alright, so let's just get rid of all of this, because it's all crap. Get rid of all that. Hey, it's Avernus's experimental draught. Oh yeah, we should actually drink that. Consume. There we go. I feel so much better. Still all junk. There we go. There we go. Okay. What do you have to sell? Oh, never mind. That's silver, not gold. Okay, I'm wrong. I'm dumb. I'm dumb. Don't mind me. While we're here. It was this year, Easel Games. I forget when exactly, though, to be honest with you. It was a request when we were in the middle of really doing the highlight reels. Like every VOD. Hey, backpack. Boop. And an extra room slot for Varric, which is absolutely worth it. Eh. Okay. Yeah, the only technical issue I've had with Dragon Age 2 is one that gives it triple negative because it's so terrible I will never play this game again. Also, I feel like Gigapudding might be one of the weirdly large number of people who insist we should be able to romance our siblings in this game. We need to have a chat, Giga.
So, you're not like a lot of other girls?
No, I'm an elf.
Right. All right then.
Oh, did I miss something dirty?
What? No, it wasn't dirty. It wasn't anything.
Oh, right. Because I miss a lot of dirty things, and sometimes I wouldn't mind hearing them.
Would you now?
Oh my god.
Hear you're having problems with the bone pit. I can help.
Ah, finally someone comes to help me. You look a bit unseasoned, but I hope you'll do. I had to suspend operations. My workers are lost in the mines or have run off. Served me right for hiring Ferelden refugees. I sent others before, but no word. Perhaps they are putting me off. I need someone competent to figure out what is going on.
Your first mistake was naming your mine the Bone Pit.
The locals named the mine. Those fools say it's cursed. That is why I hire Fereldens. They may be dull-witted, but they're not superstitious.
Mind what you say about my countrymen.
I was not referring to you, of course. My workers are a particularly desperate sort. They're lucky to work for me. Few in Kirkwall will hire refugees.
I mean, he's right. Most people don't hire refugees. That doesn't, you know, excuse things, but it's still true.
Surely the miners had good reason to leave.
I am at a loss. No miner has reported in, and no one takes me seriously.
You said some of your workers are Ferelden.
Of course. Who else would be pathetic enough?
Yes, all of them. An unruly lot, to be sure.
I'll head there soon.
The sooner the better. Each day the mine is not running costs me more than those miners make in a year. The bone pit is just outside the city. Any map will show it.
And there's that backpack. Yay! Only 3 to go.
Surely an adventurer has need of a good tailor.
Or, nope, I'm going the wrong way. Dora the Explorer has a backpack song?
2 more passes to go.
I mean, I suppose that shouldn't surprise me. It's Dora the Explorer. She probably has a song for everything.
Here? And Arana Tishan's sister.
Well, that was interesting.
Taffy! Taffy, here go!
You look like you need help.
You there, Ferelden. I wish to speak with you. I've heard you have dealings with certain elements in the city. You can get things done on the sly, as they say.
That's a fancy way to put it.
I am a magistrate in this city, and as such, I wish to hire you for a small, albeit important, job. A man I sentenced to a life in prison has escaped custody. He's been tracked to an abandoned ruin outside the city. I'd like you to retrieve the fugitive and hand him over to the guard.
Why is there such a clamor to catch this man? What has he done?
He's escaped. That's reason enough to catch him.
Okay.
We're both intelligent people. There's something in the ruins, isn't there?
There is something, yes. There are creatures in the ruins. The guards I sent are ill-equipped to deal with such beasts.
It would be easier to seal up the entrance and let the beasts take care of him.
I believe in justice, Ferelden. Not unbridled slaughter. I will not let prisoners be eaten just because I don't want to get my hands dirty.
I figured that was you, Easel Games. But I was about to ask just to be sure, because it's like, Because it doesn't tell me.
Do you know what manner of beasts they are?
I don't know what they look like. I've never seen one myself. The guards say these things have already torn through a full company of men.
That's about 100 people. Which normally I'd be impressed by, but this is Dragon Age 2, so that's just an afternoon.
I'm sure if you send in enough men this time, they'd do fine.
No. The more guards who know, the easier it is for this to get out. Those men gossip like old fishwives.
Alright.
I'll take the job.
Bring the fugitive in alive, quickly and quietly. Not only will you be well paid, you'll have the gratitude of a city magistrate. Useful for a refugee, wouldn't you agree?
Yep. Politics. Got it. And thank you, Easel Games. And I should have just cut off like right there. Let's see here. Give me a second to write that down. Yeah, you know what's going to be sad? I think I'm going to give exactly as many negatives to the limited party size as I did Origins, because I've been thinking about it, and the more I think about it, the more I think that there is just as much, worthwhile content that we miss out. Like, not really quests, but the amount of dialogue and comments, which also usually prompts additional comments from the NPCs. Never mind the banter, which is actually really good in this game. Like, we miss out on a lot because of the limited party size in this one. That's not great, And once again, that's one of the advantages of this being a run I am familiar with. So let's go towards trails. Sky, I assume. And it's Vesperia, right? Yeah, no, banter vids. Yeah, there's a reason banter vids are so damned huge. That's right. No, not Vesperia. Come on, pay attention more. Berseria. Zestiria. There we go. I think that's it for the moment. Yes, let's get out of here. That's true, Jesse Ward. 15 pluses to everything. I mean, the Tales of games do not know how to name themselves, but that's not a thing exclusive to them, is it? Hang on, so we can warp to our house now. We need to get Varric out of the party. For the only time in the game. Alright, I just leave. I'm just poking fun, Jesse Ward.
Really like the Hawk family.
Why do you say that?
You came all the way from Lothering with them, didn't you? And they're not even your clan.
Humans don't have clans, Merrill.
Exactly. You came so far together, and you didn't even have a keeper to make you get along.
So your keeper tells you to stop kicking each other, or she'll turn the Arabella around?
Sometimes she also warns us to stop pulling hair.
Yeah, that sounds about right from what I know about the Dalish. Where is it? Where is it? I think it's right there. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Maybe later, darling.
Loverly place. Hopefully we're about to get Isabella.
And that's a fact, is it? Think about it. Why would it start in Ferelden? A dirty backwater full of dogs and the occasional sheep. It took decades for the other blights to run their courses. This one? Less than 2 years, don't you see? It never happened. It was all a Ferelden ploy.
Yep, that's right. Ferelden is so expert that we faked a blight, killed thousands and thousands of our own people.
I would like to know more about being a guard, Aveline.
I don't think that's the job for you.
I know, but it might help me not get caught.
You probably shouldn't have said that part.
Why?
Just... never mind.
Hi, Varric.
So, here's the thing. We need to find a way into the deep roads. Bartrand can lead us to the right place once we're down there, but we need a good entrance.
Any entrance would do, wouldn't it? Well, unless a dragon's sitting in it, I suppose.
We need an entrance that's close to our destination, but isn't already plundered or filled with darkspawn. Fortunately, I've received some new information. There's a Grey Warden in the city. If anyone knows how to get down there, it'll be him.
Great.
Why would a Grey Warden know that?
The Wardens don't just fight darkspawn. They forge into the deep roads all the time. And if he doesn't know, he might be able to point us to those who do.
Are there any other options?
None at the moment. Bartrand had an entrance lined up, but it was a bust. I'll keep looking, but if we don't find something, we'll have a fancy expedition with nowhere to go.
Sounds like you have it all planned out, Varric.
And that, Messer, is why I'm here. Supposedly, this Grey Warden came in with some other Ferelden refugees not long ago. A Lowtown woman named Lorene has been helping the Fereldans. We talked to her. Maybe we learn where he is. I'll keep after my contacts, see if I can drum up any other work.
How did he get in, by the way? We spent a year getting in, and we had a contact. Like, we got lucky. That sounds like a fantastic game, Mr. Red. That sounds like such a good game. I want to play that right now.
Your people came a long way, Merrill. But I'd like to think we have Ferelden in common.
I never saw Lothering. Did you walk as much as we did? Probably more. You didn't start with Hala. Our ship stunk.
Your ship?
There was something foul in the hold. Oh, I can still smell it.
Oh, well, that must have been unpleasant.
It was. Did I miss another dirty thing?
No.
Okay, just checking. Being thorough, you know. Yeah, it's probably a corpse. It's fine. It's fine. It's normal.
Will everyone please just step back? My mother's in labor. The baby's come early. Can anyone help her? I'll send word to the healer, but...
My son's hurt bad. Can't overturned on him in the blasted bone pit.
Everyone in your turn. I promise we have donations coming in. There will
probably Wandering Doll. Although, if you think about it, that almost makes it worse, doesn't it? Because the implication, then, is that Anders got in before we did. Which makes even less sense. Well, here, have some money.
If you're seeking aid, leave your name with my girl. We serve everyone here. No one came from Ferelden without trouble. But I can't give priority to anyone who's already found work and lodging.
Actually, I'm looking for someone.
I hear you know where I can find a Ferelden Grey Warden.
Only Ferelden Grey Warden I've heard of slew the Archdemon to save us all. Fat lot they care here. We're out of the Blight's path now. Why would you need a warden?
The healer was one of them once, wasn't he? A warden?
Well, he's not now, and busy enough without answering fool questions about it.
Then I'll only ask very smart questions.
I do not joke, Sirrah. You see what our people face in Kirkwall. They have no jobs, no homes. Most can barely buy bread. This healer, he serves them without thought for coin. He's closed their wounds, delivered their children.
He sounds very busy. We won't be any trouble, we promise.
He's a good man. I won't lose him to the blighted Templars.
This is a good time to mention that this really talks this guy up, whoever he is, as if he's like this really kind, caring, loving person, which... I mean...
You mean he's a mage?
Would I stick my neck out for some purveyor of hensbane and leeches?
Oh, perish the thought. Another delicate mage flower.
He doesn't want to be locked in the gallows just for using the gifts the Maker gave him.
Your healer is in no danger from me.
Right. Perfectly safe if he cooperates.
I suppose it isn't my secret to keep. Anders has certainly been free enough with his services. Refugees in Darktown know, to find the healer, look for the lit lantern. If you have need enough, Anders will be within.
Is there any flour? We've been out for a week. The children are eating sawdust.
And yeah, it's... We get an impression of what some of the characters do when they're not running around with us. We don't really get a lot of impressions on that from Anders by memory. Like, not a lot of insight.
We heard you in there, asking about the healer.
Yeah.
We know what happens to mages in this town. And it ain't gonna happen to him.
You want him safe? Don't pick fights with other Fereldans while the Templars are after us all.
Ferelden? But you're clothes. I figured you for a Kirkwaller, sorry. Make her bless the rule of our Queen Honora.
Yeah, Honora's so great. I'm so glad she's queen.
Do you miss it? Ferelden, I mean.
No.
Sometimes.
Blackberries. They don't seem to grow here. And there were little songbirds with black caps on their heads.
I sort of missed the dogs barking.
Yes. It's mostly been humans barking at me here. Not nearly as cute.
I don't know, I kind of hate the sound of dogs barking, but I know I'm like in the severe minority on that. Alright, let's go get Anders. The Grey Wardens are the elite organization of the setting, but they're also kind of specifically there to deal with the unique threat of the setting, which is the Darkspawn. The game treats them like adventurers, or guardians, or of course I can't think of any other example. You know what I mean, right? There's always like that one group of the elite adventuring type, which usually contains the party, like the Spectres over in Mass Effect, that kind of a thing, right? So the games tend to treat the Grey Wardens as if they're that, and there's a reason for that. Yeah, Jedi, that's another good example. But the Grey Wardens are specifically in-universe here to stop Darkspawn, and they are uniquely suited to fight Darkspawn. Because they are immune to the taint, which is fatal, like, universally. In fact, Aveline lost her husband to that. They can sense darkspawn, but also vice versa, and they can permanently kill archdemons. So they're kind of necessary for the survival of the setting. But you can see why, given that, they do contain the rep that they do. And it makes sense that at the very least, they would have some sway, because they're Grey Wardens. First thing we see of Anders is him healing a kid. Weird to think about the fact that this is his introduction.
I have made this place a sanctum of healing and salvation. Why do you threaten it?
I'm sorry, what?
Strange occupation for a warden. Aren't you more about taint and death? Not healing and salvation.
Did the warden send you to bring me back? I'm not going. Those bastards made me get rid of my cat. Poor Sir Pouncelot. He hated the deep roads.
Yeah? I'm pretty sure most people hate the deep roads, so, I mean... Anyways, yeah, this is... Let's just get the elephant out of the way right now, okay? This isn't Anders. Now, who it is a lot more debatable, but it's not Anders. The writers were changing their minds about things. They wanted things to go in a certain way. They were trying to change how some fundamental aspects of the setting worked, and just... There's this whole thing, right? This is not Anders in every way that matters, any more than Merrill back there is the Merrill from Dragon Age Origins. It's almost the same situation, right? Yeah, his personality is different. His goals and motives are different. Even his perspective on the exact same issue has completely flip-flopped. I actually bothered to show this off on camera when we did the Wind quest. Do you remember that back in Awakening? Where Anders said, "Oh my god, shut down the circle. That's insanity. All that's going to do is cause everyone to try and hunt and kill us or lead to a new march. That would be awful." Anyways. Now, here's where we get into debatability. It's very clear this is not Anders, but is it in-universe not Anders or out-of-universe not Anders? And that we're not sure about, because Dragon Age 2 has no problem completely retconning several people and completely changing their personality, right? Hell, we even saw that in Awakening with Oghren. Thank you for the example, Kira White Noise. So, whether this is the writers changing their mind on someone, like with Merrill back there, or because of the fact that he has a spirit that is now embodying within him, his personality has changed, who knows? Of all of the many, many interviews I've seen about this game, I haven't actually seen a whole lot to really indicate which it is. So, shrug. There you go. There's the elephant. We've addressed it. Now, whether or not Anders gets a negative for external continuity or not, I think I will probably not go ahead and give an external continuity negative for Anders specifically. As a reminder, an external continuity thing is not whether or not it's changed. That's irrelevant, as weird as that may sound. It's whether or not it's changed for the better or changed for the worse. That's what actually matters. Having said that, I do not like Anders in this game at all. I kind of want him to die in a fire. We will naturally be keeping him around quite a bit in order to make sure that he is present. So here's the deal with the Velana thing. There's actually a surprisingly large amount of evidence that this was supposed to be Velana. But there is nothing confirmed, and once again, we've got a lot of interviews about the writing and creative staff about Dragon Age 2. They've been pretty open about the development of this game. And nobody's actually... yes, you can play 12. Nobody's actually said that this was supposed to be Velana. Although that we know that Velana was supposed to be in Dragon Age 2, which is not the same thing. So, shrug on that front. Either way, let me go ahead and jot down right now a negative to character for Anders. We're just going to put that in the books. And we're going to move on.
You had a cat named Sir Pouncelot in the Deep Roads.
He was a gift. A noble beast. Almost got ripped in half by a Genlock once. He swatted the bugger on the nose. Drew blood, too. The blighted warden said he made me too soft. I had to give him to a friend in Amaranthine.
Oh yeah, that's another thing. This is a new voice actor for Anders. This is strange because, so, the voice actor for the original Anders was the same voice actor as Cullen. So, for whatever reason, they decided to change it here, even though they obviously had access to the actor for Cullen, because Cullen is in this game. And it's not like BioWare has ever had any problems with making one actor play multiple roles, right? So, I have absolutely no idea why they decided to just swap the actor on Anders on this. I'm very confused by that. Anyways.
So you came to Kirkwall just to escape the wardens?
You say that like it's a small thing. Yes. I'm here because there's no warden outpost, no darkspawn, and a whole host of refugees to blend in with. And some reasons of my own.
No. I don't think so, Panka, no. Unless that was a while ago, in which case, yes.
I've always heard that joining the wardens is for life.
That's only partly true. The hopelessly tainted by the Darkspawn and plagued by nightmares about the archdemon parts don't go away. But it turns out if you hide well, you don't have to wear the uniform or go to the parties.
Okay, in that case, no, Panka. Because when I really was doing my research for these games was about 7 years ago when I did the lore run.
I'm part of an expedition into the Deep Roads. Any information you have could save people's lives.
I will die a happy man if I never think about the blighted Deep Roads again. You can't imagine what I've come through to get here. I'm not interested... Although... a favor for a favor. Does that sound like a fair deal? You help me, I'll help you.
I mean, that's what quests are, yes.
Let's be more specific. I don't do anything involving children or animals.
I have a warden map of the depths in this area. But there's a price. I came to Kirkwall to aid a friend. A mage. A prisoner in the wretched gallows. The Templars learned of my plans to free him. Help me bring him safely past them, and you shall have your maps.
What do the Templars know of your plans?
I don't know. I had been exchanging notes with Carl through a maidservant in the gallows. Then the letters stopped coming.
You want to make your friend an apostate?
That's such a weighted term. Yes, Andraste said magic should serve man, not rule him. But I've yet to find a mage who wants to rule anything.
I have.
It goes against no will of the Maker for mages to live as free as other men.
Oh, yeah. So have you, too.
I doubt the Divine would agree with that.
The Divine is only a mouthpiece for the Chantry. The Maker does not speak through her.
What, you teach the Templars their own faith? They seem pretty devout.
Never mind. I do not seek debate, only your aid.
Oh yeah, and this city is absolutely flooded with blood mages. No, really. We all keep joking, but there are so many blood mages in this city. It's bonkers.
How do you plan to break him out of the gallows?
I'm hoping it won't come to that. I sent Carl a message to meet me in the Chantry tonight. Maker willing, he'll be there, alone. But if there are Templars with him, I swear I'll free him from them, whatever the cost.
Why are there so many blood mages? Actually, it makes perfect sense in lore. First of all, there's the usual problem, which is true everywhere. Then you take tie into the fact that Kirkwall is a dung heap. This is a place that has a slum underneath the other slums. So people get desperate, people get scared, people get hungry. You get that hopelessness baked in, and mages are a lot more willing to listen to the whispers. That, of course, leads people to treat them more harshly, not just in general, like nobility or guards or whatever, but also specifically the Templars. The Templars cracking down more tends to lead to people being more desperate and more afraid and more willing to listen to the whispers. And there you go. Blood mages. Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure, and don't quote me on this, but I'm pretty sure that the veil is also weaker here. I could be misremembering, but I feel like I remember them talking about that a bit. Like, the place is literally cursed. It might just be certain parts of the city, not the city as a whole, though.
What do the Templars know of your plans?
I don't know. I had been exchanging notes with Carl through a maidservant in the gallows. Then the letters stopped coming.
Right, I already saw that. I will help my fellow mages.
I would help any mage in such circumstances. Map or no.
Better make this good. We're risking a lot if we anger the Templars.
I welcome your aid. I have already sent word for Carl to meet me in the Chantry tonight. Join us there, and we'll ensure that no matter who is with him, we all walk away free.
Yeah. Hey, rivalry with carvers. Woo! Oh god, I know, Kira, why not? Why would you ever build your circle in the gallows, specifically? Just... Ugh. Lotario says, if Baldur's Gate 4 comes out, when they have to incorporate a canon? That's a good question. Tell me this, Lotario. What's the canon Baldur's Gate 2 in Baldur's Gate 3? In short, no, they do not have to do that. There are a couple of individual choices from Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, and mostly 2's expansion, which are mentioned briefly in 3. But otherwise, you know. They just kind of gloss over the specifics. Yep, we're going to raise Carver's rivalry as far as we can. Okay, so we did that. That's there.
So, someone dropped off a message for you. It's on the desk.
Thank you.
Not before he gave it a shake to see if there were coins inside.
I was worried they would fall out.
Gamlin, buddy. If I could say one last thing in defense of Gamlin, and this is going to be the last thing in defense of Gamlin, he could be worse. I know how pathetic of a defense that is, but it's still true. Think about all of the absolutely, truly, horrifically evil people in this city, in this game. Gamlin is, like, on this end of things. You know? There is no GIF playing. Why isn't it playing? He's way over here. We get so much worse than this guy. Just so much worse. Just... Ah! Why am I not getting the GIF? No, we haven't really talked about the mechanic yet. But what we have talked about is that I'm a moron. Yeah, he's drunk, foolish, and a gambler, and he's a bit of a prick. But that's it. And I know, again, that sounds like, oh, that's it. But no, I mean, again, it's like I talked about with Merrill. There's a curve here, right? There's a bell curve. Gambling's not as bad as some of the other crap we deal with. Sorry, that's it. I just wanted to comment on that. Sorry, give me 1 second. I need to do something really quick. Oh, what month is this? September. I mean, to be clear, Gamlin is still a piece of crap. But yeah, he's not actually evil, right? Like, we understand that evil goes down from this. Till achievement is unlocked. We'll see, Savacom. Let's see. So FF1 comparison, FF4 comparison, and 4 Heroes of Light. I forgot that was even on the list. Thank you, Savacom. For real. Very, very much. Always endeavor. Appreciate, man. Thank you. Thank you. It is there, Jesse Ward, yes. And I put that towards the FF1, 4 comparison things, and 4 Heroes of Light. Yes, I would, Gum Gum, absolutely. Okay, so we need you two, obviously. But it's Varric. Must bring Varric. Okay, whatever. We can't not have Varric in the party, right? I mean, it's Varric.
You remind me of Harin Pyvel Varric, only younger and shorter, and not as serious.
So, it's a close resemblance, then.
Well, he tells stories, and you tell stories. Although none of his begin, "No shit, there I was."
I'll have to give him some better stories, then.
Listen, I just want to lose myself in that chest hair gigapudding. While away, long, lonely night. Intertwining my fingers through the hair and just kind of running them up and down the hair chest. Oh, sorry. What was I talking about?
Ugh, what is that stench?
Huh. Well, I just lost a sovereign. Didn't think you'd stoop to our kind again.
Neither did I.
Or are you not too proud to make some coin?
No promises, but I'll hear what you have to say.
Since you stormed off, we don't have anyone who can quite work your magic, if you know what I mean. I sent some men to fence a bit of cargo down at the docks. Haven't seen them since. I'd pay good silver for the safe return of them, or the goods.
Or the goods.
Is this anyone I know?
When you left, we had to take on new Ferelden. Volunteers. Lad named Price was leading them. No one of your caliber.
Yes, please stop licking my boots.
Where were they last seen?
They were supposed to meet down by the docks, under cover of darkness. I know you're familiar with the concept.
Want to tell me what you were selling?
We were trying to make a deal with the Carta. Those Orzammar dwarves. They like luxury items. Fine fabrics, a cask of caviar, an aged wine. Anything one can liberate from a high-town merchant.
Consider it a deal.
Good. Go to the docks tonight. My boy Price was supposed to meet our buyers from the Carta there. Maybe you can find out what happened.
Yay! More rivalry with Carver.
What is that?
Yes, give in to the rival side of the Force. Yeah, why would you make deals with the Carta, lady? Do you not? Ah, whatever. What's out here? Oh yeah, the Bone Pit. Deal with that in a minute. Oof. You know, honestly, yeah, Savacom. Hang on, let's test something super quick here. Pretty sure I know, but just real quick. Yep, okay. Just checking. Yeah, don't make deals with demons. Don't make deals with devils. Don't make deals with other demons.
Streets be so dangerous. We should clear these idiot thugs out.
Oh yeah, so we're gonna finally see the infamous, well, yeah. The Templars are the worst part, but, you know. Oh yeah, several people asked who we're gonna back, the Templars or the Mages. Here's the deal. It matters so little in this game. We'll talk more about the specifics later, but it is so irrelevant that I'm not sure I care. Yeah, don't make deals with hags, don't make deals with djinns. Some djinns can be cool. Especially in Forgotten Realms.
Thank you. I thought them Qunari men had me for sure. I guess the whole thing was a trap. There were no dwarves when I went to make the trade. Just Qunari waiting to kill us. They got the rest of the boys. I ran. I was hoping they wouldn't find me here. But they did.
What's a coterie?
Is that Athenril's rival criminal guild or something?
More like she's their rival. A small one at that. What I hear is the coterie controls most crime in Kirkwall. And they don't like competition.
You're a bit young to be doing this.
I'm 15, but I can usually pass for a man. My mama was ripped in two by one of them big horned darkspawn. It's just me and my sisters now. Working for Athenril's the only way to feed the girls.
Why not take what Athenril gave you and start fresh somewhere outside of Kirkwall?
What do you mean? In Lothering, there were always families willing to take in a strong lad and a few girls to help with the cooking. My father was a farmer, before the Darkspawn got him. I'd rather do that than work for Athenril. I'll get my sisters. Please, make sure she doesn't come after us.
Friendship with Carver. Damn it. I'm not sure what I think about Meredith, and unfortunately, the reason why is because I have a feeling that Meredith is one of those inconsistently written characters in this game. If I was willing to give her the benefit of the doubt, I would say that Meredith was always kind of more like Gregor, you know? He seems strict, but actually, that's just his personality. He's willing to let a lot of things slide in the name of trying to, you know, keep things moving and smooth and all that fun stuff. But yeah, then we have to add in the idol, and, well... I don't know, what do you think? Should we be a Jedi or a Blood Mage? Real question. Well, it's one of those things, Caspian. We always have to kind of... This is why I talk about the writer factor so much. I don't think I've played Jedi before. We always have to kind of assume whether or not a writer does something on purpose, right? Like, there are details in Final Fantasy VI that I'm not sure are deliberate. I think they are, because, well, FF6 had a lot of thought and effort put into even the tiniest little details of that game, so it's reasonable to assume that some of that stuff is deliberate, but it might not be. That's true, we can cast Squish. Screw it. I've actually never done Jedi. I've never done Jedi. Let's do it. Force Mage. Let's have fun with it. So let's rearrange our bar a little bit for this. Yeah, that's right. As a Jedi, we can cast no. I feel like I remember someone telling me that Pull of the Abyss was worthwhile. In response to Lord Harrimont. No, exactly, Melkor. Sakaguchi was very detail-oriented, and we know they threw themselves into 6. We know that FF6 was like the big swan song. It was the Halo Reach of the Squaresoft staff, so... Oh, God. Lol. Blow off, Alex. So I want you over here. And let's move. KOTOR is not just janky, so I don't know if the Switch version is playable, but here's the deal. On the PC version, there's not only a game-breaking bug, there's a very hard-to-bypass, cannot continue to play the game-breaking bug in KOTOR. We encountered it years ago. I can't even imagine what it's like now. And I only bring that up because that's always that asterisk, you know? For a game that problematic to play, it's still worth playing, I think. It's still KOTOR. What's the difference, Frisco-born? Hey, Ryman. We have not recruited Fenris, no. We're just kind of roaming and doing side quests, as is our wont.
Always calling and getting rid of idiots. Especially thugs who target the streets just because it's dark.
I mean, this whole game is a side-questy game. That's sort of its nature.
Old Vincento said someone might come sniffing around. You're looking for the boy, right? Feign something. I'll tell you now, there's not much I can do for you.
I'm looking for a retired Templar named Samson.
Retired. Sounds better than burned-out husk of a Templar begging coins in the choke damp. They don't do anything to keep you, you know. You join the Order, you're free to walk away. But they're the only ones who got the dust.
The dust?
Lyrium, an ore the dwarves mine. Magic in its raw form. You need to drink the stuff to face down the magicers. Problem is, if you ever try to stop, it just about kills you.
And yeah, I'm pretty sure that's Gideon Emery.
Is it true you give aid to apostates fleeing the Templars?
The mages I help, they're no more than children, newly discovered their magic and terrified. Barely left their mother's skirts, and now we're saying they got to be locked away for their own good. The demons are hunting them. Do you wonder they run?
Did you meet the boy?
Afraid so. Blighter was dead broke though, not a silver on him. I helped one mageling for free, and I'll never get paid again. I pointed him to a ship captain I know, Rayner. Sometimes he'll take on runaways. Took another apostate last week, girl I sent him. Might have gone wrong though. I heard rumors he took the both of them captive instead.
Please tell me it's not too late to save him.
Rumor has it, Rayner had the pair of them locked inside a Keys warehouse, somewhere close to dockside. You want to go looking, you might find the lad before he gets ransomed to the Templars. Or worse.
Oh, thank God there's no random encounters as I'm going through this random back alleyway at nighttime.
My favorite spot in the whole city. The taverns in Hightown are all owned by the Merchants Guild.
Get ready!
God damn it! I actually thought we were gonna get away with that.
Nice work.
Are you Ansel?
Ah! Sweet mother of Parth. You can't just run up on someone like that. Are you the human Fenris told me about? The one looking for work?
I used to work with a Fenris, if that's what you mean.
Yes, it is. What I mean, that is... My apologies, human. I haven't been on the surface very long. I keep thinking I'll fall up into that sky any minute.
Bartrand used to be like that. Got jumpy every time he stepped outside.
I'd pay to see that.
But I digress. I need some help. Rather badly, in fact. Some product of mine has been misplaced. The men who were supposed to deliver it decided not to. If you retrieve my property, I could reward you handsomely.
Just what did these men steal?
Did I say steal? I don't know if I would go that far. They seemed like perfectly reasonable smugglers. They smiled and everything. The goods are valuable, however, and illegal. And my client wants them very, very badly. You know how these Templars can be.
You're smuggling lyrium to the Templars?
Of course he is. That's just bloody great.
By the Paragons, not so loudly. My word. I'm not cut out for this. I should have taken that job sweeping stables like Mother insisted.
Pays less.
I'll get it back for you.
Must we?
Oh, thank goodness. The gentlemen conduct their business at night in a little hovel within the alienage. If you have to kill them, then I guess it can't be avoided. But I'm sure they'll be reasonable.
Yeah, let's go find some reasonable lyrium smugglers. I'm sure they exist. Somewhere. In Canada. You haven't heard of them. Don't worry, I've got a picture and everything.
Looks like a fight. Be ready.
I've never seen an alien.
I mean, there's only one addiction I'm gonna give Cullen, and that's my dick. Or, I mean, sorry. Oh my god, let me aim. Let me aim. Oh, Carver? Is he a character? Do you exist, Carver? I don't know. I don't have proof that he does. He's usually dead by now.
Let's make this quick.
You should have killed me when you had the chance, Charles. I mean, hi. Alright, take a drink. Take a drink. Remember, we've got the wash. Where did you come from? Where did you come from?
Were they expecting us?
Unhealthy.
Anso's goods are probably in that chest.
And yes, that was an X-Men 2 reference. Good film.
It's empty.
Waste of bloody time. Who put us up to this?
I guess we had no choice but to go back to Anso and tell him.
Yeah, I don't want to overpraise X-Men 2, but in my opinion, it was one of the only... I don't want to phrase it that way. It was one of the better superhero films in the Bronze era of superhero films. Along with Spider-Man 2, consequently. Hi.
That's not the elf. Who is that?
It doesn't matter. We were told to kill whoever enters the house.
Get ready.
Okay, so maybe you should have done that instead of, like, being all impressive and Ike and, you know, being like, we're gonna make a scene. So, you know, you're dead now. It's okay, I can brag because I'm playing on easy. It's a Mushu game. Dynasty Warriors, let's do it. Yeah, I wonder who these mysterious people named to Winter Hunters are from. Oh my god, we actually saw it. They just dropped down from the roof, which I remind you is up there. Yes, I know, they could have come out of the window as well, but like in several cases there's no window there. They just top down from up there. Spider-Man 1 was a film I enjoyed, and I'm unashamed of that, but I have a lot harder time calling it a good film. I mean, Dragon Age Warriors sounds awesome, and we're kind of already playing it, so I suppose my opinion on that is overt.
I don't know who you are, friend, but you made a serious mistake coming here.
Lieutenant, I want everyone in the clearing, now!
Captain!
No.
Your men are dead, and your trap has failed. I suggest running back to your master while you can.
You're going nowhere, slave!
It's okay, he wasn't using it anyways.
Not a slave. I apologize. When I asked Anso to provide a distraction for the hunters, I had no idea they'd be so numerous.
It appears we're unscathed.
Impressive. My name is Fenris. These men were Imperial bounty hunters, seeking to recover a Magister's lost property, namely myself. They were trying to lure me into the open. Crude as their methods were, I could not face them alone. Thankfully, Anso chose wisely.
Everything Anso said was a lie, then?
Not everything. Your employer was simply not who you believed.
If you couldn't fight them, why not just run?
There comes a time when you must stop running, when you turn and face the tiger.
That seems like a lot of effort to find one slave.
It is.
Does this have something to do with those markings?
Yes. I imagine I must look strange to you. I did not receive these markings by choice. Even so, they have served me well. Without them, I would still be a slave.
Slavers deserve their fate.
If they were really trying to recapture you, then I'm happy I helped.
I have met few in my travels who have sought anything more than personal gain. If I may ask, what was in the chest? The one they kept in the house?
It was empty.
I suppose it was too much to hope for. Even so, I had to know.
What?
You were expecting something else?
I was, but I shouldn't have. It was bait, nothing more.
You didn't need to lie to get my help.
That remains to be seen.
No, I've pretty well proven that.
It's as I thought. My former master accompanied them to the city. I know you have questions, but I must confront him before he flees. I will need your help.
It sounds like you intend to do more than just talk.
Denarius wants to strip the flesh from my bones, and has sent so many hunters that I've lost count. And before that, he kept me on a leash like a Qunari mage, a personal pet to mock Qunari custom. So, yes, I intend to do more than just talk.
Let's do it.
If it means fighting more slavers, I'll help you.
I will find a way to repay you. I swear it. The Magister is staying at a mansion in Hightown. Meet me there as soon as you can. We must enter before morning.
No. Fenris having a bias against mages doesn't bother me. Fenris being psychotically insane about mages does. There are some individual scenes where Fenris is just too much. As I've said before, Fenris will probably be another one of those plus to story, negative to story characters. I've never been a mage when, you know, I've played this game, so... Oh my god, there's just people everywhere. It's okay, Friscoborn. There's lots of RPGs where you can kill slavers, so it kind of evens out, right? I mean, I don't even have any of the fun spells yet. Wait, yes I do. Shoot! One of my favorite comments I got back on YouTube, and yeah, I know. YouTube comments, right? One of my favorite comments from back in the day was someone who thought I was a moron and a hypocrite because I spoke about how much I am anti-slavery, and yet I'm okay with killing people. In games, obviously. So, you know, clearly I apologize for being a moron and a hypocrite. For being against slavery. It's okay, I get all kinds of just interesting comments. I get those daily sometimes. Nothing today. Had some cool comments today. A lot of people saying, you know, well wishes for my health issues I'm going through right now. Yeah, in-game. In real life, I'm not as cool with killing people. I'm gonna be real about that. Slightly less cool. Slightly. Just a little bit. What am I doing? Killing slavers in real life. Whoa, 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 whoa. That's just a twofer, isn't it? I'm gonna AFK really briefly. I'll be right back. I mean...
Everyone, we're about to be attacked. Voids tight.
Damn it, we're being attacked. This is your fault, Von Falkenstein. Why would you do this to me? What did I do to you, Von Falkenstein? There's an old saying, safe, sane, consensual. And it applies to a lot of aspects of real life. So... They literally just dropped out. They just dropped out right in front of me. I love it. So, yeah, sure. If you want that for whatever reason, it's just whatever. But, first of all, I wouldn't really call that slavery, because when I say slavery, what I mean is chattel. Which is, you know, usually what's portrayed in fiction, so that works out well. Hey, Disco. Yes, thank you for asking. See you around, Jesse Ward. God dang, they just pop in. I guess that's actually it. I mean, even that, there's some nuance to that. There's some layers to that. Consent is tricky. Yeah, did Alistair's... Well, that's a bad example, actually. Whatever. Point being, death to slavers and to the living. Any questions?
I saw Carl go inside a few minutes ago. No Templars so far. Are you ready?
I didn't see anyone suspicious out here. Let's do this fast.
All right. I'll handle the talking. You watch for Templars. When we find Carl, just let me talk to him.
I like the color red, don't they? Oh, it was great, Bladesival. I was happy. So this is a fun quest.
Anders, I know you too well. I knew you would never give up.
So he's been tranquil.
What's wrong? Why are you talking like...
I was too rebellious, like you. The Templars knew I had to be made an example of.
No!
How else will mages ever master themselves? You'll understand, Anders. As soon as the Templars teach you to control yourself. This is the Apostate.
No!
You will never take another mage as you took him.
Making our case for us here. I do agree. Caspian. I was trying to find it. Although we'll have to debate a little bit. Because Fenris isn't your token evil party member, he's... Well, he's Fenris. We'll probably keep Fenris around for quite a bit so we can really see some of his reactions.
Anders, what did you do? It's like... you brought a piece of the Fade into this world. I had already forgotten what that feels like.
So this is probably a retcon. We talked about this in Origins. Ignoring the obvious fact that Tranquility is made out to be much more horrific here, we also now have an ability to fix it, which this is something that will actually be carried forward into Inquisition as well. This also makes sense. There's literally a piece of the Fade right there in Anders. So reconnecting people to the Fade is what de-tranquils them. So, okay, sure, there's some logic to it. Not really bothered by that.
I thought the Tranquil were cut off from the Fade forever.
When you're tranquil, you never think on your life before. But it's like the Fade itself is inside Anders, burning like a sun. Please, kill me before I forget again. I don't know how you brought it back, but it's fading.
Carl, no.
Oh yeah, and he actually begs for death rather than go back to being tranquil.
Maybe we can find a cure.
Can you cure a beheading? The dreams of tranquil mages are severed. There is nothing left of them to fix.
I would rather die a mage than live as a Templar puppet.
I would rather die than be tranquil. Help him.
I got here too late. I'm sorry, Carl. I'm so sorry.
Now, it's fading. Why do you look at me like that?
Goodbye. We should leave before more Templars come.
Yeah, gotta bring out Mercy. Yeah, I actually agree. That's a good scene. It's our first good moment in the whole game.
That wasn't normal magic you just did, was it?
This is hard to explain. When I was in Amaranthine, I met a spirit of justice who was trapped outside the Fade. We became friends, and he recognized the injustice that mages in Thedas face every day.
And that's different than a demon.
Just as demons prey on the deadly sins of mankind, there are good spirits who embody our virtues. Spirits of compassion, fortitude, justice. They are the Maker's first children, and they have all but given up on us.
What does this have to do with your eyes glowing?
To live outside the Fade, he needed a host. I offered to help him. We were going to work together, bring justice to every child ever ripped away from his mother to be sent to the Circle. But I guess I had too much anger. Once he was inside me, he changed.
This is obviously difficult for you.
For him, we'll be hunted for sure now.
I thought I was helping my friend. He would have died, I guess. If that even means anything. And he wanted to help me. He knew what mages have suffered. But my anger, when I see Templars now, things that have always outraged me, but I could never do anything about, he comes out. And he is no longer my friend, Justice. He is a force of vengeance, and he has no grasp of mercy.
Well, let's romance. Yeah, no.
Wow. Your problems make mine seem small.
Here. These are all the documents I have for this area. I can understand if you would rather me not join you personally. I cannot control my need for vengeance. I would ask no one to take on the danger of traveling with me. I will be here in my clinic if you need me.
Join me, Anders. So hang on. So we have to get rid of... This is going to be like the most cursed party in the universe. It's going to be Carver, Anders, and Fenris. I'll bring Merrill for now. I know, Varric is the best character in this franchise, and we will just kind of be not using him. It's okay, it's the same reason that we didn't use Morrigan back in Origins. We know Varric's amazing. I'm enjoying myself, Yura. Although, I will admit I'm already getting tired of the combat, which is not saying much. It's okay, Act 1's kind of meaty. There's a lot of stuff, and we're doing a lot of side quests, too, so that's part of the problem. Favorite reoccurring character in Dragon Age who isn't Varric?
I don't see a problem in giving them the fight they want.
Because, yeah, no, the best character in Dragon Age is Varric. That's a good point, Laparamon. Morgan is recurring. I would still put Varric over her, to be very honest. What's funny is they both have the same problem. They're both in 2 of 3 games. I don't mind it, really, Wandering Doll. That's true, Liliana is in all 3 games very technically. But she is. Oh, here we go. Entropy, yes. Despair. Anders, you're my healer. That's your job. That's not what I wanted. Make sure. There we go. It's cool. Vengeance knows a lot about healing. Maybe. Beating good health.
No one has left the mansion, but I've heard nothing within. Denarius may know we're here. I wouldn't put it past him.
Who is this man?
I could stand to know a little more about this Denarius.
Right.
He is a magister of the Tevinter Imperium. There, he is a wealthy mage with great influence. Here, he is but a man who sweats like any other when death comes for him.
What's the worst that could happen?
I do not fear death. That does not mean we should be reckless.
Yeah, there's worse than death in this setting. Like, a lot worse than death. Oh my god. Okay, well, here we go. Here's our cursed party. Right there. Bam.
I am not afraid of you, Denarius.
Alright, so we're also going to go down the two-hander path because it's the bestest. There we go. Like, seriously, the two-hander path is just too good. Honestly, yeah, you're probably looking at it, Von Falkenstein. I mean, Cleave is neat, but Scythe, oh. Yeah, Sword and Board is plenty viable. It's just two-hander is just amazing.
To do his fighting for him.
Denarius, can you hear me? Your pets cannot stop us.
Now we fight.
That's what I thought. Yep, and both do the brittle thing. Oh yes, building dungeon. I think this is, as of this moment... Nope, I'm wrong. There's one dungeon type we haven't seen yet, although we have a quest for it. No, the deep roads... Sorry, I should be a little bit more clear about my sentencing. Of the repeated dungeons, because we only go to the deep roads the one time, we've almost seen all of the repeat dungeons. But yeah, the Ruins dungeon we'll be seeing pretty soon. Twice? Oh, wow, that's impressive. Not sure that qualifies, but that's still impressive.
Let's make this quick.
I'll show you what nature's
I should have been keeping track. I guess it's not too late. Hang on. So, let me think about this. We've had the coast twice. We've had... This is the house. This is our first house dungeon. We haven't had a Oh, no, we have had a warehouse already. So we've already had a warehouse. Let's see. Coast house, warehouse. There's the cave, which we've had twice. We haven't had the ruins yet. That'll be soon. I think that's it for the repeats. For the mega repeats. I'm curious how many there actually are, because I have very, very, very bad memories of them being super extensive, but it might not actually be that bad. I've talked about that before. Sometimes our vague memories are exactly that. They're vague memories, right?
Get ready!
Like, I have several times in my life where my vague memories have been completely wrong about something. It's always just a weird feeling.
Let's finish this!
And the Darktown one. Although, isn't that the warehouse? I guess we'll see. So here's a bonus question. Of the repeat dungeon types, which one do you think we'll see the most? Off the top of my head, cave. I don't know, though. We'll see a lot of ruins, too. Even though we haven't seen them yet. Everyone say cave. Okay, fine. Second most. If I was to pick a second most, I would say it's probably... actually, it's not going to be ruins. It's going to be the warehouse. It's going to be the warehouse. What do you want to bet? Riggedy cave. I wasn't counting city streets because they're not really dungeons. I'm trying to remember where I'm going in this stupid place. Oh, behind me. Hey, Colgrim. I'll show you why mages are feared. We should probably jot down an audio spam negative while we're here.
Everyone see that now!
Yeah, that arcane horror just fell over.
Gone. I'd hoped... No, it doesn't matter any longer. I assume Daenerys left valuables behind. Take them if you wish. I need some air.
No, I agree, RRC. Which is funny, because, you know, this is unrelated, but the healing gets worse progressively each game, too. So that's just... I don't know if that's related or not, but I always found that kind of weird. Like, we had the most healing options in Origins, then we still have decent healing options in 2, but then we have, like, no healing options in Inquisition, and it's like, but...
It never ends. I escaped a land of dark magic, only to have it hunt me at every turn. It is a plague burned into my flesh and my soul. And now I find myself in the company of yet another mage. I saw you casting spells inside. I should have realized sooner what you really were. Tell me then, what manner of mage are you? What is it that you seek?
Power. I need more. Power. But no, nothing.
I'm not seeking anything.
Yet danger will undoubtedly find you.
If you have a problem with my sister, you have a problem with me.
I imagine I appear ungrateful. If so, I apologize, for nothing could be further from the truth. I did not find Denarius, but I still owe you a debt. Here is all the coin I have, as Anso promised. Should you find yourself in need of assistance, I would gladly render it.
You would help a mage such as myself.
You didn't seem all that thrilled with me a moment ago.
You are not Denarius. Whether you are anything like him remains to be seen.
So, if I could be blunt for just a second. So you know how Dragon Age 2 has this kind of colorization thing for its options? I don't mind options being color-coded. Really, I don't. What I do mind is the fact that they're inconsistently presented. Have you ever noticed that? Like, there's the question mark, but the question mark could also be the three dialogue things. Sometimes it's like a little bow of a branch or something like that. Sometimes it's like this little, like, halo-looking thing. Sometimes it's just this red fist, but sometimes it's not. Like, it's just... And there's this little... That one. That's the other one I was saying. The star. The question mark at least makes sense. I'm pretty sure that's always a question mark. But all the other options just like to bounce around based on the thing. And I've always wondered why. If you're going to standardize icons and colors, then do it. Why? And yeah, I just... This is a variant of Tor effect in a nutshell here. And it wouldn't bother me as much if it was at least an option. So, let's talk about Tor for just a moment. Over in Tor, there's an option to always show whether or not a particular dialogue option is light side or dark side. Now, I like that. Cool. Because if you want to see what your choices are, the option's right there. And if you want to pick blindly, rather than, you know, being noticeably or subtly affected by that, you can do that too. Option, toggle, good. To my knowledge, there is no such thing here. So you're just left with the inconsistency. And yeah, that's the other thing. For the longest time, I didn't realize what each of the options really meant because it was just kind of, huh? Anyways, it's a really minor thing. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. Mass Effect was very consistent. Top right is Paragon, bottom right is Renegade, and then there's the question tree. And that was true even if it wasn't actually a path thing. Also, when it was a path thing, the text was red or blue. Mass Effect 1 did this whole system pretty well, honestly. It wasn't until later games that they started kind of fumbling the Mass Effect dialogue wheel. Anyways.
I'm planning an expedition I might need help with.
Fair enough. Should you ever have need of me, I will be here. If Denarius wishes his mansion back, he is free to return and claim it. Beyond that, I am at your disposal.
So, yep, join my party. And there's my crew. See, I think Dragon Age 2 does it better. I think my main issue is specifically the interface itself. So I think I might jot that down under HUD. Because there's another, and it's a very minor thing, but it does bother me. It doesn't number the dialogue options. You probably haven't even noticed, but I've been hitting 1, 2, and 3 in order to pick my dialogue options. But that's not there. It's not visible on the screen. And you might argue it doesn't need to be. And you're right. It doesn't need to be. But it being there would just be a simple quality of life feature. So you can just know at a glance we want option 2. Right? It's just very, very basic stuff. Yeah, it's nice to just have that there, you know? And once again, if you don't want it there, well, that's what the toggle's for. Okay. Oh, yeah, did I write down Fenris? Yeah. Okay, cool. EQ. Alright, so now we've recruited our main party of death. These wounds, sorry, which one is wayward?
Someone's always trying to take over at night. But someone else will always pay for their removal.
Nope, no rogues. Why would we need a rogue? That's silly. Oh, I need to bring Aveline here. Can I? No. Okay, cool. Yeah, alright, cool. Listen, traps are just my life, okay? I wake up in the morning, just... And nobody needs loot, you know me. Yeah, next game it'll just be Varric, Cassandra. Oh, and Isabella, apparently.
You owe us, Isabella.
Well, Lucky, I'll tell you what. Since the information you gave me was worth nothing, that's what I'll pay you.
Me and my boys will get our money's worth, bitch.
Oh, you poor, sweet thing. Tell me, Lucky, is this worth dying for?
Isabella. A character who joins the long list of women
I didn't think so.
who I actually like as a character, but I hate because of how she looks. Just to put that as absolutely bluntly as I can. Thanks for that, Star Trek, for adding that to my large list of problems.
You're new around here, aren't you? Welcome, and keep your wits about you. You're nothing but tits and arse to the men in this place, and they won't hesitate to grab at both.
Speaking from experience, are we?
After a few broken fingers here and there, they got the idea. I'm Isabella. Previously Captain Isabella. Sadly, without my ship, the title rings a bit hollow. You're Ferelden, aren't you? You have that look about you. I was in Denerim not too long ago. You know, you might be just what I'm looking for to solve a little problem I have.
I'm always ready to help.
Someone from my past has been pestering me. I've arranged for a duel. If I win, he leaves me alone. But I don't trust him to play fair. I need someone to watch my back.
Look, I like 7 of 9 a lot, Blue Wolf Alex, but that catsuit's ridiculous. I'm sorry, you're not going to change my mind on that one.
Who's this person you've arranged to meet?
His name is Hader. We worked together back in Antiva. He's never liked me. He's been asking about me all around Kirkwall. Thought I'd get it over with and meet him face to face.
You wanted information from Lucky. What was it?
I asked Lucky and his boys to track down something I lost. They failed to do it. It's nothing to worry about, and this is much more important.
That reminds me of one other thing I don't like about the dialogue wheel. And I honestly might give this a second negative for this, because this is a really strange choice. Once again, Mass Effect 1 did this better. So, do you see this? No, of course you don't, because nothing's changed, even though I've already picked these 2 dialogue options. They should be grayed out. Or not even there, but at the very least they should be grayed out to indicate I've already picked that option. That's something that's an old concept. That's lots of games have figured that out. No, this is the worst thing, Caspian. I'm sorry. This is the worst thing about the dialogue wheel right here. So I'm absolutely going to add that on to the existing negative I've already given. Yeah, this is straight up a lack of polish. Just like, what? I'm very confused by that. Anyways.
Why a duel?
I like duels. It's what I do. And if I win, he'll be dead. Problem solved.
What makes you think I'm right for this?
You saw me talking to Lucky, didn't you? Those boys couldn't manage simple information gathering. I can't trust the riffraff in this place to do anything right. But you're different.
I think I could manage watching your back.
I'll bet. I've arranged to meet Hader in Hightown after dark. I'll meet you there.
That doesn't have anything to do with what I'm talking about, Caspian. Getting rid of the dialogue isn't something I'm super in favor of. That's what Dragon Age Origins did, if you remember. Like, if you go through a dialogue path, in most cases, you cannot repeat that dialogue path. It's just deleted from existence. What I'm talking about is graying it out, some kind of visual indicator. I have already picked that dialogue. I've already caught myself 3 separate times, make fun if you must, of almost or actually repeating dialogue without really meaning to in this game.
You ever going to stop harping on the mages here?
No.
They aren't what you saw in Tevinter.
The moment they are free, mages will make themselves magisters.
They're slaves. You should want to help them.
I don't.
Exactly.
And I think I just answered you on that one. You can put him.
So, I've been dying to know. What was going through your head when you fought that ogre?
I knew that whatever happened, I had to get the others to safety.
Lots of people talk about nobility and selflessness, generally in the same stories that have magic beans. Somehow, Hawk, I imagine things won't be dull with you around. Not that I expect the deep roads to be boring, mind you. Constant threat of doom does tend to keep you awake.
Anything in particular I should know about your brother?
To understand Bartrand, you've got to understand the Dwarven Merchants Guild. These are dwarves who would sell their mothers if they thought it'd get them a better share of the lyrium market. Anyone who deals with them has to sleep with a knife under their pillow. In my family, that's Bartrand.
What are your plans for this trip into the deep roads?
Bartrand's running the show. Andraste's ass, he'd probably do that even if we weren't paying for everything. The tide we're looking for is supposed to be a week's travel from the surface, so I hope you aren't scared of the dark. We've got supplies, muscle, excavators. The plan is to carry out everything that's not nailed down.
Nice.
If we'll be working together, I should find out more about you.
You're in luck. I'm always willing to talk about myself to beautiful women. My family came from Orzammar, noble house Tethras, until my father got caught fixing provings. He and our whole house got exiled. No huge loss. I was born up here. Sunshine suits me just fine.
Are you a merchant? A mercenary?
I'm a younger son. It's a difficult and dangerous profession. A lot of us die of boredom. Fortunately, being Bartrand's younger brother keeps me on my toes. Maker knows he lacks subtlety. I'm the one who pulls strings to keep the coterie out of our hair. Keep us just a whisker ahead of the other families.
What are the deep roads like?
Well, I could tell you the standard tales. Legions of darkspawn, ravenous beasts, cave-ins. I've spent my whole life in Kirkwall. Dangerous enough most days, but it doesn't compare to the deep roads. So, this will be... let's just call it an adventure, I guess.
Great. Now we're adventurous.
No, it's better than calling ourselves Grey Wardens. That's ridiculous. Oops, oops, oops.
you. Ugh.
Why do they want to lick you? Well, whatever. So this is the other quest from the demo we talked about. Right. The actual reason I came here. I didn't expect her to be here yet. Let's get rid of Anders. We don't need healing. We're fine. We're fine. You know, I don't remember Mizuno. It's been a long time.
At night. Care to help out with that?
Does anyone remember what it let us use in the demo? Go ahead and grab safeguard. And she can't be crit anymore. Period.
We can't waste time, Hawk. Guardsman Donnick is here somewhere.
To arms!
Yeah, unfortunately, and I do mean it that way, I really think that the negative for the limited party thing is going to be just as bad as Origins, aka triple negative. That sucks. I mean, trying to think of an Emma. You know what? No, I can think of several BioWare games that don't have the limited party size problem, and it's only the ones that don't really have a party to speak of, like Neverwinter Nights 1, for example. Yeah, exactly, Caspian. Like, there's a lot of cool stuff in this game that a lot of people can say. And we're not going to hear an inordinate quantity of it. Now, that's a sentence I never thought I'd hear someone say, Five. I'm honestly a little confused by that. Do you mind clarifying that sentence? Alright, Colgrim. You're both crazy, so you gotta explain yourselves. Because if there's one thing I know I'm going to give a negative for Guild Wars 2 walking into it, it's the absence of healers and tanks.
Let's make this quick!
Hit him where it hurts!
Guild Wars 2 has healing, and I'm definitely putting that in quote-unquotes. It also didn't have healing at launch, it's worth noting. They added in some specs that help with that. At launch, oh god, it was terrible.
Good job in there. In fact, get rid of any other groups like that, and I'll be at the Hanged Man with some toys as reward. Courtesy of some interested friends.
Well, how about that?
I love her helmet. Look at us. We look so chic. The character I play as who has the most healing by far is actually my thief sniper.
Looks like a fight! Be ready!
Whoops, wrong button. You know what? I keep wanting to do this.
Look out! More on the way! Now you fall!
You're probably thinking, how does my thief sniper heal? I have vampirism. So I heal for damage I do. And I hit like a truck. It's a minuscule heal, but I hit very hard.
Who? Aveline? You're a beautiful sight.
Guardsman.
I mean, I was on patrol and they came out of nowhere. I took a few down, but there were too many at once. The captain said this route was supposed to be quiet. The seal of the Viscount. Office details, city accounts.
Valuable to a guild of thieves. A sacrificial delivery with one of our own. Captain Jevon will answer.
Selling out his own? Forget guard, Captain. This man needs to be in government.
Not now, Hawk. Jevon needs to see how justice works. This goes to the office of the Viscount. This will be known. The Captain likes his thieves so much. Let's see if they welcome him in prison.
It varies a little bit, but sellouts tend to not do well in prison. So... Revenant with Herald. Interesting. I thought it was still the, what is it, Ranger Druid, I think, Colgrim? Something like that. I believe you, though. You're more familiar with the raid scene than I am. Like, I haven't touched group content in a very long time in Guild Wars 2, and honestly, I probably never will. My healer's a guardian, so what the hell do I know? Can't heal for beans, but I can buff the crap out of you. Best playable healer in fiction from a lore perspective.
I don't make my guards fight gangs in dark corners, but if you'd like to help...
If you say so, Colgrim. Have to take your word on that, because I can't heal for beans. I can buff the crap out of you, but I can't heal you.
There you are. I've been here for hours. Hader hasn't shown up. No one has. I don't like this.
That's the wench we're looking for. Gut her.
Follow my lead!
Okay, following your lead. Shunk!
Hader sent them. Search the body. Hiding in the Chantry and sending thugs to finish me off? Coward. He'll not get away with this. Come on.
Oh man, I haven't touched WVW in years, Colgrim. Like, WVW is the kind of thing that on paper should be my bag. And in fact, at multiple points in the game's history, I have tried to get into WVW. And each time it's been one of two things. Boring or boring. To explain that slightly. First of all, I don't like PvP in general. I never have and I never will. So, the idea of fighting another player just has no appeal to me. So let's start with that. So the first type of boring is when you're not part of the group. If you're not part of the group, then you're like just roaming, trying to find something to do, failing at it. You know, just kind of like, maybe you try to do some of the objectives on the side to get things going, you know. And it's just, it's slow, it's empty, and it's boring. It's like roaming through... I don't even know how to explain it. It's like roaming through an old MMO that has lost its player base. There's no one and nothing to do. And it's really hard to do anything solo. So, you know, that sucks too. The other form of boring is when you're in the group. When you're in the group, there's only two things that are happening. You're either melting to the enemy charge, which is their group, or you're melting their charge, and that's it. It's very binary, and both are not interesting. To me. So that's the two flavors of boring. Running away? No, I just charge right in there.
Isabella, should have known you'd find me here.
Tell your men to burn the letters next time.
Castillon was heartbroken when he heard about the shipwreck. You should have let him know you survived.
It must have slipped my mind.
Where's the relic?
I lost it.
Castillon's just going to have to do without.
Lost it? Just like you lost a ship full of valuable cargo?
They weren't cargo, Hader. They were people.
Those slaves were worth 100 sovereigns a head, and you let them scurry off
Bull
into the
crap.
wilds. And now the relic's gone too. Castillon won't be happy to hear that. I promise you.
Will someone explain what's going on?
Isabella's been a very bad girl. Ruined a perfect business deal, and then ran away. She didn't tell you?
I told her enough. I said I arranged for a duel, which I did. I also said you wouldn't play fair, which you didn't. We can talk later if you want. Right now, we have other problems.
Castillon isn't a very happy person, is he? Maybe he needs a new hobby.
There's only one way to settle this.
Well, that's one way to do it.
Now we fight.
I remember this fight being pretty hard, actually. Hard. No kidding, Lord Hermon. Like, at least in Fenris's case, it makes sense because, we had trouble finding the target. Castillon's like right over there. Let's just deal with it. This is the exact fight where I realized I wasn't going to enjoy playing Rogue in this game. During the demo.
I was trying to talk him down.
Trust me, it's better this way. Castillon won't hear about me from Hader, but he'll find me eventually. I just have to get him the relic. Simple as that.
What's so interesting about the relic?
I don't really know what it is, except that it's ancient and worth my weight in gold. Castillon has me chasing it down as payback for freeing his slaves. To be honest, I think he just wants me dead, but that would be letting me off easy.
You hired Lucky to track down information on the relic.
That's right. He insisted he knew everything that was going on in Kirkwall. He lied. I bet he doesn't even know everything going on in his pants.
Did you end up in Kirkwall because your ship was destroyed?
There was a storm. The ship ran aground on the reefs near the city. I managed to make it to shore. Most of my men weren't as lucky. Poor sods. I knew some of those men almost 10 years. Ah, balls.
Who is Castillon?
He's a powerful merchant based in Antiva. I believe he has ties to the Felicissima Armada. I used to work for him. The jobs mostly involved smuggling lyrium, jewels, or the occasional criminal acquaintance. He paid well.
No, it's okay, Von Falkenstein. She's actually very light because they're filled with helium.
What's this about you freeing slaves?
I was asked to escort Castillon's cargo ship. I got a bad feeling about the job partway through. Boarded the ship to find slaves. Nearly 200. Elves, humans, children even. It was sickening. They paid Castillon to take them away from the Blight. He took their money and sold them into slavery. Even I know that's wrong. Didn't expect that, did you, Guardsman?
If getting the relic gets Castillon off your back, then I'll help you retrieve it.
I still don't know where it is, but you'll be the first to know if I hear anything. Anyway, thanks for helping me out with Hader. I think I'll tag along for a while. There might be something I could do for you. And I have a room at the Hanged Man if you're looking for company later.
No, I don't feel like getting every STD in the city. Thanks. Unfortunately, I would actually like to have her in the party, but we have the cursed party, so we're going to stick with the cursed party. There we go. So you say this was before jiggle physics. Well, how many of you are aware of the fact that jiggle physics are in Neverwinter Nights 1?
Claim the streets. If you make them safe to travel at night.
Which will never stop amusing me. What do we got here? I'm dead serious. The only way people even knew was because of screwing around with the module editor. And if you do so, it turns out that Erebeth, and I'm not making this up, actually does have jiggle physics. In fact, they're so weird and wrong that they don't look like what you're expecting. It looks like she's made of gelatin. Like weird taffy-flavored gelatin. It's the most bizarre-looking thing. Never noticed that until until poking at the module, and it's like, oh, okay. We'll give this to you, I think. Yeah, let's do that.
Someone will reward you.
So we should be here. Right. This way. I'm not sure when the Dead or Alive series came out. I definitely don't know when Dead or Alive Beach Volleyball came out. I suppose would be the real one there.
Kirkwall nights aren't safe. Always some group of thugs around. Someone will usually pay for their removal.
That's a good question, Colgrim. It's dumb. It just jumped down. Like, and considering there's scaffolding, yeah, you saw it. There's scaffolding. So you get the impression they were just sitting there on the scaffolding watching the fight unfold. Like, should we jump down yet, boss? I don't know. Give it a second. Let's see how this unfolds. Looks like they need help. Okay, hop down, hop down. Oh yeah, also, we need to restart because we're running into a bit of a memory leak problem. Come on. Game. Well, it's at least 3 negatives, Evo. We'll see how many more it gets after that. Oh, hey, No Man's Sky just got a patch. Like, just now. Yeah, exactly. I would have stayed on the scaffolding. I don't know about you guys. I would have been like, no, I'm good. I'm good. Okay, beach volleyball is 2003. Wow. What were the jiggle physics in a 2003 game like? Like, they can't have been good. I should extensively look into this for research purposes. No, someone in chat should look into this. For research. Jello in a plastic bag. Yeah. Yeah. '96? Oh yeah, another warehouse. Speaking of which, sorry, I should be writing this down. Another warehouse. So you probably didn't hear me say this earlier, Yura. I've been playing No Man's Sky with my niece. Like, it's one of our regular hanging out in the evening kind of games. Having said that, I have played the game at 3 separate points in its history. When I played it when it came out, it sucked, to put that as bluntly as possible. When I played it the second time, it was decent. When I played it the third time, which is the more recent time, as in this year, I've actually started getting into it. They have consistently and persistently improved that game, and the fact that they're still patching it, as is evidenced by the fact that there's a patch today, is certainly impressive. Thank you, Panka. Always appreciate, and I will jot that down for Stray gods? Hang on. Let me look that up first, because I've never heard of that. Let's look this up. What are you? Evo. Alright, so how copy-wronged is the music in this game? That's my first question. Like, if it uses any licensed music whatsoever, the answer here is going to be a fairly strong no. So there's my question to you.
I can't do that.
Get a hold of her.
Please, help me. Anyone.
Get the hands. I heard they can't do no spells without hands.
We should have a blood mage counter.
You know nothing of magic.
Where's my counter? You guys got this fight, right? There it is. That's what we're here for, Giga. So, okay. No, I'm serious. We're going to keep a blood mage counter, because I have a feeling it's going to be pretty high by the end of this game. Father, I know you the sacrifices you've made to conceal my secret, but I'm a child no longer. I cannot burden you my whole life, lest my secret destroy us both. I must live my life as my own woman, and as a mage. It's oddly freeing to write the word. Farewell, Father. I hope one day you make peace with what you have been taught and what you have seen. Thrask's daughter. To be clear, and I'm going to be very blunt about this, I like Thrask. It is an insulting statement, but it is still true to say he's one of the good ones.
Who do you suppose she was? We should see if there's anything here to identify her.
No, it is not Colgrim. Like I said, it is an insulting statement. But there it is. He could drink each time we get blood mage. Not a bad idea. Speaking of which, you are doing haste, right? Like, I want you to haste things. Perfect. Where am I at here? Oh yeah, no, hang on. I'll go ahead and keep being a Jedi Mage, just for fun. I appreciate it, Panka, but other than that, it's looking like a big yes, as in no considerations, no concerns. So okay, Colgrim brings up something weird about this game. So there's kind of fast travel, but not really. You have to hit these little leave area markers, and there's usually several per zone. But like, it's kind of weird how the game just forces you to walk over to one of them and then hit the fast travel point. Especially since there's nothing really preventing you from doing it in most cases. It's just a strange decision. It's not a huge negative, but like, yeah, just let us open the map. As long as we're not in combat, obviously. I don't know. We'll have to pay attention to that as we go, because it is a weird decision.
Did I hear correctly? You are an abomination.
Why don't you shout? I don't think everyone heard you.
Do you see yourself as harmless, then? An abomination who would never harm anyone?
Like ripping someone's heart out of his chest?
I did that at the behest of no demon.
So we agree that it doesn't take a demon for someone to be a vicious killer. Good.
Yeah, like I said, we'll have to pay attention to that. Keep an eye. In fact, I need to jot that down so I don't forget it. Yeah, Anders would never kill anybody. He wouldn't harm a fly. And then the Borg came. And they taught Anders that if there's one constant in this universe, it's death.
Why, look here, boys. Volunteers. Clap them in irons and let's see what the Tevinters will pay for them.
Make him talk.
I can do that.
Andraste's great flaming ass! How did you do that? Never mind, I've stashed the boy in a cave, a smuggler hideout on the Wounded Coast. Tevinters will be by to finish the deal today. Now, can I go?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're only a slave. Oh.
I let you live, and I condemn countless innocents to slavery.
I like to think that the last few moments of their life is them being on fire. Yeah, I got approval from Fenris and Carver for that. Ah! Where did you come from? Like, in some cases they just drop down, in others they're just there. They're just there.
Looks like they took him to some bolt hole in the Wounded Coast.
I mean, you say there was no comet, but I could turn that into a lot of jokes. I'm not going to. So here's an example of like the seconds and the minutes thing. In order to leave this zone, there's only two escape points. One right over there on the left, and one up there on the upper left. So we've got to roam. It's not a huge deal, but that's what seconds and minutes is. It's those tiny little extra seconds that just drag the whole experience down. I'm not saying I'm going to give it the negative. I'm just pointing out why this is something that's being brought up. Damn it, Varric!
Your other sister said she was a good person. She never turned down a chance to help people.
Yes. Yes, I'm sure the Chantry's got a shrine with her portrait on it.
I was trying to be nice.
Stick to Surly. It works for you.
Meanwhile, Fenris is just like, are you done? I'm trying to kill people here. You see, that's a bit much, Games and Goals. Seconds and minutes drags the game down, and it deserves negatives. But, like, I don't know. I'm trying to think if there's a game which I consider to have been ruined by seconds and minutes. Let me think about that. Specifically seconds and minutes, not padding in general. I can think of a lot of games that are ruined by padding in general. But seconds and minutes is a specific variant of padding. Let me think about that for a minute. That's true, Anthem wouldn't let me play the goddamn game. Cave. Yes, Anthem was the Marauder Shields of Anthem. What is seconds and minutes? Alright. The easiest way I always find to give an example of this is looting. Imagine if you have a game in which every time you go to loot, you have to go and click all the loot and then come back up. It's not a huge period of time, and that's not really a problem by itself. But hang on a second. You have to loot constantly. There's trash mobs everywhere, and they all have loot, and you need the money in order to afford the upgrades. So you're encouraged to loot. So every time you go do a combat, there's an extra few seconds every time you do something. It is seconds in minutes. It drags out the whole experience by adding just a couple of additional little seconds to every little interaction, which is a form of padding. And the whole purpose behind it is that it adds up. It adds up over time throughout the course of the work, because bit by bit, you're just doing more and more and more of those little things. And so by the end of the game, you know, minutes or hours of your game time has been spent doing this tiny little action that you have to do constantly. Yeah, animations can be a part of this. Hasted readers. Animations can be a thing for this. Travel time. Battle intros in FF9. Great example. It's not really that big of a deal, but it's for every battle, right? That's the whole point. And also, someone mentioned earlier, Dragon Quest. In Dragon Quest, in order to, like, I'll use Dragon Quest 8 as a specific example. In Dragon Quest 8, saving takes 7 separate presses. And I remember this because I counted once. You have to hit, yes, 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 I want to save, yes, confirm, save, yes, 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 I'd like to continue. It is 7 separate presses, in order to save each time. And that's not a big deal, but every time you save, right? You get it. Padding, true padding, is arguably much worse than seconds and minutes. It's also a lot more obvious. It can take the form of backtracking, or enemies having too much health, or, you know, having to redo a section over and over.
Take one more step, and the boy dies.
Put the sword down. I just want to talk.
Why are we even talking? Kill him.
You're mad. He's going to slit my throat.
You're no good to me as a corpse. Get down.
And yeah, saving in Earthbound is also a very clear example of seconds and minutes. Are you sure you want to save? Well, very well. Good night. Sleep tight. It's not too good to work to the... Now, to be clear, load screens by themselves is not a form of this. It can be, but load screens are load screens, right? That's just what that is. However, yeah, going into camp in Baldur's Gate 3, there's seconds and minutes right there. Another good example of this, though, is Sonic 06, which I know is low-hanging fruit, but it's a great example of how load screens can be a seconds and minutes problem. Not because there are load screens, but because there are thousands of them.
You would have let him kill me. He had a sword at my throat, and you just... I mean, thank you, but what if you were wrong?
You were too valuable for him to kill.
Is that my choice? Prisoner or slave? Who are you? Are you working for the Templars?
Your mother sent me.
Hardly a difference. I can't believe her. My whole life it was all, I'll love you and protect you. Then I have some bad dreams and it's off to the Templars.
Buddy?
You belong in the circle of Magi.
Well, I'm not going. I was trying to get to the Dalish. They won't be afraid of my magic.
You'd be alone among the Dalish. Even more than a Dalish would be here.
Compared to being held prisoner, or made tranquil. I'll risk being lonely. Look, I know it's different in other kingdoms, but here, no one helps circle mages. Anything the Templars don't like, you get the brand. The Dalish. They've had magic forever. They could teach me. I won't be a danger, I swear.
Keeper trains him, keeps him safe from demons. No one gets locked up. Sounds like a winning plan.
because no Dalish mage ever went astray.
Was your mother right? Are you plagued by demons already?
I can't say for sure. I have dreams. There are voices in the dreams. They ask me to come, to give shape to the void around them. But the Dalish keeper is wise. If anyone can help, she can.
Yeah. Sure, whatever.
I know the keeper. I'll make sure she takes you in.
Then she does not hate humans. You don't know what a relief that is. I knew she could help me. Thank the creators, you were the one my mother hired to find me. I will forever be in your debt, friend.
So, who's going to tell Mother Dearest? She must be just dying to hear what happened.
Fresh reminder that this specific Dalish tribe is the ones we were playing as in Dragon Age Origins. AKA the group that had absolutely nothing wrong with murdering 3 people who happened to roam too close to their camp. Oh, it's okay, it's okay. They were humans. Let's see, where are we at with Fenris? Not that bad. I'm surprised we're that friendly with Anders. I mean, our comrade had no problem with it either, Lord Hermon, which is what I was actually referencing. And the game lets you do that, which implies its own things. Carver is a monster, though. I mean, we all know this. Interesting. Oh, that's true, Lord Hermon. Because, yeah, I've probably already gotten some with that. Whatever. It allies. There we go. No, no, no. I'm cool with it, Panka. I just wanted you to do your due diligence, and I appreciate it. Thank you. I will go ahead and add it to the list. Let's move that down. I don't know why that's above that. That should be good. Okay.
So, there must be mages in Tevinter who don't use blood magic.
Of course. There are slaves. The magisters do not hesitate to collar their own kind.
But no magisters.
Why must you go on about this? No magister would turn down an advantage over his rivals. If he did, he'd be dead.
You know, to use blood magic, you need to look a demon in the eye and accept his offer. I just figured some of them would say no. For aesthetic reasons, if nothing else.
Speaking of having to walk out of an area. That makes perfect sense to me, von Falkenstein. I would be surprised if it wasn't true. I've been wondering, how is the only way to learn blood magic via a demon pact? I mean, I don't want to sound dismissive, but once someone knows blood magic, can't they teach it to someone else? Like, so you know, skipping the demon part? Like, I could believe originally, you know, back in the day, which is a Tuesday, you had to go ahead and make the pact with the demon, but nowadays, blood mages have been around for forever at this point. Thank you for reminding me, Ross. You know, that's a good point, Bladejavel. It's not like Anders is a wealth of information.
I've been sent for the man you've cornered here in the ruins.
Ah, so you're the reinforcements the magistrate promised. The man you're looking for, he's holed up in the ruins. Though I doubt he's still in one piece.
That bastard's to be brought in alive after all he's done? Just because it isn't you and your pretty little Shemlin...
Oh, this guy. Yeah, this guy.
Please, calm down and tell me what happened.
The man you're after, he targets elves. He dragged my daughter into those ruins and killed her! I want him dead! My girl, Leah, she wasn't his first victim. Over the years, he's taken dozens of our children, and not once has he paid for his crimes.
Would you mind telling me who you are?
My name is Elrond. I'm a merchant in the city. Please, no one else cares that our children are being slaughtered like beasts.
There must be some humans who would take offense to these disappearances.
We're nothing to them. Even if this murderer does finally go before the courts, the magistrate won't take our word over his.
Why only elves? Why not human children as well?
We're easy prey. No one thinks twice when an elven child disappears.
I'll tear his throat out myself.
Thank you, Sarah. You have no idea what this means. For all my damn coin, I'm still only an elf to these Shemlin. There'll be no justice for my girl in the courts of Kirkwall.
What do you say about all this?
They won't go in after him. They're stalling, trying to give the murdering bastard a chance to get away.
Oi now, elf. Like we said before, you're bleeding mad if you think we'll be going against the magistrate's orders.
This murderer cannot be allowed to walk free.
Then that bastard will finally get what he deserves. Thank you.
Not wise, stranger. You try to take justice into your own hands, the magistrate will have your head.
I must do what is right.
I think, yep, we're finally about to see the ruins, our first ruins. Hey, we had another cave, too. Yep, the ruins. They look dwarven because... Look, we have a budget, okay? So... I think it was von Falkenstein? Hang on, scroll. Somebody mentioned the idea. It was Lord Harrimont. Mentioned the idea in 11 months that it might be, quite literally, that you need to have the power unlocked. So you do actually have to interact with a demon, to unlock blood magic. To be clear, nothing in the games really supports that. It's just something to think about. A talking point that could have existed if the games bothered to do so. Honestly, might be another example of underthought. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they haven't thought about it, Sarura, hence the statement. And yeah, every single Dragon Age entry has retconned at least something, so who frickin' knows? Still, I stand by the idea that Sarura already mentioned in chat just a minute ago. It's more likely that most people can only get it through blood mages because it's, you know, it's forbidden. And blood mages don't care about things that are... God, I keep calling demons blood mages. It's likely that most people get it straight from demons because demons don't care if it's forbidden. There we go, that's what I was trying to say. God. Can't talk. I lost my word talks. My word goes. Oh no, demons! Doggy demons. So do me a favor, Lord Harriman, because I know you know about this, and Caspian, if you're there, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this too. How does playing a rogue really play? Like, I mean, in more detail than just, well, you stab stuff. No, I mean, get into some nitty-gritty with me here. No, I think they did it because they were morons on Falkenstein. Thanks, Dr. Wetcher. Appreciate you. No rush, Lord Harriman. No rush. It's just something I've been chewing on. Because I was just thinking about class design. I know two-handed pretty well. I know sword and board decently well. And of course, comboing, which we're not really at yet. We don't really have the good combo stuff yet. At least, yeah. See, my experience with rogues comes almost entirely from the demo. And I didn't like it. In fact, I liked it so little, I just put it down.
Who are you? Please, can you get me out of here? I just want to go home.
Leah? Your father told us you were dead.
My father? Is he safe? Kelder said that he'd hurt my family if I didn't come with him.
Who is Kelder?
The man who took me.
Yeah, he's diseased, Nakrizi. Pretty classic serial murderer type.
I don't see any injuries. Are you all right?
He hit me, told me I was nothing. I begged him to stop hurting me. I didn't think he would, but out of nowhere, he pushed me away and just started crying. Don't you see? He didn't mean to hurt me. He told me. There are demons. They make him do these horrible things.
So, we talked about this during the lore run. In a setting like this, certainly it's entirely feasible and possible to have demons and possession and all that, but it also makes for an interesting excuse.
What kind of demons? What did they look like?
I don't know what they look like. I didn't actually see any of them. But Kelder told me to run, to get away so they couldn't make him hurt me anymore. Please don't kill him. It's not his fault.
She is a child and does not understand. Her pity is admirable, but misplaced.
I'm taking Kelder back to Kirkwall. They'll figure out what to do with him there.
Maybe they can help him.
Run to the entrance. You'll find your father there.
Watch out for the dogs. Yes, Loner. In fact, that's happened more than a few times.
Destructive forces of nature! That was all me, right there!
Rise again.
I knew my father would eventually send someone. I was hoping the beasts down here would get to me first.
You wanted those creatures to kill you. Why?
It's what I deserve. I should be torn apart, forgotten down here, not protected by my father.
Okay. No, that gives me a pretty clear picture, Lord Harriman. Thank you. Honestly, that sounds pretty similar to my experience in Inquisition, which I didn't like for a similar reason you just mentioned.
The magistrate sent me. I've never even met your father.
He didn't tell you, did he? The magistrate is my father. He's tried so hard to keep me, and what I've done, hidden away.
Not hard enough, so it seems.
The magistrate's more worried about keeping his job than doing his job.
Father is a good man. He tried to help, to stop me. But he can't. No one can. That elf girl, she had no right to be so beautiful, so perfect. The demons said she needed to be taught a lesson, like all the others. The Circle was supposed to help me, but they lied. They said there were no demons, that I was mad. This isn't my fault.
Yeah, and there you go, by the way. No demons. It's actually funny in its own way, because in a setting like this, where that's a totally valid thing that might actually be happening, it just isn't.
Leah said you told her to run. Why?
I was crying, and she asked me if I was all right. After everything the demons made me do to her, she was concerned about me. How could I let them destroy something so good, so pure?
Let me get this straight. You torture and murder elven children for being too beautiful.
While blaming demons that aren't there. He's just mad.
I didn't want to hurt them. They forced me. The demons don't like it when they cry.
I'm not getting paid enough for this.
I can't stop. I've tried so many times. Please, you have to kill me. There's no other way.
He sees the truth of it. Allow me to grant his wish, if you will not.
Any last words before he kills you, Kelder?
Tell my father. I'm sorry.
On the plus side, that's a quick death. Some, rather abrupt heart surgery.
You saved her. My little girl. I didn't dare hope... Did you find that monster? Is he dead?
We could bring him back as the undead and then kill him again.
No, that's all right. I'd rather he stay dead. I didn't believe an elf could ever get justice in Kirkwall. I speak for all of us when I say that we are in your debt, Sarah.
I feel just as bad for those knife ears as the next man. But ignoring the magistrate's direct orders, that's madness.
You know, that's a good question. I don't know.
This ground is cursed. Only wretched or ignorant souls would linger here.
So, I guess there are still no good jobs for Ferelden's then.
No, this is fine. This is good. Clean work. Yep. Safe, clean, good work environment. Nah, it's fine, Giga Pudding. It's fine. It's fine. Oh god, they're eating me. Yep. You get out. There's fresh air. There's sunlight. Given that we're even further north than in Ferelden, it's probably cold. Also, we're kind of in the mountains at this point, so it's probably also colder. There's a horrific course of... I'm going to read this one. I haven't been reading a lot of the lore stuff out loud, but this is one of my favorites. I interviewed the surviving slave this morning. She was horror-struck, but managed to tell me her story. You see, the overseer lined 17 slaves up, one behind the other, at the tip of the quarry. The second slave in line was ordered to push the man in front over the edge. The third slave was then ordered to push the second, and then the fourth was ordered to push the third. Workers in the quarry heard the screams and the crack of the bone against rock and the survivors' anguished cries, as the overseer's dragonlings feasted on the 16 helpless bodies splayed on the quarry's basin. The woman who told me this story was the 17th in line, spared only because no one was standing behind her. Dear God, is the first thing I'm going to say about that. Second thing, sire, I recommend we stop this ugly practice. Effective as it may be in motivating the workers, it brings our mine notoriety as a death trap. Stories of the bone pit swirl throughout Kirkwall. The veil is thin enough here, above the pit, that it's practically ready to sunder. We risk more than simple rebellion should the overseer be allowed to continue. Response from the prefects. The output of the quarry is up almost a third this season. The overseer has received a commendation from the Archon himself. You will speak of your findings to no one. Oh yeah, and there's your veil comment thing. I've mentioned that a few times. That's the first time it's mentioned it in-game. That's true, I have heard those rumors, Colgrim. I should mention, because we're not doing a second shift today, we're not going to pause at the usual time, which would be 8 minutes from now. Just as a heads up on that.
There's a foul wind coming from that cavern. I smell death.
Yeah, I have a prior appointment to make. Oh yeah, cave! We so far have had more cave dungeons. Nope, I'm wrong. We have had one less cave dungeon. What are you doing, game? One less cave dungeon than we've had every other dungeon type combined. So far. So give us one more cave and we'll have done as many caves as everything else. You know my favorite thing about this dungeon approach? And it is something that I feel is worthy of note. In fact, I might actually jot it down as a negative. it makes the minimap kind of useless. The minimap's actually decent in that PlayStation's 2 era kind of a way, at allowing you to be like where you're going, what you're doing, and blah blah blah. But when you're in all of these maps, it's pointless because it's not the minimap for the cave you're in, it's the minimap for the cave, period. And so you can see all the pathways you can't access. That's true for all of them, by the way. That's not just the cave. We've already seen that with the warehouse and with the house. I've actually been chewing on the idea here for it, so I'm going to toss this idea to the crowd. So you have an 11-month development cycle. What do you do with the dungeon problem? Because let's be clear, this is a problem. But you don't really have a good idea of, like, you don't have a good outcome here, right? No matter what, you are not going to be able to have the kind of dungeon design that this game should have. So that's off the table completely. You can see their decision. They built a couple of dungeons and then copy-pasted them. Pray. Klingons are not known for their mercy, Patrice. Is it still kobolds, Lord Haremont? You have a slave ring. Thanks. You're welcome. Yeah,
Price and trusty you came along. Them dragons would have sniffed me out for certain.
Slow down. Tell me what happened here.
I'll tell you what I can, but be a friend and keep your voice down. There's another dragon close by.
Did anyone else manage to escape?
Some of my fellows ran for the surface. I hope they made it.
Where did the dragons come from?
We was mining a new tunnel when the wall collapsed, and dragons came through. There was a bloody slaughter. Scared out of my wits, I ran like my arse was on fire. It probably was, only I went the wrong way. Ended up trapped here.
You should get out of here.
Don't have to tell me twice. You should leave too. But don't go that way. There's this huge dragon.
Ah. I'd wondered if the dragons left their nest unguarded.
So, Vulgarity asks a very good question, because I'll tell you, as a project lead, as a manager, my first reaction would be, cut back on the number of dungeons. And cut back on the number of encounters, right? Just pull back. Reduce the number of respawning mobs, and reduce the amount of encounters in general, and reduce the number of dungeons you have. There you go. You can't do it properly, so don't do it at all. But here's the question. Can we think of a game that has cut back because of time constraints, and actually done a good job with that? And I'm actually coming up dry off the top of my head. Because it's extraordinarily rare that a game developer will be willing to even consider that. Also true, but it's possible it's happened and we just do not know about it. Anders, stop pulling aggro. Also, Anders, how did you pull aggro? Listen, you just can't appreciate how totally badass we are, Colgrim. I mean, cuts are always a problem in any project. It's just... that doesn't mean you shouldn't do them, it just means you gotta think about it a bit more. That's a good point too, Sorora. And yeah, I have seen several games, original versions, Ocarina included. No, yeah, that wasn't the big dragon fight. That wasn't a high dragon. Hi, 040. See, the problem is, I get your point, Lord Harrimont, and, you know, just making the dungeons bad and the encounters bad is an option. But it feels weird to just be like, yeah, just make it suck. Like, knowingly and willingly, just make it suck. It's just... feels like a strange decision to make.
So this master of yours wants your markings back? Skin and all?
So his hunters told me, unwillingly.
So why not cover them up? Wouldn't that make you harder to find?
Let them come. I am not one to hide.
Still, if it were me...
It's not.
I solved your problem.
So, what happened? One of the miners told me you rescued him from dragons. I cuffed him for lying.
Well, he wasn't. Go there and see the corpses for yourself.
But I thought they're extinct. I believe you. You made them extinct again? If it is safe, the miners can return to work.
I got all the dragons. Should be safe enough for now.
Let us discuss your payment. You have been a great help. Since you did so much more than I was expecting, how about we work together?
Work together? With him?
I am offering a 50-50 share in the mine. You will make us both rich if you can keep your countrymen safe.
This isn't as stupid as it sounds, by the way. Obviously, this is kind of a little bit of a, you know, PC gets the good deal kind of a thing, but still, it makes sense in lore. We have just demonstrated severe competence, as Colgrim was just pointing out. We dealt with the dragon problem. So, now, we can make sure that any future problems are dealt with as well. We also kept the mine open, which is valuable in its own right. This is going to be good for morale, because people are going to be happy about working in a mine that's partially owned by a Ferelden refugee. This is kind of a win-win, honestly. So, yeah.
Why would you share half your business with me?
I spent a decade honing my business instincts in Val Royeaux. I once sold a seat cushion to Empress Selene. Simply put, I have a good feeling about you. So, what do you say?
Abso-frickin-lutely.
That sounds good to me.
So, to our first order of business. We replace the lost workers. I will hire new hands. Plenty of desperate Fereldans out there, but it will take some time. I need you to convince the surviving miners to return. They are holed up in Lowtown. Tell them the Bone Pit is safe again.
I'll see what I can do.
And yeah, as several people in chat pointed out, This pretty much bakes into it the fact that his mine is going to be protected from now on, because now we have a stake in it. There's a weirdly large amount of good world building in this game. And yeah, now we have a reliable income, which is something we really need. At the moment, is how I'm going to phrase that.
What do you mean you can't help me?
This is a domestic matter, Sirrah. If your wife has chosen to leave you, there's nothing we can do.
Nanette is my wife. She's legally bound to me. Bring her back.
That's a way to phrase that.
Useless. Why are we still paying those sluggards?
Is there something I can help you with?
Your wife is missing. I can try to find her if you like.
Yes. Oh, I have been waiting for someone to say that. That foolish woman has caused me nothing but embarrassment. She needs to be dragged home.
I can't imagine why she might run away.
Yes, my wife and I don't get along. But that's not the important thing. Her family is getting suspicious. They think I might have done something to her. Even if... Well, I just want to make sure they know I didn't do it.
Okay.
Do you think Nanette might be in trouble?
It's her own doing. Gallivanting about with men half her age. Pah! She's just trying to show me I am tied to her purse strings.
I mean, I like older women too, but like, seriously?
You're more concerned what her family thinks than what happened to her.
Nanette keeps the company of other men, huh? And makes no secret of it. I'll be better off with her gone. Well, as long as her family knows I had nothing to do with it, they would ruin me otherwise.
I like this. You're a terrible husband.
I can't imagine why she'd leave you. You're such a prize.
It wasn't always like this. We were in love. She defied her parents to marry me. Sometimes, I wonder if I dreamed those years.
Listen, you have to understand. They have the, how do you say, French accent.
How long has your wife been gone?
About a month. I wasn't worried at first. She's run off before. Nanette is uncontrollable, you see. She comes and goes as she pleases.
Why would her family think you did something to her?
They think I married her for her inheritance, and they know we have been fighting. They believe this is reason enough for me to hurt her, but I swear on Andraste's pyre, I have done nothing.
Alright, fine.
I'll try my best to find Nanette and bring her home.
You should talk to Jethan at the Blooming Rose. I didn't know she visited whores until Jethan sent a letter to our house. He even sent her flowers once. Lilies, her favorite. Talking about it makes my head hurt. Good luck to you, Sarah.
Well, good luck to you then.
So in case you missed that, the name of that quest is The First Sacrifice.
You off soon?
And yeah, he sent her lilies. I want you to remember both of those facts. They're both going to come up. Listen, you must understand the accent of the Orlesians is truly a thing of great power and prestige. I can't even keep it up. I'm already drifting into Scottish. And by Scottish, I of course mean Dwarven.
Please, can you help me?
Oh my god, it's our mother. Seriously, look at her. It's our mother.
What happened to your brother?
Karen was always so devout, so idealistic.
He was so proud when the Templars accepted him. I pleaded with him not to join the Order, but he wouldn't listen. You hear dark rumors about the Templars and Knight Commander Meredith.
What's with the choker? I mean, I know, I understand why the choker's there, but it's not there on every character, so why? Is that just a holdover?
What do people say about Knight Commander Meredith?
Oh, she has many admirers. They laud at the service she does in keeping the mages in check. But others say she is terribly fierce and utterly without pity, that she sees demons everywhere. It is dangerous even to whisper such things.
Yeah.
What have you heard about the Templars?
People harboring escaped mages just disappear. Templars interrogate and threaten passers-by. My friend has a cousin who's a mage, and she says he was made tranquil against his will. You hear more with every passing day.
I'm here to help you. Just tell me what you know.
Karen would write me every day. Then suddenly, no more letters. I wrote him many times with no response. I tried to see him, but Knight Commander Meredith threw me out. They won't tell me anything.
What's in it for me?
Your brother may indeed be in trouble. What can I do for you?
Perchance. In your journeys, if you find yourself in the gallows, ask the other recruits, Wilmerd and Hugh, about my brother. They were Karen's closest friends in the Order. If anyone knows where he is, it's them. May God bless you and watch after you in this endeavor.
Yeah, so remember how I mentioned how Gregor and his crew are like some of the more reasonable, progressive, libertarian Templars? I wasn't joking.
I went to Lowtown the other day. What a slum.
Well, are you here to socialize, or did you bring my goods?
They were totally stolen. Now, I'll be honest with her.
I told that poor boy to keep the goods. What are you doing using a child like that?
You what? You gave my goods away to that pockmarked brat?
Yeah.
You soft-hearted Ferelden bastard. I should have known better than to trust any of you. Don't even think about working with me again.
You're welcome. You got a problem with it, I'll kill you. Okay, bye. See you around, Wandering Doll. Yep, our reward is less side quests.
Interesting place.
If someone here tries to hire me again, I'm leaving.
Yeah. Right, we haven't been to the brothel yet. Gambling?
I won't mention this to your mother if you don't.
Many thanks, Madam C.
Okay. Well, that's okay. We're just gonna walk up here.
Oh? You know them all?
No, I just... You look different. There's no denying that.
It is what I am. And unlike the problems you claim to have, I really did have no choice.
Do we know anyone who isn't brooding every hour of the day?
Like attracts like, it seems.
Yeah, again, someone asked earlier which side we'll be joining in this game, and it matters so little that we might as well just... You know, like, this is about how much it matters. Yes, there's a brothel. Remember, all brothels get busted. Since I'm skipping lunch today. Oh yeah, by the way, we do actually need to talk about this, for real. So, throughout the game, there are multiple quests which are very specifically the mages versus the Templars. Every quest you have 3 options. You can either side with the mages, side with the Templars, or try to find peace between the two. Now, Me being me, naturally the thing I did was I tried to find peace between the two every single time, all the way through the game. And usually it kind of lets you. In fact, in many circumstances, it's pretty much the best option for the quests. So it feels very much like the Golden Path. Now, spoilers, that doesn't matter. When you get to the end, you have to choose one or the other. There is no other alternative. This is something that the writers have flat out stated is a mistake, something that they regret is in the final version of the game. If nothing else, an option to side with neither is something that was posited as something that should happen. Now, whether or not this is good, bad, or in between is kind of debatable. If we're being honest, just my take on this, I would say this negative, because I do think it's a negative, probably deserves in the Act 3 negatives, which, trust me, we're going to shotgun negatives at this game when we get to Act 3. So, we'll see as we go, and then they'll put a gun to our heads. Anyways, just thought I'd mention that because if we're on the quest, I think we are. Oh, I'm in the wrong room. Yep.
Today's my rest day, but I'll make an exception for you.
Thank you for mentioning, Dr.
What can I say? Why work if you're not working hard?
Jathan, have you seen Nanette lately?
Nanette? Not for several weeks, which is a shame. I enjoy her.
Never mind, this is not the quest I thought it was.
I hear she finally left her worthless husband. Good for her. I just wish she'd said goodbye.
Did she tell you she left her husband?
No, I just hope that's what she did. Ghislaine only wants her for her family's wealth. Nanette's a jewel. Elegant, worldly, just the perfect level of depraved. Ghislaine doesn't deserve her.
Do you think Nanette has come to harm?
I hope not. Everyone loves Nanette. Sometimes twice a night. Ghislaine's the only one who might hurt her, and he doesn't have the balls for it.
Ghislaine knew about you and Nanette. Did he talk to you?
The man is incapable of talking. He came here, yelled at me, called me a dirty knife-eater, among other things, and accused me of corrupting his wife. We had him thrown out.
Do you have any idea where she might be?
Well, there was someone else looking for Nanette. A Templar. I believe his name was Emmerich. He wouldn't sleep with me either. I can't see why a Templar would be interested in anyone who isn't a mage.
Any chance Nanette's an apostate?
Well, she certainly cast a spell on me. Anyway, if Nanette was a mage, I think Emmerich would have said so.
Perhaps Emmerich knows something we don't.
Emmerich said he'd continue his investigation in Darktown. You could see if he's still there. And if you find Nanette, tell her to drop by and see me sometime.
We'll bang, okay?
He didn't really ask you to wear a feather boa.
All Asians, darling. You get used to it.
Honestly, Nakrizi, ditto. I expect this game will review quite well throughout Act 1. I mean, Lord knows we've been giving negatives, but if you look at the list, we're pretty net positive on both axes so far. And I honestly expect that trend to continue. Till we get to Act 3. Speaking of, let's follow through on Aveline's thing here. I know, just that extra little animation. He doesn't have the balls.
Good luck getting in. I've been...
How dare you! I am guard captain! I won't be treated like this! Ferelden, bitch! This was none of your affair! I'll see you hanged! Quartered! This will not stand!
She just looks so smug.
A number of debts to suspect peoples. Such poor character. But you, Aveline Valen, have proven your loyalty and ability.
The guard deserves better than him, Messire.
Indeed. The Viscount would have you put your care for the men into direct practice. You will assume the captain's job.
What?
In due time, of course. There will be training, approvals, months at least. But who better to rebuild respect than the woman who exposed this embarrassment? Resolve any outstanding business, guardswoman. You will be very busy.
This is an interesting choice. It's clearly a political move, but by coincidence, she is the right person for the job.
Point the way, Hawk.
So it just kind of works out. There it is. I was just say, I know she has something to say to me.
I'm with you.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
You have my thanks. Aveline was wise to bring you. She will make a fine captain.
I do hope the Viscount remembers to eat supper today.
Good day, Sirrah.
Do me a favor. Pop out for a sec, Anders.
Not much room in the barracks, but there's nowhere I'd rather be. Varric, no.
Well, you're the captain. Or you will be. It'll be easy.
I'm not petitioning the Viscount to help you steal ownership of the Hanged Man.
Steal? Madam, you wound me.
I'm about to. Big changes are coming, huh? Captain of the Guard. Thank you, Wesley.
That you keep his memory speaks well of him.
He's not with me. I know that. Wesley's at the Maker's side, or he's not. Either way, he knows no pain. What I keep is that moment. I won't let anyone down like that again.
Wesley's at the Maker's side, or he's not. What do you mean by that?
Wesley believed, and if he was correct, then that's where he is. But this business of the less the Maker does, the more he's proven, I don't find it compelling.
But you married a Templar.
I married a man. A good one. And he's gone. I have heard the chant. It is lovely. Perhaps that's all it needs to be.
You clearly miss Wesley. But that's not the issue.
Of course I miss him, but he's not coming back. Pining like a child serves no one. So I remember him, but I let him rest.
You're not so kind to yourself, though.
No.
I don't see how you can take the blame for the Darkspawn Horde.
I put him to the sword myself, Hawk.
At his behest.
I know in my head that it was right. So did Wesley. But in my heart, that cut was cruel.
I can't imagine the captain of the guard will like wandering in my shadow.
It's not like this job means we're on opposite sides. The good you do, it seems rather appropriate. Besides, I'll be making the patrol schedule, and I don't intend to lead from a desk.
I look forward to working with you. Guard Captain Aveline.
Still strange, isn't it? Captain of the Guard. Thank you for helping me get here, Hawk. It's where I should be.
Wait until I'll help you with Donic. Ah! Sorry.
What's going on, Hawk? You'd be the first to know if there was.
What, schedule? Yeah, I can't do that. Schedule. I do a lot of British pronunciations. Not on purpose, it's just me. But, yeah, no. Schedule. Oh, we have Fenris now. So we can actually do, we can introduce the Erishaw.
You know, Fenris, I have a tattoo.
You have a what?
A tattoo. A lot of us got them before Ostagar. It's a Mabari, for strength.
Does it curse you with the ability to reach into a man and tear out his insides?
I can make it bark.
Please don't.
Yes, refrain.
Let me pass. I have business with the dwarf Javaris and your Arashok.
The short mouth, yes. Enter if you must, Basra.
Thanks.
Ah, my right hand arrives. Summon your Arashok. The bargain is done. About time you showed. I've been here for hours.
Sorry. Let me get this out of the way. The Arashok is my favorite, like, NPC in the game.
Ari Shokost, Maras Shokra, Anan Isam Qune.
The Qune from an elf? The madness of this place.
Friend of yours?
Friend of no one.
Yes, well, that said, I'm here to report that your hated Talvishoth were felled, one and all, right? Yes, they were. So, I'm ready to open negotiations for the explosive powder, as we agreed.
No.
He's not getting it. Make your chatty elf say something.
Any insight that would help?
Qunari do not abandon a debt. I humbly request clarification from the Arishok.
I have a growing lack of disgust for you. The dwarf imagined the deal for the Gatlock. He invented a task to prove his worth when he has none.
Then we have wrongly inserted ourselves in your affairs. Would you have us kill this dwarf?
Wait, what now?
If you face Talvishoth, he is not worthy of dying to you, as he was not worthy of dying to them. But you keep good company. Let him live, and leave.
You may want to take this opportunity to go.
But he has to sell. It's a product. People want it.
There is no profit in empowering those not of the Qune. The means of creating the Gatlock is ours alone. It shall be dispensed only to our enemies, in the traditional manner.
You are a frustrating people. And you're fired. Sodding bunch of oxmen and doglords. A whole lot breathing smoke. Pah.
You will leave as well, human. There's no more coin for you here.
That is not Christopher Judge. I had to go double check it just because people were asking. And I'm like, that doesn't sound like him. And it's not. This is Rick Wasserman. Wasserman? Now, you've heard him before, but he's a fairly common person. He was Scorch over in Titanfall 2. He was Imperius in Diablo 3. He was Killbane in Saints Row. Amon and the hybrid voices over in StarCraft 2. Gordon in the Arkham games. Like, he's semi-common. He also apparently plays Sargeras over in Warcraft. Like, you can see why. The man's... It's one of those, you know, deep voice kind of guys. Like, way deeper than anything I can do. Yeah, he's been in a bunch of stuff. He apparently plays the Brutes in Bioshock 2. You get it, you get it. Moving on. Yeah, he's got that timber. Sorry. Remember who you are.
They seem very angry.
Look at all the elves.
One ship after another. No time, whatever it is.
further, though.
Yeah, I think he would do a good one to go to.
I think you let this get away from you.
Yes and no. So piss off.
Oh god, it's the KOTOR thing all over again.
I'll help your mother.
The geometry. Oh god, the geometry. Let's go. What's this quest? Oh, that's for Sacrifice. Let's go deal with this really quick. Probably in a little over 40, 50 minutes, something like that, Pika. We'll play it by ear. No, it's okay. I'm not taking a lunch today, Lord Hermont, because we're not doing a second shift. Yes.
Word is you're looking for help. And paying well.
I need someone native to the dark places beneath Lowtown. If you claim as much, yes, I will pay.
I am. Let's just step into this alley, and me and my fellows can have a look at the money on offer.
She has chosen poorly.
Can you save someone so intent on being foolish?
Listen, nobody needs food. It's fine.
Well, thank you for your timely intervention. I am out of my element.
A foolish risk in Lowtown.
I had to come here to get the type of person I need. Someone of bloody skill, but also integrity. Perhaps the kind who might leap to someone's defense. I have a charge who needs passage from the city. If you are willing and capable, meet me at my safe house nearby.
I just saved you in an alley, and suddenly we're in business?
You're in Lowtown. What grand scheme could I be interrupting? Varnell!
A bloody Templar. Just what we need.
I hope you will come. This matter only grows more urgent with time.
Yeah, she's... The shame of it is, on the face of it, what she just talked about is the kind of thing I could actually see working in a setting like this. You just sit out there, and like, oh no, help me, and then wait for the first person to, help you, and then try to recruit that person. The problem with that, of course, is, you have to have some way to survive yourself in case things go badly. Speaking of which, warehouse, counter up to 3.
I am expected.
I thank you for coming. This matter is delicate, and I need someone of limited notoriety who will not link this to me. It is an escort, but I think you will agree the nature of the party makes this unique.
Time is wasting. Who is going where?
My name is Sister Patrice. I have assumed a burden of charity. This is my charge.
A Cerebas? Here?
Would even a Templar bind a mage like this?
Yes.
A survivor of infighting with their Talvashoth outcasts. I call him Katojan, a bridge between worlds. The Viscount and others feel that peace begins with appeasement. This mage would likely be returned to his brutal kin. He can serve a better purpose. I want him free. He must be guided from the city without alerting his people, or being seen in my care.
I've had dealings with the Qunari leader. He'd want to know of this.
You have dealt with their leader? If you have interacted with Qunari, you know how they treat those who leave their heathen order. The Arashok would doom this poor creature. But knowing them is useful. If they challenged you, attacking an ally would only confirm their barbarism. You are still right for the task.
If you are so intent on this, why not use Chantry resources?
My order will soon realize the Qunari presence is more than a test of faith. It is an open challenge. But for now,
I must act on my own. Helping this mage shows how Qunari heresy cannot be ignored. His flight is vital.
Is freedom so helpful? A new life with that collar seems doubtful.
And yet it is more than he has. My reach is limited. His struggle is his own.
It just seems like releasing a bird, cage and all.
We do what we can to step toward what is right. That must be enough.
You are not interested in who you might be hiring?
If you were important enough to know, I would need someone else.
But
if you insist... What is your family name?
My name is Hawk.
Strong. Very Ferelden. The Qunari have hardly pressured the southern nations. You have not seen as many converts or those who refused. If this action, if any action, can lessen their influence, it must be done.
Will he help? If I trust him at all.
I don't know his capabilities, or if he can function at all in that collar, but I think he knows we are his only way out.
You think?
He's followed every direction and made no aggressive moves, even when taunted. Were I in his place, I could have fled. Qunari or not, I can only assume he wants to be led to freedom.
And if you're wrong, I have to deal with it.
That is why I went to Lowtown. You are either capable of the discretion and skill that I need, or you are not.
Right. Alright, whatever.
I can get him out of Kirkwall. He's a bit conspicuous for the streets, though.
Better out there than here with the Templar.
This mage will be a fine example of how cruel Qunari are, even to their own. But only if this plays out just so. The passage here leads to the warrens of the Undercity. It is dangerous, but that is why you were hired. Good luck.
Okay. Yeah, the Qunari are presented weirdly positively in this game.
Right. Let's get this shepherding over with.
Not that I'm saying the Qunari have to be pure evil. It's just weird how the game slants it that way. By contrast, the Tevinter are shown to be universally evil, like they were in the first game. Something they wouldn't change until Inquisition. I mean, there's a reason that one of the more famous use a guide to make it happen things is getting the approval of the Arishok, which doesn't even do that much. It just changes a couple lines of dialogue. And yes, we're in the warehouse, as I like to call it.
I'll deal with this. Go down!
You okay there, puppers?
Anyone need me?
The mage seems indifferent to our struggles, even with his freedom as the prize.
Look at this. Undercity's feared by all, but there's no shortage of fools with coin who want to test it. What is this thing? Collared like a dog lord's bitch. You some sort of Qunari lover? Maybe I should get rid of you and see who'll pay the most for your pet.
I don't think it likes you threatening its master. Maybe we let this one pass.
A voice of reason. What's he doing with you?
You lot think you're so damn right. Buying everything, running free marches like me into our own sewers. You want us bound, like this thing? I'll see you dead first.
Defy the void! Kill it! Kill them all!
Well, okay. You heard him. It's okay, there's no more than this one group of guys. Oh my god, there actually weren't. Holy crap. Oh, no, they're there. They're there. Never mind.
The danger has passed, Katojan. Calm yourself. Did you react because your lead was threatened?
I know that kind of blind instinct. It is hard to judge how much control he has.
So yeah, I could be wrong about this, but I'm pretty sure his tongue has been cut out. If you're wondering why he's having trouble talking.
You can't gesture or stomp your feet twice for yes or something.
The sister has assumed a great deal from a few grunts and twitches.
You did what I said. Did I hit the right phrase or something?
He may not know himself.
Keep control. And remember who is on your side. Of course. I expected no different.
Yeah, I don't remember. They do something. They do something to, you know, mute their mages. I just couldn't remember the specifics. There's the boots of the Spiral Eye. We're up to 2 pieces now.
You will hold Basra Vashidan. I am Arvarad, and I claim possession of Serabas at your heel. The members of Iskaratam were killed by Talbashoth, but their disposal leads only here, to Serabas and you.
I just got here, coming from the other way. If there was a trail, I didn't leave it.
Yet you are here with Serabas. The crime is his freedom, his leash held by unknowing Basra. We will not allow that danger to continue. Let your own mages doom you. Serabas will be properly confined.
And if he doesn't want to go back?
Serabas, show that your will remains bound to the Qune. He has only followed you because he wants to be led. He has allowed no other purpose.
The sister called him Katojan. You are Serabas?
Serabas is his role and his name, as you understand it. It is the accusation and acknowledgement of being a mage.
And you are Arvarad?
My role is to hold the leash and hunt the Grey Ones who leave the Qune. Or Baz who have not yet been enlightened.
You don't care that someone abused your dead to get you here?
No doubt they were cast from your shoulders as you or your partner thieves grew weak. It is a crime whose victims are beyond caring. It will be dealt with, but the greater threat is clear. It is my role to secure Serabas. It is the role of another to purge the perversions of your kind.
And you can only do your role, by the way. It's important. That's your place. You're this specific piece of the machine.
He is bound and abused, and you want him caged. Why?
The power that he has, that all Serabas have, draws from chaos and demons. They can never be in control.
So you fear them?
Like so many others.
We leash Serabas because they are dangerous and contagious. Not even your Templars fully grasp that threat.
Are mages like Anders so dangerous? He's given no reason to fear him yet.
You waste your breath. He'll never tolerate my kind.
You are Serabas? Bas Serabas? Vashidan! Nera Setar Karasam!
No, we...
You spewed your words at me like a demon trying to poison my control.
No.
Like this mage, the Qune requires your death.
We just...
But we're no threat to each other.
Bas Serabas, you will be no threat to anyone.
Okay. Cool. Hey, so... Could you, like, not do what you just did? Yeah, for once, the post-conversation battle formation actually worked in my favor.
Can you stand?
Yeah, the Qune is the second most evil thing in this setting. It can go directly to hell.
I am unbound. Odd. Wrong. But you deserve honor. You are now Basvarad, worthy of following. I thank your intent, even if it was wrong. I know the will of Arvarad. I must return as demanded. It is the wisdom of the Qune.
You're... what?
So after all this, now you want to die?
I do not want to die. I want to live by the Qune.
That's...
Which means dying.
Yes. Is that hard to grasp?
Yes!
Arvarad couldn't kill me. Perhaps he was wrong about your death, too.
Losing to you does not make him wrong. He spoke the Qune. I have chosen. It is bred in the bone.
Existing is not a choice.
It is the only choice. As it Taleb. It is to be.
Yeah, I don't know, Lord Herma. The reason I tend to put the Qune as more evil than the Dwarven caste system is because of stuff like this. Like, this guy has no one holding a gun or a dagger or a leash or anything like to them. But he is so programmed by the Qune that he is, spoilers, about to kill himself. Suicide, YouTube. Most of the dwarves, at least, understand that what they're spewing is bullcrap, right? And if given the choice, will acclimate to new status, like being on the surface, for example. I mean, Varric even mentioned it earlier, that Bertrand was a bit jumpy being out in the sky for a bit, then got used to it. Now, don't mistake me, obviously the caste system is bullcrap and extraordinarily evil, but I'm just explaining why this one goes a bit further for me. It's worth noting that in a setting this horrible, there's a whole lot of inches amongst miles going on, so...
Patrice might take you back if death is the only other option.
The sister was not honest.
What do you mean?
I cannot say what she wanted, but it was certainty, not of the Qune. And her guard smelled of death.
Don't I smell of death at this point?
Others of your kind live outside the Qune. You could join them.
They are not my kind. I am Qunari. They are not.
They have chosen to be free.
Free? They have refused what they are. I can't choose to not be.
Could you have returned if I'd let these others live?
No.
You were doomed from the start.
I was outside my Keratam. I may be corrupted. I cannot know.
how I return is my choice.
Of all the ridiculous, spineless, mind-controlled, senseless piece of shit arguments I've ever heard.
Thank you, Anders.
What comfort has freedom brought you, Mage? You would have more if you submitted to the Qune.
Yeah, nothing really convinces me to join a particular religious sect than someone who is about to commit suicide for no reason, trying to convince me that I should join the Qune too.
My job ended when we exited the city. The rest is up to you.
You know of certainty and borders. You are closer to the Qunari than you admit. Your role would change little if you accepted the Qune. Take this secret thing, Basfarad. Remember this day.
What is wrong with these things?
She may not have known about this, but clearly Patrice set a trail right to us.
If this was her doing, I have a few questions for her.
That was cool. He dropped no loot, so that's less cool. He burned fast. So yeah, that's also cool. There's a lot of cool stuff going on here. This is all great. No, it's okay. Looting's really easy in this game, Blancheval. There's I can loot with a single button press. It's great. I love me some quality of life features. I do love blood magic.
Leave nothing. It must be clean with no ties.
God, her chest is so huge.
It was Hawk, right? From the streets. You took the Qunari from the city? Without incident?
Without incident, she says. Really?
Mind your tongue, Ferelden.
Please, do speak your mind.
Don't string me along. You know that I know.
Whether you believe it or not, I wished you no harm. That might have been useful for someone, but still regrettable. A massacre of citizens protecting a slave might have forced the Chantry to doubt appeasement, to see the Qunari for the monsters they are. Perhaps finding the Mage was a rushed opportunity. If such a plot existed, I see how it might be disagreeable to you.
I think my favorite thing about her is that she's a zealot. And I know that sounds like a really strange sentence, but what I mean by that is too many people in her position don't actually believe what they preach. They're just, you know, they're playing the game, right? They're interested in power or prestige or wealth or whatever else, right? No, this woman, by all accounts, really does think that the Qune are a disgusting abomination and need to be wiped off the face of the earth. So that's one way we agree. But it's, Jesus, this woman.
Your Katojan killed himself rather than be free.
I assumed he wanted to escape, just as I would. My pity is genuine, but they are not like us.
Lady, I don't care.
I want no part of your little war. Pay me what I'm due.
Take your coin. Disappear back into Lowtown. Rest assured, I will not make the mistake of looking for help outside the Faithful again. The stakes, eternity, are just too high.
Yeah, she's...
We'll be hearing from that one again.
Yes, we will. This is someone who is deliberately trying to provoke a holy war with the Qune. In fact, her long-term goal, if I am not mistaken, is to actually provoke a march. For the Chantry to call a march on the Qunari. Now, fair enough. But maybe we should have someone who has slightly more of a functioning brain trying to start a large-scale continent-wide conflict. Because the Qunari are, they're one of the big boys. They're one of the superpowers here. You know? And yeah, no, absolutely. That would probably devolve into being a world war. God, that would be horrible. The Chantry having to decide if they would... all the Chantry loyal nations deciding for their own reasons to side with Tevinter, and all that would imply. And yeah, that's the other thing. Because they keep retconning the Cune, we're not even 100% sure of the total militant strength of the Qunari. All we know is they're one of the superpowers, and that's it. Oh yeah, warehouse counter. I mean, considering what Dragon Age 4 is supposed to be... Now let me ask you a legitimate question. And I mean this with total sincerity. No bias or predisposition involved here. If you had a choice for the next Dragon Age game, let's assume it comes out and let's assume it's good.
I thank you, Sirrah, for coming along when you did. I am Emmerich.
Yeah.
Just the person I was looking for. I need to speak with you about Nanette.
Ah, Ghislaine de Carac's wife. Her disappearance interested me. I tried looking into it. However, the investigation has been a waste of time.
So, I'm sorry, pause real quick. So, yes, obviously Dragon Age 4 might... Hang on, let's see if it's... Come on, hang on, let's see. It's not coming out, and it's not going to be good. But let's imagine in fantasy magic land where unicorns show up every day to heal all your wounds and give you, you know, food for the day that's good and healthy and nourishing. And I don't even know what else. Point being, in magical fantasy land, Dragon Age 4 comes out and it's good. Would you personally rather the primary plot focus on the Qunari and the Tevinter and everything that's connected to that, or Solus and everything that's connected to that?
Did you learn nothing?
Most people just say she left her husband. This all started when Merrill, one of our circle mages, disappeared. I found it odd. She was a bit older and hardly adventurous. Then I heard about Nanette and 2 other missing women.
Between the Circle and Ghislaine, is it any wonder these women ran away?
I think the disappearances are connected, and I suspect foul play is involved.
Hey, Valerian.
Doesn't the Circle use phylacteries to keep track of its mages?
We followed her phylactery to a foundry, but found nothing. I had heard of sympathizers smuggling mages through Darktown, so came here hoping to pick up the trail. But no trace of Merrill. And as you've seen, asking the locals hasn't made me very popular.
Have you mentioned any of this to the city guard?
They say there's no proof the disappearances are connected. They think the women just left home, that it happens all the time.
See you around, Vanka.
People don't just disappear. Perhaps they were murdered or kidnapped.
We found no bodies, no ransom notes. Those women just vanished.
Mages routinely flee the Circle. Perhaps Merrill just wanted freedom.
She had always been loyal. She received lilies from an unknown suitor, and some of us thought she may have gone to meet him. Perhaps her disappearance is linked.
Can I assist your investigation?
It's no longer my investigation, Sirrah. You may take over if you wish. This battle showed that I'm no longer the warrior I used to be. I know when to walk away. Here, take my findings. Perhaps you can make more use of them. I'm going back to the gallows. I'm too old for this.
A foundry in Lowtown. I should look into that.
Not to sound dismissive, But if they decided to take, you know, the soulless plot and throw it out the window in the first act of Dragon Age 4, it wouldn't surprise me. Because that's exactly what they did in Dragon Age 3. No, I'm not saying that's a good thing. I do agree with you. Both is the correct answer. The thrust of the question was which interests you more, which is why I phrased it the way I did.
So you've really never thought of hiding from those hunters?
To what end?
So you could, I don't know, have a life?
What life do you have? There are no hunters after you at all.
I have a life.
One that you complain about. We are not always free to do as we wish, as you should well know.
I do have a life.
Then I stand corrected.
I'm sure you do have a life, Carver. So, okay, Carver, I believe you. I will say this, if they focus on Solus, we might find out what the fate is for realsies. And, you know, demons and spirits and the Maker. Really, Lord Harriman? Now, I know this is going to shock you. Everyone, I want you to take note, okay? This is a red letter day. A day that will live in infamy. Today is the first time ever that I disagree with Lord Harriman about something about Dragon Age. I know. Let's just all take a moment. Process this fact. We're gonna have to be able to move forward from this point. I've only played through Dragon Age Inquisition once, but of all the things that I like about that game, acknowledging about previous games, the way they just kind of torpedoed the war was not one of those. I was not a fan of what they did with that. We'll see what we think this time around. Oh yeah, warehouse counter. It's getting up there. In fact, it is now as high as the cave counter. Nice place. Hey, it's a desire demon. Just a desire demon. Just hanging out there. Like you do. That's a good question, Sub-Zero. His fate is in our hands, after all. Because nobody desires males, Gigapudding.
Why does everything we do have to involve magic?
Do you know me? Also, you're grouped with 2 mages. You had 2 siblings who were mages, and a father.
That ring looks Orlesian.
A severed hand, a ring, and a pile of bones. Emmerich will want to see this. And I should bring the ring to Ghislaine. It might belong to Nanette.
Nobody in a warehouse desires anything. Except for their shift to be over. Oh god, it would be awful, Loke. Yeah, see, the really uncomfortable thing about the Qune isn't their horrific indoctrination or their mindlessly awful evil nature or anything like that. It's the fact that we know that they have spies everywhere, and they're perfect spies because they're converts. They are people who follow the Qune, and so they are zealot spies, and those are dangerous as hell. We'll meet one of them later. This is straight up out of, you know, Hydra. Just da 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 da. Oh yeah, no, I'm evil. Stab. And then there's the other one is in Tor. We see a little bit of that with Imperial intelligence. Like, it's kind of disturbing. And by kind of, I mean extremely disturbing. Thank you, Warp Core. Always appreciate. I will take a drink. Of course they're not evil. They're doing what they're supposed to do. What has been dictated that they should do. They have purpose. I'm sure it's part of why they stay so loyal. I assume you mean Ace Combat 4, by the way, Warp Core. That's the only one unfunded at the moment. Otherwise, I will put that towards Ace Combat 4, Terran Gambit, and FTL. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. The Qune are extraordinarily anti-magic, which works for them because they're the most technologically advanced group on the planet.
Your sisters were both mages, as was your father.
And I'm not. What of it?
Nothing. It's not always passed to all siblings. But it's good to know you understand our plight.
Shove your plight.
Yeah, the Qunari have bombs. Like, they have figured out, you know... I can't remember what else. I know they figured out something. I was looking this up for the lore run. I remember that, because it's like, what are the technological advantages they have? I mean, honestly, guns go back in real-life history a long ways. They weren't super useful. Usually you'd get the one volley and then you'd put the gun down and pick up your normal weapon. But still.
Hey, it's the one that rescued me from them dragons. A fellow for Eldon, no less. Oh, eyes on her face, you lush.
1,000 thanks for saving Jansen's worthless hide.
Worthless, am I? My farm supplied eggplant half of the South Reach.
Yeah? My eggplant supplied half the bastards in South Reach.
You're a real hero. Now what brings you here?
Go back to your goddamn job.
I killed the dragons. It's safe to return to work.
What if there's more dragons later? Or something worse like, bigger dragons?
There's not going to be a bigger dragon at the mine.
Without this job, she'll rip me apart sure as any dragon.
What can we do? That bastard Hugh is the only one willing to hire us.
Guys.
I own half the mine now. I'll keep it safe.
Really? Oh, be nice to work for one of our own. If you don't give us a fair shake, who would? Back to work, boys. I'm happy to take more of Hubert's coin.
No, Ace Combat 4 is on the list. It's just... We had a glitch on... I can even tell you the exact date. We had a glitch on August 20th. So... There was some issues with some games, which are on the list, which are not on the website. It'll be fixed. No, I've been doing that on purpose, Lord Harriman. That's true, but if you hit ! next Warp Core, which you can do, like you can do that, you can type that out, and it'll be a thing that can happen. If you, I'm just gonna sit here until somebody types ! next, because I actually make sure it's working correctly. There it is. Okay. There's our upcoming streams. Which you'll notice is Ace Combat 5 and 0. Just 5 and 0. We are not waiting for 4. It was decided that 4 will not be a part of that bundle. If we play 4, it'll be a separate thing. Don't worry. I lost 4. Oh god! What happened to it? Oh, here it is. No, okay. Okay. Woo! Ugh. Ignore all my pearlers here. I don't have a place for all my stuff right now. Here. Proof! See? Check it out. I actually procured a copy of Ace Combat 4. So I own the game, so that's dealt with. Ugh. Well, at this point, Raven King, I would legitimately call it a coin flip, so who knows?
Your son has taken refuge with the Dalish.
What? But he is human. They did not even wish me to raise him among them. But they do value magic more than the men of Kirkwall. Perhaps he can have both safety and freedom. As I said, I have little money. But this is a Dalish ring that has been in my family for generations. Please accept it with my thanks.
Greetings. My cousin said he might have a job for you. Thought you should know.
Did he? I'll have to speak with him soon. Thank you.
Apparently it was $30, Warpcore. I'd actually go look it up. I knew it was less than 60, because if it's over 60, I tend to say no to those kind of requests. This is why we should just let the past die, Raven King. Kill it if you have to. You know, that reminds me of a random comment. I made a random comment once on a video years ago, which just was idly comparing Stalin to Hitler. Not in like a they're exactly the same kind of way, just kind of mentioning the kinds of people that can run dictatorial or tyrannical states, right? And then someone said, I'm so disappointed in you. You're clearly a product of your terrible and inferior education. You know, nothing what you're talking about. And the thing that I find amusing about that is they never clarified what they meant at all. They just jumped down my throat and never said anything. Which is really common, by the way. That happens so much in my YouTube comments.
Heard about the Circle of Magi outside of the Imperium, but I've never been in one. Are you certain it's wise for you to be here?
We're fine.
Maybe not, but we'll be cautious.
This seems more like a prison. I wonder if it's more effective than the Circle I know.
How is the Imperial Circle of Magi different?
Once upon a time, it was as it is here. The Chantry watched the Magisters closely for any signs of corruption or weakness. Then it changed. The Magisters were permitted to watch over their own, and Templars kept only to enforce the law. What happened next was inevitable. The Magisters rule again, as powerful as they ever were.
You said the Chantry used to watch the Magisters. Why did they stop?
You must remember that the attitude towards magic is different in Tevinter. Magisters came from wealthy families, bloodlines that had nurtured magical talent for countless generations. The Chantry was not trying to control poor peasants, but the scions of the greatest houses in the Imperium.
I thought the Magisters had been thrown down by the Chantry.
On the contrary, Andraste never defeated the Imperium. A great army conquered the south, but not the north. The Magisters eventually surrendered to the Chantry, but they did so on their terms. They kept their influence. Thus, they reclaimed what they lost over the centuries. Some battles are lost by inches.
Yeah.
You talk about the Magisters as if they are all evil.
I have no doubt that some are good and noble men, strong enough to resist temptation. But how many temptations do you wish to offer a man before he will give in? Blood magic is everywhere in Tevinter, from the lowliest apprentice up to the Archon himself.
You can't have seen this for yourself.
Daenerys talked about it often. Of course, they say it's forbidden. Behind the smiles and closed doors, however, it's a different matter. To be a Magister in Tevinter is to be glorious. To be a powerful Magister in Tevinter, that is worth any price.
You're saying the same thing could happen here?
If the mages were permitted to be their own watchers, of course. It is too easy for a mage to resort to blood magic if they feel the need is great enough.
As easy as it is to resort to a sword. You were created as a living weapon. Should you not be trusted with your freedom?
My powers are not controlled by a demon. A mage can desire power, justice, revenge, protection. Any cause will do, and then they are lost.
You're saying that locking mages up is better?
All I am saying is the Imperium offers no answer. All that Andraste did long ago to end the tyranny of magic has been undone.
She ended the tyranny of magic and replaced it with an entirely new one.
Considering all that magic has done to my homeland and my race, I weep for your predicament. Power corrupts, as they say, and mages have power enough already.
According to everything I've seen, the Circle can't control mages anyhow.
And what is the alternative? Freedom is a noble ideal, but I see no oppression here. I see fear and danger. But enough. I'm sure we came here for a reason.
Yeah, I've actually seen YouTubers use the sword equals shield argument before, which is a little bit strange, considering. Thank you, Ross. I'm in a weird place with Anders. I don't actually have anything I really want to spend a point on right now. I was just thinking about that, Lord Harriman. I would love to hear your argument too, by the way. Obviously, if it's late, that's fine, but do me a favor and remember that. I'd love to hear it. Because, and I know this is just presumptive, but the best argument I've ever heard in favor of the circles is that the circles are a good enough method. The good enough, obviously, we tend to be against, you know, good enough as a concept, as a philosophy. But when pushed up against the wall, when there is no good answer, when there is no actual proper solution, good enough can be good enough. Yeah, exactly. If we don't have a solution, good enough, right? It's not great, but that's life. Admit it, Jaluta, you just want to rule on high. A sultan! Wait, hang on. Oh, I'm right, I'm right. Let's go and go with Barrier. Barrier's a decent ability. You want to demon on high as... Wait. That doesn't quite work. Being attacked by melee. Visibility. Barrier.
Do you know a recruit named Karen? His sister is looking for him.
We cannot speak to you, Messer.
Probably for the best, sister.
To the void with that. Karen and the others are missing.
But our orders...
The Knights aren't doing anything to find them. Maybe it's time to ask for outside help.
I wasn't even certain Karen was missing. Who else is gone?
The first ones disappeared weeks ago. There's been at least half a dozen. Wilmot and Karen were the most recent.
Why must you keep silent about Karen?
You obviously aren't a Templar, Messer.
And your point is?
A Knight Lieutenant gives you an order, and you obey, without question. He told us not to breathe a word about Karen and the others.
They must have their reasons.
And that'll be a great comfort if you go missing next.
You can trust me. I'm only trying to keep Karen safe.
I hear that Knight Commander Meredith has some new initiation you have to go through. If you're not strong enough or fervent enough in belief, you don't make it out alive.
Sounds brutal. And effective.
Seems to me a weak Templar would die just as quickly.
And you honestly believe that?
Recruits keep going missing.
Wilmot came back.
What?
He did. I saw him this morning.
What else do you know about the initiation?
You hear about some... questionable things that the Order must do these days. The Knight Commander only wants Templars that can do... what must be done.
Andraste alive. She's killing recruits that might question her orders, isn't she?
That's rubbish. She wouldn't do that.
If Wilmot came back, he might know more about the other missing recruits.
I bet he would.
Wilmot told me he was going outside Kirkwall. Clear his head, he said.
Why didn't you tell us this?
Knight Captain Cullen ordered it, right before he chased after Wilmot. That wasn't too long ago. If you hurry, you may catch them on the road.
I look forward to seeing Cullen again. Not that he would recognize me in this form. Even though I'm playing a female mage, he might crush on me the moment he sees me. We gotta be careful about this.
You might want to see this. This was left in the foundry you mentioned in your notes. I was also attacked by shades.
These are human bones. Then there is no chance of finding Merrill alive, or any of the others.
I saw someone leaving the scene, but they got away. I'm sorry.
It was more than I accomplished. I will bring this to the city guard immediately. It should be enough to convince them the disappearances are worth investigating.
That's true, we're literally related to Loretta, too. That's the other funny part.
We have found neither hide nor hair of the lad, Fenris. I can only think he has fallen victim to demons or slavers.
I found this. It was addressed to you. It seems to be from your daughter.
My daughter? Then... you know what she is. How she died. When I traced her to that warehouse, I should have forced her into the circle. My own weakness in the face of her pleas is what destroyed her. It is why I urged Ariani not to give in when Fenris wished to hide. If only I had been so strong for Olivia.
You have my sympathies. Do not fear the Templars finding out.
Thank you. She is at peace now. I would not wish to see her name smeared while her ashes are still warm.
See you around Dakota. I'm actually going to finally chop off pretty soon. I got to get going in about half an hour here.
Ah, welcome, my dear friend, to Sol's shop. My name is Solicitus. Please, take a look around. My apologies in advance. Our shelves are a bit bare at the moment. Actually, if you're interested, I could use a bit of help to remedy that.
How can I help?
It's been too dangerous to leave the city of late, and the substances I require for my creations are, of course, elsewhere. Perhaps you could find them. You'll be compensated for your time, have no fear. I'll also give you first pick of my new creations.
Make up a list of what you need, and I'll keep an eye out for you.
Perfect. A discount on everything in the shop, Sirrah.
The first enchanter does not wish me to sell merchandise. He says I am too honest.
Thank you, my friend. Only one thing on the list left to find.
Well. Okay. Let's take a look at the map, but we're actually making pretty good progress. We've taken a really big bite out of Act 1 today. Which always makes me feel better when I feel like I've actually done something.
Do you know?
No. And it doesn't matter. Nobody deserves that.
I know some mages who deserve that.
Really? Perhaps they should start making slaves tranquil. Then they wouldn't dream of escaping. Wouldn't that be wonderful?
Slaves do not attract demons that try to possess them.
Which clearly justifies it. What a perfect solution.
Okay, so yep, we've got a letter to go turn in. We've got to go grab the Wilmot thing and finish getting the herbalist stuff. And I think we'll be ready to progress at that point. Hey, Papaniques, I'm about to cut off, but I'm doing better.
Servant, there's a letter for you on the desk.
Is it 50 sovereigns or 80 sovereigns we need? Because we're there if we only need 50. It is 50. Then yeah, no, we're ready to go. We're not going to, obviously. We're going to finish wrapping up all the side stuff first. Let's do like one more quest. Real quick. Let's bring the cursed crew. And go hit up this. This should be safe. No, I agree, Colgrim. As much as Dragon Age 2 syndrome is a real thing, it's funny because this game actually streamlines things to the point where it has very little padding. Despite how much padding it has. That really is Dragon Age 2 in a nutshell. I can't praise it without also mentioning its faults, and vice versa. That's just this game in a nutshell, right there. What is this ability? What did I just pick up? See you around, Lord Harriman. Hopefully see you tomorrow, where you'll tell me that mages are pure evil and must be collared and chained forever. And have their lips sewn shut, and, you know. Like, what else? What other horrible things can we come up with here? Listen, if there's one thing I know, it's that slaves love being slaves. Like, it's what they want out of life, you know? That's right. We have to force the slaves to play the hinterlands 100% unmodded. Thank you, Diabepus, very much. And thank you for reminding me. My pain is going down in a noticeable and visible... Visible? It's easy to physically measure the amount of pain I'm in, and it has gone down, right? So, thank you for asking. I will put that down for some stuff here. Towards BRPG block, Starfield, and the Zelda block. Thank you again.
Mistress Hawk.
So much for not attracting Templar attention.
Ariane tells me you sought a better path than the Circle for her son, Fenris. I thought perhaps you would be willing to show mages a kindness once more.
Who are you again? We literally just talked.
Can I get the details before I agree?
There are a number of apostates hiding in those caverns.
We are not going to kill apostates for you.
I was hoping you might speak to the group. Convince them to surrender peacefully before my fellow Templars arrive.
Who are these apostates? Where did they come from?
These are the mages of the former circle at Starkhaven. It burned to the ground, and their Templars sent for us to relocate the survivors. Unfortunately, they escaped on the journey. With their phylacteries burned, it has been nearly impossible to track them.
What's a phylactery?
When a mage joins the circle, the first enchanter takes a sample of his blood. It is used as a focus to track the mage should he escape.
Do the other Templars intend to do worse than recapture the mages?
Sir Karas is a Knight Lieutenant of the Templars, a great crony of Meredith. Should he find apostates hiding from pursuit, Meredith will consider him justified in murdering the lot of them.
Who's Meredith?
You have clearly not been in Kirkwall long.
Only in a year.
Meredith is Knight Commander. She has changed the rules for mages in Kirkwall. They are less free than elsewhere. Though I dare say she has created as much dissent as obedience.
I would not like to see this become a massacre.
Thank you. Your compassion does you credit. These mages have shown they attack Templars on sight. You have a better chance than I to convince them they are better off alive in the Circle than free and dead. Sir Karas hunts them as well. If they have not surrendered by the time he arrives, this will be a bloodbath.
Sorry, cave. Oh, jeez. Undead cave. Undead cave. Yeah, let me murder these apostates so I can go talk to them into, being peaceful.
They've raised the bloody dead. They must be truly desperate.
Mages will always resort to the forbidden if they feel enough need.
Please tell me we're not going to force these poor fools back into the Circle.
Well, yeah, obviously. Look, our goal here is to try and, have this not go horribly bad. Can we manage that? Now, I've brought the two most diplomatic and compassionate people to mages with me. So this should work out great. Everything's gonna be fine. Everything's gonna be completely fine. You know what I find most amusing about the mage problem? It's as much a problem for mages as anybody else. Demonic possession kills you.
Maker's blessing. I thought I was going to die down here in this tomb. Are you with the Templars? Please, I need to go back to the Circle. I never wanted to get involved in this. Not when he started making those things.
He?
Who is he?
Decimus. It was his decision. He kept saying the Templars would label us blood mages if we fled. Why not use it if it's our best tool?
Typical excuse.
He slit his wrist, and the magic, it rose from the blood and woke the skeletons in the cave. I ran. Decimus is wrong. Blood magic is a work of evil, not just a power the Templars keep from us for spite.
Decimus is the leader of these mages.
He's crazy. He said with our phylacteries gone, no one could find us. We would be free. I think maybe he set the fire. There must be a demon working through him. No normal man would profane the dead like this.
Yeah. Nobody, no human being would ever be a necromancer if not for demons. It's true. I read it in a book once. It's called The Book of Total Nonsense. But JR fakes face.
The Templar Thrask is waiting outside. Surrender to him and you won't be hurt.
I surrender. Take me to the Templars. I don't want anything to do with this blood magic. The rest of them, they're still following Decimus. He's gone mad. I think he'd kill us all just to take the Templars down.
I mean, I got Frostmourne right over there. I'm just saying. I swear to God, if this guy says mages are just the larval form of something greater.
They're here! The Templars have come to take us back to the Circle.
Decimus, no! Stay your hand. These are no Templars.
Ah, yes,
What
her.
do I care what shield they carry? If they challenge us, the dead themselves will meet the call.
It's okay, Sarura. I can make my own friends. They'll always be happy to see me. Can't you see their smiles?
You killed him. Oh, Decimus. You should have listened to me, love. I saw what you are. How could you murder one of your own just for daring to defy the Templars?
Are you blind?
You think he brought those skeletons to life to serve me tea? I warned him. I told him once he marked himself as a blood mage, that was all anyone would see.
Are we supposed to believe that you had no part in his actions?
I swear to you, I have had no truck with demons. Please, we only want our freedom. Without your help, the Templars will execute us all for Decimus's crimes.
I can't see any way this will bite me in the ass.
If not in the Circle, how do you intend to live? I hear there are places outside the pre-marches where the Templars are not so vigilant.
I will help you, definitely trustworthy lady.
I would never turn a fellow mage over to the Templars. Then we must first throw off pursuit. There is a Templar who followed us. You must have met him when you entered. Kill him, and we can get clear of Kirkwall.
You...
The Templars send more men.
You...
Better the death of one Templar than so many innocents.
Anders?
These are blood mages. Not like you or Bethany. And what do you think happens if we start killing Templars?
Will you buy us time to flee Kirkwall?
No. Thrask is cool. Like, he's one of the good ones, which, again, is an insult, but it's still true. And yes, that's Gideon Emery clothing.
Thrask is a good man. It is no more right for him to die than you. Then lay down your arms. I am trying to save our lives, not throw them away. We will come with you. I'll make sure the way out is clear.
Christ. I have not been getting a lot of gear, have I? I mean, I've been getting lots of gear. I haven't been getting good gear is a better way to phrase that. Yeah, go kill Meredith for me. Oh, yeah, sure, no problem. You want fries with that? Really love how extremely labeled the rings are in this game. That's a good question, Colgrim. I would say just within Kirkwall itself, Meredith. Overall, though, probably the Arashock. Yeah, there's a lot of good banter we will not be hearing in this game because limited party size. That's just the plague that it is. Oh, yeah, that's locked off. I mean, can you just imagine losing yourself in all that manly chest hair? Just, oh, you just kind of get some stuck in between your teeth, you know? Anyways.
Looks like more of Decimus's handiwork.
Really? He's dead. Also, his name is Decimus, which, unless he's a Sith Lord, is kind of questionable. So we do know that there is such a thing as spirits possessing corpses, Lord of the Rings style. That happened in Redcliffe, in Dragon Age Origins, for example. But to my knowledge, most undead are just golems, like you say, so type 1. He is decimated. There's about 10% of him left. Roughly.
Are you saying there isn't anyone inside? Then where did that apprentice come from?
I followed the tracks from the caravan site, but the boy says the others already left.
Don't lie, Thrask. I know you're soft on the robes. I followed the same tracks and... What do we have here?
The Blood Mage is dead. These mages willingly returned to the Circle.
The Circle? As if we would let these demon worshippers pollute the minds of our mages. No. Once they've tasted freedom, apostates are good for nothing. Better to silence them now.
No! And you wonder why we fear them? Please, you must protect us.
They deserve a trial.
They're mages. They ran. Done.
The Circle is a sanctuary, not a prison. If you kill these people, I will see you disciplined by the Divine herself.
Knight Commander says no rebel robes get to preach to the tame ones.
Are you truly going to send us off with this monster?
I mean, no.
Step back, Templar. These mages will not go tamely under your blade.
We'll discuss your choice of allies later, Thrask. Men?
At least there's no friendly fire this time. You know, for all the allies in fights. Well, you see, Venters. We can manage to not actually be a part of the Circle.
By the grace of the Maker, they're dead. I wanted this to end peacefully, not...
There can be no peace between the Mages and Templars of Kirkwall, sir. It has gone too far.
You did not aid your fellow Templars. Does that mean you're leaving the Order?
I suppose my side has been picked. I will tell the other Templars you killed Karas, and I came upon the bodies. I will give a false trail to follow.
Thank you. And thank you. Please accept this as the only reward I can offer. I dare not carry a staff with the mark of Starkhaven on it now. This has been more than I expected. We must away.
As must we. Come, Alan. I'm sorry you were the only one I could save.
Yeah, welcome to Choices That Don't Matter. I'm your host, Dragon Age 2. Diddly diddly doop boop. Oh yeah, I already have the Bodice Ripper. Don't look at me like that. That's the name of it right there, the Bodice Ripper. I've also got the band's back house door. I also can't use. We'll go up here. I think that's a good time to go ahead and chop it. I still have to get ready to head out, and got about an hour drive ahead of me. So, tomorrow, at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, we will fight 700,000 bandits and Templars, Darkspawn, and dogs, and Apostates, and blood mages, and more bandits, and then they're going to have that whole incident with the frog. I don't even know what's going on.